Una mañana absolutamente ocupada, llena de noticias. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana ustedes mismos, casi tan buena como Hunter Biden. Por cierto, muchísimas felicidades a Hunter Biden. Se ve que se la pasa muy bien. El tío no tiene la culpa de estar en medio de todo esto y ganando todo este dinero. Pero para los que no sepan de qué estoy hablando, a Hunter Biden le acaban de dar inmunidad, lo acaban de perdonar por todos sus crímenes, su padre, por supuesto, y lo acaban de completamente exonerar y sacar de cualquier problema que pueda haber. Y también le ponen una buena tabla de tiempo, y esa tabla de tiempo es de cuando el presidente Biden era vicepresidente hasta ahora. Así que perfectamente limpio. Y Hunter Biden, si quieres venirte a aventarte un potente con el tío Salo, por favor, sería muy chido platicar con alguien con este tipo de inmunidad y también probar lo que traes, brother. No nos caería mal. Otra cosa que esta mañana ocurrió fue que Jaguar por fin nos bendijo, nos dio la bendición de presentar el coche que iban a sacar. ¿Están listos para verlo? Por cierto, este güey que hizo el Jaguar con la faldita, estupendo. Así que Jaguar hizo dos conceptos. Literalmente, esta empresa se gastó millones de dólares en poder anunciar o hacer el anuncio, hacer el comercial, contratar un equipo de marketing para recambiar toda la marca, para ni siquiera tener un coche listo, solamente hacer renders de esta porquería que parece literalmente un Rolls Royce muy barato. Interesante también lo que está haciendo Jaguar, intentando enfocarse, lo habían dicho, en una clientela más rica y más joven. Claramente están buscando al 1.2% de la clientela de Rolls Royce, pero aquí es donde viene el problema. Normalmente cuando compras un Jaguar, pues sabes que te van a dar una cagada, ¿no? Y normalmente cuando comprabas un Jaguar antes, esto era lo más preocupante de todo, cuando comprabas un Jaguar antes, era una copia de un Aston Martin. Era una copia barata de un Aston Martin, ¿ok? Es lo que eso se dedicaban, hacían una copia barata de un Aston Martin y te daban tu Jaguar. Y de nuevo, no tiene nada de malo, era el modelo que tenían y así lo hacían. Pero impresionante cómo esta campaña que en Jaguar dicen copia nada, vayan y le copiaron a Rolls Royce el modelo del coche y también el tipo de cliente, que es literalmente copiar todo, pero hacerlo en colores pasteles. Así que muchísimas felicidades al equipo de branding de Jaguar, al CEO, que también mucha gente no sabe por qué están haciendo esto. El CEO de Jaguar es miembro de la comunidad LGBTQZY novena, la 10ª potencia. Y no solamente es parte de, también es uno de ellos que han empujado para poder lograr que en muchos lugares la gente tenga que contratar a gente que no está calificada porque tiene tetas y pito al mismo tiempo. Y también se murió el dueño, el mero, el patrón de Tata Motors, y ahora que se murió fue que le dieron entrada con estas porquerías. Pero bueno, eso es Jaguar. Felicidades a mis amigos de Jaguar. Les digo, hay muchas cosas de qué platicar esta mañana. Y rápidamente quería platicar con ustedes de la industria de los coches y por qué está muriendo. Ayer platiqué en X con varios de ustedes que el CEO de Stellantis, que por cierto, Stellantis es quien es dueño de Jeep, es dueño de Fiat, es dueño de Chrysler. Ese es Stellantis. Mucha gente no lo sabe. Es una empresa americana, aunque también es europea, por supuesto, pero más que nada americana. Es una de las tres grandes de acá. Es europea porque tiene Fiat y todo eso. Eh, esta marca Stellantis ha tenido muchísimos problemas vendiendo coches, muchísimos. Y muchísimos de estos armadores, les he dicho, se van a ir a la bancarrota. Estamos entrando en un periodo bastante interesante. Vivimos la época dorada de los coches. Lo hemos vivido y lo vimos todos. Y yo creo que hemos ido de la época dorada de los coches. ¿Y por qué fue la época dorada de los coches? Rápidamente, para todos ustedes, ya saben que me encantan los coches. He manejado uno que otro. La época dorada del coche fue porque tuvimos el final y la perfección del motor naturalmente aspirado con turbocargadores, con supercargadores o naturalmente aspirado como tal. Y también vimos cómo empezamos a ver híbridos. Esos híbridos se convirtieron en híbridos funcionales. Eso quiere decir que el hecho que son híbridos también ayudan al performance, ¿no? A todo lo que es competencia, a poder empujar el coche más rápido, como el 918 lo fue para Porsche. Y de ahí nos fuimos a completos eléctricos, que es Tesla, básicamente todas las marcas, el Rolls Royce que le copió ahorita a Jaguar, el Spectre también es eléctrico. Entonces, todo esto está teniendo una transición. el coche eléctrico, yo sé que mucha gente lo odia, yo sé que mucha gente quiere decir lo que sea, pero si a mis 15 o 16 años me hubieras dicho, güey, te vas a poder comprar un M3 BMW, ¿no? Que tenga 1000 caballos de fuerza, llegue de 0 a 100 en solamente 1.9 segundos y te pueda llevar a todos lados manejando con el mejor sistema de sonido, yo te hubiera dicho, no hay, o sea, brother, ¿dónde firmo? Y es lo que es un Tesla, un modelo S. A fin de cuentas, esto no se trata de Tesla destruyendo la industria de los coches, ni tampoco la electrificación. Mucha gente cree que la electrificación es algo que las empresas de coches no quieren. Por un rato no lo quisieron y después absolutamente lo quisieron. ¿Qué fue el cambio de eso? Sencillo. ¿Vieron lo que hizo China? ¿Vieron lo que hizo China? China tiene una empresa que se llama BYD, también tiene otra que hace más coches, Xiaomi, etcétera. Pero China está dando subsidios a todas estas empresas chinas para poder crear coches eléctricos más baratos. Y mucha gente dice, no podemos competir con China. Y también tiene una mala percepción de la realidad, creyendo que BYD vende más eléctricos que Tesla. Lo lograron hacer, me parece que por un cuarto nada más, pero BYD vende muchísimos híbridos también, para que sepan. No solamente son eléctricas sus ventas. Y China está dando todos estos subsidios para poder hacer el coche más barato. Estados Unidos está haciendo lo mismo. Le acabamos de dar $6,000 millones a Rivian, le vamos a dar otros $6,000 millones a Ford, le vamos a dar otros $6,000 millones a GM, a todos menos a Tesla. Entonces, entendamos que nosotros también estamos haciendo lo mismo. La diferencia entre China y Estados Unidos, las empresas y por qué funciona con unas y por qué no con otras, las que sí funcionan es China y la que no es Estados Unidos, es porque en China pueden producir y son maestros de producción. A eso se dedican. En China es qué tan rápido podemos hacer algo y qué tan barato lo podemos hacer para tenerlo. Y lo han hecho a través de todos estos años. Es lo que hizo a China grande. Básicamente ese es el modelo de Elon Musk. El problema en Estados Unidos es que la gran mayoría de nuestras marcas, la gente que está a cargo de ellas, nunca han tenido que hacer nada, solamente están ahí para poder dar los resultados a cada fin de cuarto y poder decir que la acción subió, etcétera. No se han dedicado a innovar en absolutamente nada y sobre todo sus líneas de producción. Y eso es lo que les está causando esta falta de crecimiento para llegar a competir con ellos. Entonces, el subsidio al coche eléctrico gubernamental es real. El problema más grande que existe en este momento es uno en todo el mercado de los coches, y eso es el modelo de las agencias. Se acabó, se acabó, se acabó. No importa lo que digan, mínimo antes. Ahorita estamos viendo que Volkswagen está a punto de despedir a cuánta gente en Europa. Están a punto de irse también a huelga los que quedan ahí, y están ahí porque se van a ir a huelga porque van a protestar que Volkswagen los va a despedir en el futuro o va a cerrar. Ok, si vas entonces a enhuelgarte en lo que va a pasar, pues no hay nada que pasar, ¿no? O sea, no hay nada que hacer, carnal. Esto está pasando en todos lados. La razón por qué es, una, destruimos nosotros a China con nuestra política, a Europa con nuestra política internacional. No entiendo qué gana Europa con eso, aparte de los políticos haciéndose muy ricos del dinero que nosotros damos en estas organizaciones para poder hacer lo que queramos. Entonces, destruimos todo el mercado de coches de Europa. Lo destruimos todo. Metimos a los chinos, les dimos todo el poder, pero no los dejamos entrar a Estados Unidos. Interesante. Pero la realidad es que ya tenemos Tesla, tenemos Rivian. Y una vez que haces transacciones directo al consumidor, los precios bajan muchísimo de tus coches o tus márgenes crecen muchísimo porque no tienes un desperdicio de dinero brutal. El negocio de las agencias, y mucha gente no comprenderá esto, es la razón por la que estos tíos van a tener que quebrar. O tienen que quebrar o van a tener que reestructurarse. No hay de otra. No hay de otra, porque ¿quién le va a hablar al güey de Galpin que lleva 30 años vendiendo Ford siendo el número uno y decirle, güey, ya no te vamos a necesitar, vamos a vender todo esto nosotros directamente al consumidor? Díganme, ¿qué creen que va a pasar cuando ese tío que tiene literalmente miles de millones de dólares invertidos en estas agencias, le digan, ya no puedes vender coches? Y mucha gente va a decir, lo van a hacer centros de servicio y no sé qué. No, van a ser muy pocos esos centros de servicio. Y a fin de cuentas, el centro de servicio es una cosa. ¿Qué pasa con todo el dinero en inventario y todo lo demás que tienes? Y aparte, esa es la manera en la que vives. Aquí en Estados Unidos hay agencias gigantescas, grupos de agencias gigantescas, como Penske, como Keys, que tienen cientos de agencias, literalmente, en todo Estados Unidos, de diferentes, ¿cómo se dice? De diferentes marcas o también usados, etcétera. Y estos grupos también son públicos. Entonces, todos estos grupos tienen una fortuna de dinero para tirarle, invertirle, darle, meterle a, a, a la industria. ¿Y qué pasa? Cuando tú estás sobornando a todo el mundo, lo que creas es política. Mucha gente cree que la política de no vender coches si no tienes agencias nace del amor que tienen los políticos por la gente, pero no es cierto por los empleados que trabajan en las agencias. El amor nace por ese delicioso dinero que todos estos güeyes como Keys, Penske, etcétera, están dándole a los congresistas para decir, si haces eso voy a quedar arruinado, así que deténlo. Esa es la realidad. Y ahora, ¿cómo van a lograr separar a estos grupos de agencias y sobre todo a los que tienen agencias de legacía, ¿no? Como los que justamente les acabo de decir, como Ford, Mazda, Volkswagen? Tienen que eliminarlos. Imagínate el costo del coche, porque en Estados Unidos, si compras un coche de Volkswagen, lo armamos en México, lo acabamos en Estados Unidos o en Canadá, de ahí el coche es transportado a donde la general de todas las marcas, que es básicamente donde lo acaban, ¿no? Que es en Detroit, digamos, acaban eso en la ensambladora. De ahí lo van a vender a regional. Entonces mandan ese coche a California, a la región de California, se lo venden a la región de California. La región de California se lo vende a la agencia local en Beverly Hills. Esos güeyes de ahí te venden a ti el coche. Y les dije, el coche eléctrico se va a volver más barato. El problema que tienen estos güeyes y donde están perdiendo otro nivel es que también no comprenden esto, que si no cambias tu producción y no la aceleras y no creas más unidades eléctricas, no vas a entrar en la ventana de margen positivo en todos tus coches. Vas a perder cada vez que produzcas un coche, sobre todo comparado con Tesla. Sobre todo Rivian, que está a punto de volverse también de margen positivo, sobre todo con los chinos. Y mucha gente va a decir, los chinos no los cuentes porque tienen los incentivos fiscales. De nuevo, nosotros también tenemos esos incentivos fiscales, nada más que no tenemos gente que pueda ejecutarlo. Así que atención, esto es un cambio de paradigma gigantesco. Va a haber mucho dinero perdido, muchísimo en todo esto. Va a ser interesante verlo ocurrir en tiempo real y a mí me interesa saber cómo piensan ustedes que esto va a acabar. ¿Van a demandar todos los dueños de agencias a las marcas? Las marcas van a declarar bancarrota y lo que van a hacer es vender, entre comillas, porque ahí se van a quedar, su operación eléctrica. Por ejemplo, Ford tiene todos sus coches eléctricos horrendos que no sirven para nada y todos esos puede venderlos como Electrified Ford, ¿no? Que se llama así la marca. Y Electrified Ford es otra empresa. Entonces, todas las agencias de Ford pueden demandar a Ford por Ford, pero no por Electrified Ford. Entonces, lo que haría es cerrar Ford y quedarse con Electrified Ford, para que lo sepan. ¿Por qué estamos haciendo este cambio? Tampoco es por el medio ambiente, lo estamos haciendo porque no sé si repetí lo suficiente, que hay incentivos gubernamentales que valen miles de millones de dólares y así es como nosotros somos jodidos a través de la inflación, creación de mucho dinero, dándoselo a pocas personas para que ellos puedan hacer esto, en lo que nos venden una gran retórica, solamente para que todos estemos en la misma página. Sin más ni más, vamos a comenzar esto en el casino del tío Salo. Aquí tengo a Farhan, aquí tengo a Alex. Ya saben, si se quieren quedar a tradear con nosotros, aquí estamos en Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros, cómo de que no. Dense una vuelta, tenemos nuestro gran curso. Esta semana vamos a trabajar en poner las nuevas actualizaciones del curso. También hoy les voy a mandar a toda la gente que se acaba de suscribir, les vamos a mandar las 2 clases en vivo que hemos tenido, todos los que tienen el programa para verlos en vivos, esa membresía. Y vamos a anunciar nuevas cosas divertidas, etcétera. Así que prepárense. Y también muy interesante lo que está pasando en cripto en este momento. Vamos a ver qué análisis nos tienen estos tíos. Vale, pues, Alex Farhan, welcome. Wait, oh, there you go, Alex.
Good morning, fellas. How was your Thanksgiving?
Oh, I forgot this was Thanksgiving. I mean, dude, I'm so stuffed right now. I still am. Like, I haven't eaten in a long time. I'm dying right now. How about you?
It was pretty good. I ate a shit ton of food. It was my first Thanksgiving as a Mexican. I introduced a couple of Mexicans to their first Thanksgiving. It was fun. Got pretty blacked out.
So you're radicalizing Mexicans.
Yep. And
wow.
And they're showing me how to drink tequila the right way.
We are very good at that. That's one of yes, we're very good. We're very proud of that. That's
one thing I don't understand though. What's the point of the limes and the salt? It doesn't make it go down any easier.
I literally think it's just like something that got put into people's head for a long time, so people just do it. I personally don't don't think that works either. I don't do lime and salt either.
Yeah, I just got to do it to fit in. So
there, I can't help you. All right, we're going to start. And guess who's number one? Brian Martinez asking for that delicious fake internet coin called Bitcoin.
Chinese
so Brian,
Bitcoin.
We're going to give you the Bitcoin news right now. Get ready. It's coming because you saw this morning. We're seeing the prices drop. So who wants to get it started?
Is there a Black Friday sale on Bitcoin?
It was a Black Friday sale. It's a tiny one. It's kind of like the ones they have at the grocery store. Yeah,
I hate this.
The price is the same, but they say it was this before.
I got stocked out at like basically the bottom, and now we're very close to being back to the same price.
No, nothing worse. No.
Yeah,
absolutely nothing worse. Yeah, who's gonna be the first one to share this shit?
Better share my screen
so I can do my push-ups.
There we go.
All righty, sounds good. But let's go into the Bitcoin analysis.
All right, so we're gonna start with the monthly. The monthly ended up just slightly on the last monthly closing over the median, and then the median moved up a little bit. Because of that monthly close over the median, you have a very high probability of coming to at least test this median again, if not move past it. Right now, the higher probabilities are not that you would move past it, but at the very least you would touch it and then watch for the reaction there. And moving towards the median to touch it right now would be a move towards about $107,300. Probably it goes a little bit higher because the level I have based on the fib levels that I drew was about 108,000, and also several other HPDR levels showed that too. But what's also possible is we could tap this, and if we do get a very sharp rejection from there, and we close the next monthly red, especially below this monthly's close, which is at 96,466, shooting star below that number, we have high probabilities of at least coming back down to reconnect with this monthly red 5 EMA. And that level right now is at about $82,400. That's a pretty significant dump. If we were to go all the way to there to 107,000. Fuck, this is hard. It's about a 20-something% move down. People are probably going to start.
Nothing.
Yeah, that's really not that much. It's a standard bull market correction before up only resumes. But that would definitely be enough to get people to start freaking out again. And then if you do fail this 5 EMA, which is a very high probability bounce zone, especially on strong uptrends, that brings us down towards the bottom 38.2%, which that is going to be a pretty nasty dump. Like if we were to go there, I would have much less, what's the word? Confidence that we're going to continue on the cycle towards a deeper 100,000s, because that would be a tap of around like $70,000, which is significantly lower than our current CME gap. I'm not saying it can't happen. We've seen a lot more crazy things on Bitcoin than to see a dump like 33% before continuing to the upside. This was roughly a 33% to the downside before continuing. Exactly 33%. Quarterly has about 29 days, 10 hours left to go, basically 1 month left. Quarterly is a nice reconnect with this blue 9 EMA while we continue up. And the quarterly is moving towards the median. The median is going to be a natural magnet for price action as long as it's shaped up like this. And the quarterly median is sitting at $113,000. That's what gives me a lot more bias that we probably go higher than that monthly median if we do end up touching it. And if we get over the quarterly median, right now, we still have those retarded, ridiculous numbers sitting in the upper 200s, right under $300,000, at like $287,000 to $298,000. I personally don't think these numbers are going to happen, but you never know. Crazy shit has happened before. Sometime today.
Ding.
Ding. On this 1 point against or 1 point in favor of the bears, though, is on this previous monthly close. HPDR momentum did kind of shift down a little bit. It rejected getting out of the negative area, while volatility is starting to expand from very, very low levels. So the hopium that I can find for the bears is if this median area continues to reject, is a high probability that we'd get a very significant dump from here. probably towards that $70,000 area, especially with how low volatility is expanding from literally 0%, while momentum is rejecting the positive territory. 2 week, however, though, just closed as well. We closed over just slightly over this blue 38.2% area. Now we opened above it, and momentum is starting to shift up, and it's right about to enter bullish control, while volatility is shifting up too. And the jewels just is now entering into the bullish control as well. This area would be theoretical resistance because you're below the pink and the yellow. Once you get over that, though, then it'll take the jewel into the critical zone, and from there you should see a pretty aggressive move towards the upside. But what is not impossible, though, is that we've slightly closed over this 38.2, and since we're rejecting this 50% as of now, is for us to come back down and retest this 38.2 and give us a reconnect with this blue red 5 EMA. That would be at about $87,000, $87,800. And I've seen that number come up a lot. Where Crown was also saying that the worst case scenario is if we're still bullish. I mean, the worst case scenario is 0, but the worst case scenario if we're still bullish is that we come back down, retest these 87s, and then continue from there.
Well, that's a number that also has been coming up for weeks. Like we talked about it before when we said there's going to be a correction that might fill the gap down there. The 80s were like the number that just kept coming up. So if we see it right now, we're probably going to go on that trip right now. That's what we were seeing.
And the weekly closed with momentum starting to shift down and volatility starting to shift down too. That would give us very probably that we at least come back down and fill this wick from this last week's weekly close. And that would put us somewhere around the 5 EMA. That'd be at roughly $91,000. If that 5 EMA does fail, though, then we have high probabilities of coming down towards the 38.2. And the 38.2 is going to be the last area in the line in the sand for the bulls to hold, unless they're going to get like a very, very deeper and more long-form consolidation. Deeper pullback and long-form consolidation. That put us somewhere around $88,000 to $87,000. Pretty interesting. If that area doesn't hold, though, the next area of support, which is basically thin air until there, is sitting around this 21 EMA in this median at about $74,000, which would be a nice gap fill of that CME gap. But I'm more on the side that gap is probably not going to get filled until we're in our next basically bear market. Because it seems a little too easy with how many people see the gap and how many people want it to be filled, and they're sitting on the offsides and they're like, I'm waiting for a retap of our previous all-time highs and the gap fill, and then I'll go up from there. But if you actually like look at it like what's the word? Objectively, whenever Bitcoin has one of its like actual macro breakouts, it almost never comes back to retest that previous all-time high until the bear market. So it seems kind of dumb to be waiting for that to sit on the sidelines, see it go to the mid 6 figures, and then you get back in on the tap of the previous all-time highs when you're in a down-only market.
That would happen to me.
That's how people get fucked. 5-day close was pretty decent. We ended up closing above the 61.8%, and we're still holding that 61.8%. As long as we still hold it, probabilities are still to the upside, and that would give us the 78.6. But get off of my keyboard. Oh shit! What did he do? He stepped on my keyboard. How do I get him off of the table?
This is why I don't leave any porn tabs open, because you never know when the dog or the cat's going to jump on the keyboard and then reveal the secrets.
Very smart. Very smart. You're gonna see the type of shit that my cheek. The probabilities are, as long as we hold this, that we go up to the 78.6. That level is at about 111,500. But one point against that is that on the 5-day close, momentum started flipping down and dropped under the moving average, while volatility is going down as well. That gives you theoretically a probability of coming to the median, but only you would hit the median if you lose the 38.2%. 38.2% right now is at about $85,000, $86,000. Median is significantly lower at $74,000. That would be that 33% move down if we lose that 38.2. 2-day also closed, and the momentum got kicked out of the bullish control. It tried to flip back again, rejected it, and now it's flipped down. While volatility is going to very low levels, it's sitting at 13%. The jewel is also flipping over out of the critical zone, giving us this dark blue cell. With this, the probabilities are, with momentum down and volatility down, of us coming down and test the median, which right now is at about $94,400. If you lose that, then you probably come back down towards this, because of how low volatility is, towards the 50%. And right now the 50% is at about $87,000. Interesting. Daily is bouncing right off of the median, where momentum is starting to point up and volatility is going a little sideways. That gives you a probability of hitting the median, which we already have. If this area holds at about $94,000, then probabilities are back towards in favor of the bulls. But if it doesn't hold, then you would have to come back down towards this because you would have lost this 21 EMA. Probabilities are that you come down to the 55 EMA, which sits currently at about $84,000, which would be a little bit below that $87,000 number. But also, this is a daily, and this would probably take several days to play out, so that would rise. 4 hours getting a nice bounce. Sometime today. Come on. It's just not loading. Momentum on the 4 hour is trying to pick back up. It's rejecting getting into the bearish control. Volatility is currently flipping down though, so that does make it more likely that whatever oh my god, what is he doing? Does make it more likely that whatever move we get to the upside would probably be a corrective move before more downside. And the way to invalidate that is you'd have to close over this candles week high, which is about $96,967. So let's say $97,000. We close over that, then our pressure is back onto the upside, and we probably revisit these like $98,000 to $99,000 area. And if you have any close over Friday's high, which was about 98,711, then very likely we go into the deep into the 6 digits, somewhere around $107,000, $108,000. By the way, I did something absolutely retarded during what do you call it? Thanksgiving time. I was sending a picture to the Airbnb host because they have security is very annoying here, and only they can authorize the Uber Eats drivers. So I was sending him a picture of the Uber Eats driver, and I accidentally sent a picture of Fibonacci, and we're not allowed to have pets.
Oh my god! Fucking genius! Incredible! What happened?
So smart, right?
So what happened?
So he responds to me saying, "Pets are not allowed. It's a shame I had to find out this way." So then I came up with some bullshit. And I was like, yes. I had my friends over for Thanksgiving, and they brought their cat over, and he was only here for like an hour, and he didn't go near the furniture. And then he was like, "Thank you for the clarification."
Oh my god. Fucking incredible.
I hope Buddy doesn't tack on like a $300 cleaning fee.
They always do. Whether you break the law or not, the rules.
On the monthly, momentum is still flipped up, and now it's successfully bouncing off of the critical zone. And usually whenever you do see a bounce off of the critical zone, you see a very aggressive move up from there. It's the same thing whenever you reject the critical zone on the bear side, like getting out of it. Right, like you see right here in the 2017 cycle, we bounced right off the critical zone. We went from about $670 in price towards $19,800. So quite the aggressive move. We're getting the same thing right now. We're flipping back up, bouncing off of the critical zone, and we're coming from very similar levels on our volatility as we did back in the 2017 cycle too. I'm not saying that we're gonna do like 15x from here like we did then, but we should be expecting a pretty decent sized move to the upside based off of the volatility and momentum signals. Quarterly is still pointed heavily up. It should load.
Ding.
Ding. As long as we're above $45,500, which we're more than twice that right now. Two-week is still firing off on that Hamas setup. We're coming from many periods of 0% volatility. We're only at 52%. Can easily keep it going up from here a good amount before we've topped out. Similar levels back in the 2021 cycle on our volatility. Price was at about $19,000. And then from there, we went to basically $65,000. So we did like more than a 3x from there, where we're at the same price, same level on our volatility. And now the 2 week is also re-entering back into the critical zone, and it's rejecting getting out of bullish control, just like we did in the October 2023 Hamas setup. And the momentum is now the momentum pivot to flip momentum down is at $78,550. If we do the little bar replay, it'll tell us what the pivot was before this open, which is going to be very useful to see. Come on, with whether it went down or up. I'm guessing it probably went up. Yeah, it did. So the previous pivot was around $65,420. Now the current momentum pivot is at $78,500. So whenever it does go up, the pivot goes up. It's not the most bullish thing, but as long as price is still significantly above that pivot, the odds are still within the bull's favor. Because it would have been the most bearish thing to see would have been if this pivot went to like $99,000. At that point, I would have been like, all right, time to wrap it up and go home.
So hang on. Normally when pivots go up, that's bearish. Yeah, right. Yeah. And yeah, when they go down, he's bullish. So you just got to think about it like consolidation and just like levels coming down. That's more healthy for continuation towards the upside, right?
Yeah, because then if the pivot goes down, then it makes it easier for the bulls to flip momentum back up.
Got it. Okay.
And the opposite, whenever it goes up, it makes it harder for the bulls to keep momentum to the upside. Okay. But since we're about like $18,000 over the pivot, I would say it's pretty okay. Weekly, come on. Weekly pivot is now at $92,100. So we still are a decent amount above that. But what that tells you though is if we get any type of weekly close below $92,000, very much cause for concern. Very, very, very much so. Because the last time that we flipped down on our momentum on the weekly in this area was right over here in our previous top at around $70,000, and we went from there to 49, like 49.5 or 49, something like that. The number is 49.2 actually. So we get the same thing before, where that's where we probably get that 33% move to the downside to retest $70,000. Five-day is currently pivoted at about $95,900, say $96,000, and volatility is getting to very, very high levels, sitting at 93%, and moving average is at 88%. So this is telling you we are pretty close to the next local top before we end up getting consolidation and pullback. So if we do keep holding those previous HPDR levels at the 61.8%, then we could tap that monthly median around 107, 108, maybe even the quarterly median at 113. But then this volatility would be at extreme levels, and from there, almost certainly we would get a pullback. And that's what I'm thinking, that the monthly median and the quarterly median are going to be a very, very nice short opportunity. Because at the very least, you're going to get some type of reaction there. Even if it does end up continuing, you're still going to probably pull back the first tap around. And then once you're in profit, you can just move your stop loss to break even.
Got it. Yeah.
2-day right now is contracting from many periods of 100% volatility, and we're currently flipped down on our momentum. We're still within the critical zone. We have not yet gone down to the edge of the critical zone, which is the area that we should expect to see it bounce. And we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $98,500. Very close to that number from our Friday high, where if we close over that, that'll flip momentum back up, and then odds are in favor of us going well into the 6 digits. And guys, you got to remember, statistics. It's just statistics and probabilities, which are not certainties, which some people who are lobotomized can't seem to understand.
Especially right now, like, dude, over the weekend, I did get a lot of people hit me up and ask me about XRP and other cryptos. I was at a fucking hookah bar, and the two guys next to me who are old, and they're talking Farsi. One, no, I'm sorry. What the fuck, you guys? Yeah, you guys. Well, you guys. Persian people speak Farsi, right?
Yeah.
So they were speaking
the
Farsi.
Afghanistani people speak Pashto.
Got it. No, so these guys were speaking Farsi, and between it goes XRP. I'm like, what? What the fuck is going on right now? Yeah. Lots of top signals.
Buddies, if you guys missed a move from 40 cents up to $2, then And now you want to buy in? I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know. Yeah.
Remember though, we were telling people to buy XRP at 45 cents.
You were one of the first people that said this shit looks really bullish.
Now, very likely we at least probably retest our previous all-time highs, but that's like a 50% move from here, and it is absolutely not worth the risk.
Yeah, I agree.
Daily is I'm sorry.
Nothing. Sorry.
Daily is contracting from many periods of 100% volatility, and now it's safe to say that daily volatility has reset because we dropped below 15%. So we went from about like $66,000 to $99,000 while we hit our volatility extremes, and then from $99,000 we only really went down to like $90,000. That's not even basically a 10% move, and volatility has completely reset. While we did like a 50% move to get our volatilities to the extremes. Very, very good to see for the bulls, because from this point we can get another one of these moves again, like we did from $66,000 to $99,000, and now momentum is starting to flip back up. It's rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and it's going to stay to the upside as long as we're closing above $96,230. This is going to be very helpful. Let's see what the pivot was previously when we were shifted down. Come on. It was at 98,900. So now the pivot has gone down by $2,000, which is a very, very bullish sign to see. The only thing that would reverse this to make it not bullish is if price were to close below $96,200. Then this is going to flip back down. It's going to reject the critical zone, and we're going to get volatility expansion to the downside. And that's not going to be fun. That's going to take us to probably about at least this 55 EMA, which is, it's going to rise because this is a daily. Right now it's at like $82,000, $83,000. Probably rises up to around 87. Four hours expanding from not many, but two periods of 0% volatility, and it's expanding on this move down, and we're going to be pointed down as long as the price is below $96,500, and it's going to reject the neutral zone and get pushed back into the bearish control. Interesting to see that. That gives more of a bias that the daily might close below the pivot. 2 hour currently is many periods of 0% volatility and expanding. It's at 54%. But as of right now, the momentum is bouncing off the edge of the critical zone and is rejecting getting to the critical zone, and the pivot has dropped. It is now sitting at $95,850, let's say. So if we can flip this back up, this will flip the 4 hour back up, and then it will maintain the daily being flipped up. And that should get us a close over our previous Friday high and send us into the 6 digits. Check the... God, my phone is buzzing like crazy. Very annoying.
It's XRP.
Even though XRP has moved up from 40 cents to about $2, which is about a 5x, seems crazy, but it took a couple of months for that to play out. XLM, Stellar Lumens, did that same 5x in 2 weeks.
Fuck.
That's the high alpha big brain move. Is if you think XRP is bullish, long XLM instead, because it moves after and it moves the same.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, we're going to talk about it because obviously, like, the third thing is XRP.
Oh, nice. On the quarterly, we still have that 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. This is the quarterly though, so you could have a lot of chop in between while it's still active and playing out. But as of right now, the target would be the critical zone, which it's the only way that it's going to hit this number is if it hits this critical zone this month, because on the next month we're going to get a new quarterly open and this number is going to change. But just for argument's sake, if we were to hit the critical zone this month, which is our target of the divergence, that'd be about $160,000.
Damn.
George just screamed his pants.
He did. I can hear him. Oh,
time for a smoke. Come on. Weekly still has active bullish divergence in play. The way to we've already hit the critical zone. The way to invalidate this bullish divergence, you'd have to make a local top, and to make a local top, you have to close below about $90,000. Which, to be honest, if we close below $90,000, we've got some big problems going on.
Yeah, on the weekly, right?
Yeah. Three-day currently has a hidden bullish divergence in play. We've already hit the critical zone, though. The way to invalidate it is you'd have to close below about same $90,000, which I believe is our last week low. If we close below last week's low, then shit is probably fucked for a little bit. If we close over last week's high, then happy days to the upside. Daily also has put in drive hidden bullish divergence off of this low right here. Our target, first area of support will be the edge of this critical zone, which bullish control zone, which we should see a bounce at, which right now is at about $96,400. We're roughly at that area right now. And if we continue to hold that, then the divergence will take us towards this critical zone. And right now, the critical zone sits at about $116,000. But also, this is a daily, and this level is going to drop. Very, very interesting to see if it goes somewhere between 107 to 113, which is our HPDR medians. And the 4 hour is now about to put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this low right here within the bearish control zone. That would give us a target of the bullish control zone. And then because we're coming from such low levels on volatility, what's more likely is the critical zone. And would you like to see where the critical zone is at? $107,000, which is our monthly median. So right now on the upwards of like the quarterly and the monthly, we are moving towards our targets of that median, which has basically been a magnet for price action for the last month to 2 months for the quarterly. We've been getting a little bit of chop in between, which is normal for such a high time frame. And but as long as we don't lose the $90,000 area, those medians are still going to be a magnet for price action. Right now, momentum is starting to flip back up on the daily, and the 2 hour is now flipped back up as well, which likely bleeds into the 4 hour, and that takes us towards our technical target of Friday's high. If we close over Friday's high, that's basically all the confirmation we need that we're probably going to go towards that monthly median at 107 to maybe the quarterly median at 113, which is not that big of a percentage off. And then from there, I would expect a pretty nice reaction, possibly a 10 to 15% dump from there. But after that, I would expect it to continue onwards and make another higher low and have the quarterly hidden bullish divergences continue to play out until we get to some retarded numbers.
So on short term, and I'm going to add Alex right here. Mm-hmm. On short term, you're saying that correction won't be that aggressive.
Yeah, from the median or from now?
Yeah, no, from now.
From now,
or do you think it can be? Because if you close like you're throwing numbers like if there's a close below $90,000, we're fucked, and it seems like we're your $88,000 target in some stuff.
If we close below 90, if we close below 90, then we're probably going to come back down towards at least 81, if not 74.
That's exactly what. Okay, perfect. Ready for you, sir.
Over 98,712, then probably 107.
Yeah, it's a big gap in ranges.
Some guys are already typing out. So you're saying it's going up or down?
Yes. Get it, Alex.
Nice. So here we'll start on this chart. I want to view the daily, and it makes sense. If we end up breaking this wick low, which was formed on November 26th, it probably means that we're now under the daily 9. We're breaking under that 21, which hasn't happened since this rally really started. And then we have to then view that 34, which is coming right around that 50%, right around 87.7 to like 89.2. And that's why this wick low is going to be crucial. But as a trader, this can help kind of guide us, because if we have a bullish bias on Bitcoin, let's say, then you kind of know where you're wrong. And so then the theory would just be, well, longs around this zone or as close to the stop loss is logical in my book. You can see the daily opened up above the median, and the 9 continues to hold. We can see the 9 has grinded up nicely to our support zone that we drew here, right around that 95.6, and it's important. And we can see we're just kind of caught in a range. We go to a lower time frame, like an 8 hour, it becomes more evident. This range here, we've just kind of been in where supports, that 95.6, and resistance is at around that 98.3. And we can just see here that Bitcoin's been getting caught up in this range, but with volatility, especially in the lower time frames, now starting to give a volatility setup, which is exactly what you want. In this kind of range, this is why Bitcoin likes to range, because then this gives us more, this can just let volatility reset and can give us another juicy setup potentially. If we go and view, let's see the 10-hour real fast. Wants to load. TradingView seems a little slow today, or it's my Wi-Fi, unsure. I'll blame TradingView though. And even like on the 10-hour, we're getting a volatility setup here. But we can see it too on the 10-hour. We are at that EMA 34 now. And so it's going to be very crucial to see where this close actually happens in 4 hours. Because if we look at this 10-hour a little closely, what we see here is, okay, Bitcoin kind of put in like a 10-hour higher low here. We rallied up, sticking to trend. Then we came back down. And if we're going to count this as like a lower time frame higher low, we kind of broke it. And so we didn't actually break it. And this is funny because it missed it by like a few dollars. And so the trend is still up, but we just want to be aware that the daily, I mean, that 10-hour 9, we're right around that zone, along with that 10-hour median. And so this is going to be a big spot. Yes, Bitcoin did have a nice rally, in the last 10-hour candle, which is good, but it really hasn't changed much. And to me, it looks like that 12-hour, we really can't disregard that because that was pretty ugly. On that 12-hour, if I take the HBDR off now, we can see here that 12-hour left a nasty, ugly candle exactly where it needed to reject. And now this is the 12-hour, so I was viewing the 10-hour. And we really wanted this last wick high on the 12-hour to break 98,600, in my opinion, just to have seen that 99 to 100K level. And that failed to happen. We simply just rejected that resistance level again while falling below all the major moving averages and the support line. And so for me, this should warrant at least some cautious. I'm personally not longing here. I over the weekend, right, just kind of been signed off of markets. There's no point to trade. But it doesn't mean that we can't capitalize on the easy moves. And so on the free Discord, we gave out a short here right at 98,300. And we perfectly sold it at 96K. And ever since then, I've just been steadily flat. But in viewing that in the 12-hour, we really want to just start seeing this last rejection high now. And I'll just draw another line right here so you all can visually see it to break. This will probably give us a range breakout. And it would just make sense. We deleted this. We started breaking back above 98,300. This would be a breakout from this range. And so that is something to just watch closely as we move along with the day. Now let's just go to a little higher time frames, like a weekly, and kind of see what's going on. And so, this weekly candle last week wasn't the best looking. I mean, it kind of almost closes like a hangman. And so if it would, and why I say that is because it left a long wick body. Bull stepped in, but not enough to actually flip this green and slightly close just right around the opening price, not giving us a full doji, but more this hanging man candle posturing. And so now what we'd want to see if you're bearish is you'd want to see this weekly kind of already put in the high, and you'd expect just continuation down. Does this mean that the bear market's in and Bitcoin's over? Probably not. It probably just means all the people that bought over the weekend are going to have a nice flush out, as Bitcoin does. I would first be gauging this weekly 9 as a major opportunity. This weekly 9 has just been kind of what, at least for us in the academy, an area we've just been watching steadily. We understand the relationship around it. Once we start losing the weekly 9, it always constitutes chop. And so right now, what we see is that weekly 9 is right around 84,572. And so what this is telling me is, if Bitcoin does end up having a sizable pullback right here, we still should be on the camp that this weekly 9 will act as an opportunity. And I know certain people like that weekly 5, EMA 5. And what we can see here is that's right around that $91,200 zone. And why is this important? Well, you can now see, I like when these moving averages start grinding up so much with price where it can actually get back above that last daily higher low. We view it here. We're going to assume this is going to be the next higher low. And so in doing that, you would then expect that weekly EMA 5 to actually hold and just keep moving up. That way, if we get any dumps into this zone, you would be watching for a reaction here first. And we know that Bitcoin does like to get some bounces. I prefer using the 9 But if it works, it works. And we would expect the 5 to catch first if we're super bullish. And so that's just why I'm finding more confluence in that zone, right around that, 92 to maybe 91.7. Because in being in Bitcoin and watching for as long as I have, and you all know, it's really dirty. And so for me, it would make a lot of sense to come in right below this wick low here, take out some of this liquidity at this wick, and then actually get the real move up. Because then that would essentially kind of scare out the late longs. Let me see. And so in doing that, that's why we don't want to get too bearish up here, but we also don't want to get too bullish because, if we now go into the monthly, and I like the HBDR for the monthly, and we go and view that median. Remember, we were talking about, and this was brought up by Farhan, rallies up to that monthly median are important. It's a big level, and there's not many times where the chart can flirt with the median on the monthly, just simply because of the, higher time frame that we're dealing with. When these are based on monthly closures, you have to wait a month. And so what we have now is a clean reclaim of that monthly median. If we end up getting any deeper pullback, we have to view this zone, which to me, this would constitute a deeper pullback in this area. And why I'm saying that is because from wick high to wick low, that would be a 16% flush out to the median, monthly median. And this is why it's hard to kind of be a bear here, especially if you don't know what you're looking at, because if you're a bear and you've just been kind of trying to find the top and maybe you're green, if we end up getting this dump, people are going to A, get really bearish, and B, think they caught like a generational short opportunity, while we could just be going and retesting that monthly median, something we've been under for multiple months up until November. And we can even see here if we go, well, when was the last time we reclaimed the monthly median? Well, it would be, let me just do this real quick. It would be right around the zone. And so we busted up, broke out, and then here we went up a little higher, retested the median. And granted, it was from the opening closer than here, but regardless, we still retested it, and that was kind of the retest that led us to higher. And that's why, again, it's just wiser to, I think, not be too bearish up here, and more rather watching for that major long opportunity. And I only say that because, if we go and view the 2-week and we take it from this chart here, the 2-week here is still very healthy. We're now breaking above that 50%, and we can see this move has, it was at extreme low volatilities. This was 5 weeks of extreme low volatility on the 2-week too. So it's, more that higher time frame. Very, very much so like the Hamas setup here in October, as we all know. And, with this 2-week freshly above the median, and it's healthily pointed down now right around that 2021 market cycle high.
I have a suggestion, by the way. You know how we called on the 2-week the Hamas setup, right?
Yeah.
On the monthly, why don't we call it the Trump pump? So take a look at that monthly candle. We can call that the Trump pump.
How about Donald Pump?
Oh, yes. I like that one better.
Oh, yeah, the Donald. That's a good one.
Donald Pump.
I'm stealing that from Mike from Bro Science. Mike is the best at creating those type of things.
Donald Pump. We had Donald Pump. This was insane. Truly, it was. And I if I'm not mistaken, this was per dollar. I mean, the highest monthly candle we've had ever in Bitcoin's history, which is cool. That shows strength in the asset that you're investing in. This is what you'd want to see, especially being just long term on Bitcoin. But still, I do believe that this move, just like Farhan beautifully put out, is just kind of starting. And I do think we should have the bias for higher, especially when we're gauging that 2-week setup. And so we want to stay on that 2-week. And what are we viewing? Well, we are at resistance. We want to be aware of that, right around that 99.5. And that's why I do believe, we easily could see a pullback again back to that 91,600. As long as, we just don't end up breaking, that low that I represented on that daily, which is for now, I'll mention it. It is currently right around, it would be, was it right here? Yeah, it was right here at 91,966. Nope, my apologies. 90,767. So as long as we're above that, then for me, my bias is still continuation. But what do we have here? Well, the 2-week just cleanly busted through that 91,300 level, closed that 2-week, freshly like yesterday. And so, rally up to that 50% could happen for sure. And we're definitely closer to that than the bottom of it. But what I'd want to see is just simply an aggressive drop down, not breaking that low and just holding, giving us that clean 2-week back test for the actual move higher. You can see when viewing this 2-week, I mean, the next zone here is 194. This will move with price. And, I can't remember off the top of my head if this 2-week on the index actually moved up or down. I do believe I think it moved down, but I don't know for sure. But
Yeah, it
regardless,
moved down.
I
okay,
think he did too.
yeah, and
From
so
like 104.
it's pretty insane in viewing this 2-week because if we're kind of currently at this area,
sorry to interrupt you. The way to tell that or forecast whether it's going to move up or down is as long as the price is below that level, it's likely to move down. If price is above it, it's probably going to move up.
I see.
Got it.
Makes sense. This level, the 50%. Perfect. Yeah. So
all levels.
basically, but the bias is still up, and so having a healthy pullback here would be perfectly okay in my opinion. But why I'm showing this is because we currently have a long, and I've just been patiently waiting for this, and it may not work, but I just think being on the side of the extremity trade is just wiser. And so here, if we now go in the 4-hour, it's pretty simple to me. I mean, that EMA 100 is pretty massive, and this is kind of the contrarian. I mean, this could just like mess up my long thesis essentially, because what we have here on the 4-hour, and it is a lower time frame, that EMA 100 on the 4-hour is major resistance and acted as a major opportunity. We only went down actually about like $100 lower and then bottomed there. I do believe this bottom is going to keep holding. We now see it's moved all the way down to 93,500. It's grinded from 90,800 all the way up to 93,500. We see we have a volatility setup here, not expanding yet. Close to it though, with 2 basically sessions of zero volatility. We want to see where this 4-hour is going to close, because if we end up reclaiming that 4-hour 9 and holding it as support, then we potentially could be looking at this as a local bottom. But if we end up closing this 4-hour back under the 34, it's going to guide my bias to at least testing that EMA 100 again, which really it wouldn't surprise me to see maybe a bigger wick down to tap right around this zone here. That 91,600 level. I do think then in doing that, that'll be an opportunity, because we are aware that that daily 21 is now grinding up closer to that spot while getting back above or at least higher than this last wick low that we had right around the end of November. And like I mentioned in the beginning, the daily is giving a volatility setup, so we know a big move is coming. It's just a matter of time, and this is why this consolidation here is important, because bulls and bears want that to reset volatility. But if we view the HPDR now, we can see, okay, well, we are bouncing slightly off that median now. And so this is why I do believe we could get possibly another run up to the highs from here. It's unsure. I'm unsure on that. And that's why I'm sitting on my hands and just patiently waiting for my long bid to fill. Because shorting here seems a little high risk, especially if we take this high, easily go up to that 50% and then reject. But then also, I do believe that, there's not a logical stop loss as much as the long side, because I just know, well, if we break this low here, we're probably going to end up breaking more down. And so that at least can guide, if I'm going to go with this being the major low, then I just don't want price to, either get closing bases below this low, or in my case, a wick, even just breaking that. And so I do think being cautious on Bitcoin and patient will eventually pay. We can't really trust many weekend moves, especially over a weekend holiday. Hopefully the dog isn't too loud. I'm trying to get...
No, it's not too bad.
Okay, perfect. And so now let's go to tether dominance, because this can still kind of help guide our bias. And so with tether dominance, we on the daily have been rejecting the daily 9. There's really no point to overcomplicate it. As long as we keep rejecting the daily 9, we are still, in my opinion, statistically more likely to go down. We talked about that 4% being an important level. Unfortunately, yesterday we closed below the 4%. And so yes, it's not been easy. We're not breaking down immediately. This is chop. And what we have on today's close, or at least today's candle, a nice rally up to the 9 again. Simple rejection, something it's been doing for a week now. We're now under the median again after rejecting it, and it's moved up. Along with that, it's matching the EMA 21 on the daily, a major rejection zone on Tether dominance. Why this is important is because we know that when Tether dominance goes down, Bitcoin goes up. And so just like I've been saying, we're still in no man's land here, at least in my chart. We wanted that 4% to hold, which is something I drew just on stream to represent that level. Losing that now is kind of just like another tick away from bulls, in my opinion. While getting back under that 50%, now giving us that 80% target, which has moved, I think it stepped up slightly, matching us right around that 3.79%, which is exactly what you would want to see, giving us at least more of a bias that, yeah, that 3.79% definitely could give us a bigger bounce, but we're still not there. And we're still actually from where current prices, almost 5% away from that. That 3.78, 3.79% is pretty important for Tether dominance. You can see we always get these big moves down. This found a bottom right around that area. And then here, big moves down. I mean, this one, let me see percentage-wise, 27%. And here we see we found a nice little bottom right around that zone. After another 20% down move here, we still got a mean reversion bounce from that 3.79%, which gave us a 38% move from that 3.79%. Once we broke down, we put in a bearish retest, and from this rejection here, we moved down 35%. So why am I showing this? Well, the 3.79% is pretty important. Even if we just use meme lines, but then when we throw in a daily HPDR and we just see, well, yeah, we are at that 80% range as well. That tells me that we definitely could see a bigger bounce, and I'm still going to be on the camp that this easily could happen, giving us another lower high, especially on the weekly here. You can see that lower high easily could be made. When I drew this, the 9 was right around here. We can see now it's hitting right around that 50%. That weekly 9 is going to be strong resistance, just like it is on the daily. So would I be surprised if we did have some kind of flush out, finally hitting that 3.79 to 3.68, maybe more 6.9 for the culture, getting a bigger bounce, rallying up to that weekly 9, rejecting this, putting in a nice bearish retest before making a newer low? Still going to be on the camp that this is probably going to play out, or at very minimum, we're going to just see some kind of reaction around that 3.79%. And so that's just something I'd keep in the back of your head if you're someone who watches Tether dominance, because it's going to be very important to gauge. If we end up, losing this, daily's below it, weekly's below it, anything daily and above below that 3.79%, be a very interesting sign to me that, yeah, we actually could be getting potentially a bigger breakdown, which could actually mean that this move on Bitcoin, which is something I showed you on the 2-week, really could actually be starting. And that's why volatility is still very clean, very healthily above every area it needs to be in order to be bullish. And then the 2-week here as well, just looking good. But I just don't like longing. You can just visually see we're in a gray zone on the chart, for me at least. I don't really want to long here because I don't want to get chopped out. I'd much rather just wait. We got a 2-week, retest this on the 2-week, get the bigger move. I don't know what that could correlate with Tether dominance. It would literally mean we have to bounce here, if not like nuke a little bit more down and then get a bigger bounce. But I'm still going to be on the camp that that's going to be the scenario that I'm going to watch for to actually guide my higher conviction shorts if I take one. But then most importantly, my higher conviction longs, because we just know the trend is up. Bitcoin dominance as well is looking pretty insane. If we go and take it just on a 2-day now, it's looking strong. And the last 2-day candle was pretty healthy. I mean, front running that 2-day 9. If we go in for the 55 on now, can see we still have that 2-day silver cross as well. And very much so, like on CME, when we dumped into that 4-hour EMA 100, it was nice finding on the other time frames confluence, because we had a 2-day silver cross, that 4-hour EMA 100, and other levels. I can't remember on top of my head. Just guiding our bias. We just want this to hold this zone. It makes it a little harder considering, that EMA 9 now is at 94K. So maybe we don't get a deeper pullback like I'm mentioning, but I still think we still can see some kind of pullback, if not to that 94K level, which could just tie into my Tether dominance idea. But regardless, Bitcoin dominance is still looking very strong. I don't really have many lines here.
Wait, that's CME.
Oh yeah, no, my apologies. Yeah, it's CME. It's Monday, boys. So CME, I mean, is looking great. I mean, for bears, essentially, I was wrong on this. We didn't get the bounce that I wanted at all here. We kind of fell through it, that's okay with me. This then what does that mean? Well, that means to me that yeah, alts are really catching a bid here, and anyone who's not been under a rock knows that XRP is looking insane. Would I be buying? No, but it is insane. I think it's gone up a 5 or 10x in just 1 month.
Well, volatility is expanding with the price going down like crazy. So that
exactly.
could be, yeah.
So like what we have here is I was expecting essentially, if we view the daily, I was expecting us to get some kind of bounce in this zone. We had the range, we had the SMA 200, which is my, at least on the daily, bull market criteria. We really want that SMA 200 to hold. The fact that we closed below it, rallied up, rejected the top of the channel at 57.4%, and then fell through it and broke down, while also the weekly volatility is giving us a fresh setup and expanding. Yeah, you really have to have the bias that, yeah, this probably isn't going to play out. Alts are probably, ETH BTC probably looks not the worst. But right now,
we've been talking about NFTs, right? And NFTs apparently are mega fucking pumping because everybody and their mom has messaged me about them over the weekend, and I see them. I have a few that people are just buying like crazy.
Yeah, and that's like exactly how my playbook it's playing out. I really do believe that gaming coins, all coins are going to pump, which we're now seeing. Do you then think eventually, and it doesn't have to happen immediately, but hey, I'll be happy if it does. Do you think NFTs are going to just get another run again? And when we mentioned this on Wednesday stream, which I think it was Wednesday stream or Tuesday, not really. It's like I have to remind myself when no one's talking about it and they seem dead and it's not attractive. In crypto, at least, that usually is the prime time to buy. So with Bitcoin dominance looking as bearish as it does, it to me looks like it wants to easily just go back down and test that 54.3%. If not coming to the bottom of this channel here, matching more that weekly EMA 100, which would be technically the next target, considering we did lose that EMA 34. And so as long as the weekly is under that EMA 34, I'm still going to be under the camp that Bitcoin dominance topped, which is just going to, really, like, it's insane the alpha that the Discord provides. Because I remember this night here, I was doing like a 2-hour, 3-hour town hall. And I told the Discord, if we break this next higher low, this is going to exacerbate the move on Bitcoin dominance down because we've just now fully broken the uptrend. If we take the trend wave catalyst here, can see, it's so visually easily, right? Higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher low, higher high. And so when coming down here, you really wanted this zone to hold. Soon as we broke this 59.5%, we not only broke the trend, but then all the algos start selling and we end up dumping. And then ever since that night, Bitcoin dominance does simply look top to me, which doesn't need to necessarily mean that price is topped. It just means that the flow of money, the bees are going to where the honey's at. And currently, Bitcoin had an epic rally and Bitcoin dominance did amazing. But for, we now know ETH's been lagging, alts have been lagging, certain ones at least. And this just tells me that money is going to be flowing out of Bitcoin and potentially cycling into ETH and alts, and that's kind of what we're seeing. And so let's go down through the HBDR on Bitcoin dominance, see if we see anything else. Let's go to the weekly here because I think it's just a nice time frame to gauge. I'm really not getting anything. It just still confirms my bearish bias that we're under that weekly median now. We're pretty much healthily above it for a pretty long time up until this area, but then caught support at that 21, which now we're below that. And we go and view that 21 here, I mean, we haven't lost that since we fell through it in January. But then, right, the 34 caught us, the last stand for bulls, and that's what bottomed us. Why it's so kind of damaging here is we just like in one candle fell through all of them, which isn't good. And then even fell through the meme line. And we can just see on the weekly here, yeah, that 54% definitely seems like it's the next number. Which from here, I mean, if we just take it from current price action, even just let's just say 54%, yeah, that's a 4.3% dump. Taken to the 80%, a 5%, which would be pretty insane because if we now assume, okay, well, Bitcoin dominance is dumped, and it's come down. Okay, it's already come down 8%, almost 9. I mean, we've had some pretty insane altcoin rallies already. I mean, I don't need to remind anyone. This is insane. XRP, and so this is why I do believe certain alts could really catch a bid, like ETH and so forth, and even NFTs. Because if ETH's going to do good, NFTs will just inherently do good. And then I do think then we'll get the simple playbook where ETH gas fees are actually stupid. Now we're in degeneracy mode, and then we can maybe potentially start talking about maybe a top. But until then, with Bitcoin's 2 weeks still looking good, but Bitcoin dominance topping, at least to me, it is definitely looking like we're approaching that time that everyone's been talking about.
Did we check out when he topped last time on the last cycle? If it was the same day we found a top on Bitcoin, or was it different? Because I think that'd be interesting if it's a different date.
Yeah, I haven't back tested it, but let's just do that real fast. Let's just go to the weekly here, and let's just see. So, I mean, this
was November 20th or 21st.
So it'd be this high here is when it topped this wick high.
The dominance.
Yeah.
So a month after.
I'll draw a vertical line. We made that wick high. We essentially fell through the weekly 9. And then once we broke that weekly 9 here, we rallied up to it. That's okay. But you could just see we never reclaimed it. We just stayed below it. We bigly dumped. Okay, so then that was on, December 20th. And then Bitcoin essentially here, let's just see. Let me get a vertical.
That's when you started coming down already on Bitcoin.
Yeah. And then so, yeah, Bitcoin. I mean, so then it topped technically here in November. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Was that like 3-4 months after, essentially? That's why I'm saying I don't necessarily think Bitcoin dominant topping means spot price is topped, but I definitely think that it could mean that, here, because then what happened in December here when Bitcoin dominance topped? Well, I mean, we had an epic rally on ETH, and then Bitcoin still went up, at that point. ETH from that, it was December 20th. Yeah, we'll just take it from there. I mean, from Wick High went up 300%. Bitcoin from that December 20th. Let me see.
So wait, it was a year later then.
Well, no, because Bitcoin dominance here topped out on December 28th, 2020.
So it was a year later because the top of Bitcoin was November 2021.
Yeah. But even around this zone here, I mean, we did get some pullback, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean that Bitcoin will top. But what I'm trying to correlate is, okay, well, if Bitcoin dominance topped around this zone, and we'll just take it from this wick low here, which was made in January, and just see, okay, well, how many gains were made after it topped? 138. And then from this point, when Bitcoin dominance topped, ETH BTC got a bid, from the top. I mean, ETH did top around the same time Bitcoin did, but from this shift here on Bitcoin dominance, and I'll do it from the wick low to be fair, because that's what we did with Bitcoin, that still went up another 432%. And so why am I showing this? Well, Bitcoin still went up and it still did good. But this is kind of the area where once Bitcoin dominance topped, this is when ETH really caught its mega bid. And it did do more numbers once that actually happened compared to Bitcoin in that time frame, essentially.
To me, the way I read it, and I think it's literally just what you said, I guess I just want to say it out loud, is Bitcoin dominance tops. That means the cycle continues, like Bitcoin will continue to go up, but alts will also continue to go up, but alts will do it at a way, way quicker and more explosive pace. And
100%.
We're basically entering that environment now.
100%. And very much like
alt season.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Because even around here, Bitcoin was just moving. I mean, from the bottom at 3K, we were already up 975%. And then on that, we go and view ETH. Well, from when Bitcoin dominance topped, I mean, let's just see here, right around here. Okay, so I mean that did good too, actually. Yeah, that's pretty insane. I mean, it was 600%, and then did another 400% once that happened. So pretty insane stuff. Just out of my own curiosity, since we have these dates here, XRP essentially had its parabolic rally right around that time. Let me go. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, actually it did. Huh. And so this is our gauge. I mean, like,
it's out season, boys.
yeah, this is the gauge, but we all knew that was going to happen simply just based on that 366. Once that 5-day, which is something we talked about on stream, reclaimed that 5-day EMA 9 10 days ago, right here. You know what? 10 days ago, we're in a whole different place than where they're at now. And this is why these levels are interesting to me, because, you know, just like the time frame we were mentioning, I do think this could happen. Mega night move up, retest aggressively, and then actual alt season and NFTs and everything just does insane again. And so what we have here, which I'll get back to Bitcoin quickly, but this pertains to Bitcoin dominance, easily think we can get, you know, rejection here, if not at the 34 on the 5-day. And then I'm looking at that 366 level, just an area I've been watching, to hold the back test. And if it does, then I want to get long on alts. And that just to me seems like the safe bet. So I'm still going to be on the camp. Bitcoin dominance top. For now, it seems like it wants to go to that 54.5%. You know, and with the weekly giving us that volatility move, it seems more likely. And so I'd be watching that 54% level for maybe a bigger bounce. And I'll be wrong on this idea. If we get essentially weeklies back above that 59.69%, it's a beautiful number. I'll be wrong on that, and it'll look like we're probably going to test these highs again. But until then, I would expect that weekly 9, just like it held as constant support mixed in with the 21, to be resistance. And if we bust on through, then you're watching for the simple bearish retest here, which could come into play potentially with, you know, this scenario maybe playing out where we'll get actually that nicer pullback on ETH BTC, giving us maybe more of an opportunity, I guess, to get long. But until that happens, I mean, you know, bull are definitely in control. Yes, we can play some scalps and be on the short side, but, you know, it's just still, like I said, something to not be overly bearish about. Yes, we're at 97K, but you don't want to be like, because I used to trade like this, like, oh my God, we're at 97,000. Like, no way. Like, I'm just having my liquidation at 101K. It's never going to hit. And then, you know, you just fuel us for the breakout to 107K. So just be really cautious of that. We definitely can go up, and this weekly still looking good. I mean, nothing of concern. If the weekly closed back under 95K to 95,500, okay, then you could have an argument of maybe testing that weekly 9. But it's even holding my mean line here, which is very, you know, arbitrage, of course, but still, I mean, regardless of how we look at it, it's still looking pretty good. But I just wouldn't be longing up here. And that's why if you're in the academy, which a lot of you are, just be patient. And I'm still waiting for that long trigger around here, because at least I know where I'm wrong. I don't want to long up here, because if I end up longing here, what is my stop going to be here at 94.7? That's kind of aggressive. Based on the closure at 93, well, that's kind of far. And I don't really want to take a 2.3 to maybe even a 4% haircut on a trade. No. I'd much rather long here, right around this zone, you know, have a stop of maybe 1%, and a take profit of like 16%. That to me is better risk to reward. And I can at least feel mentally good about playing my own like idea rather than just aggressively trying to long. And that's why, you know, me and Farn always mention patience is your friend in trading. And so that's kind of all I have on Bitcoin. We're at a crucial point now. So your indication of a deeper pullback, at least for me, will be if we lose that daily 9. Don't need the HBDR to see that. You just know, okay, well, you know, we were holding it, we lost it, we rejected. We did come down from that rejection another 3%. Okay, cool. So you now know as a trader, well, we're probably here, we're grinding up. I just visually can see like a little channel being formed here, which is telling me that we're probably going to get some volatility here soon if this is correct. Maybe tomorrow. We know Tuesday potentially is, I think these statistics are the same. So Monday we are the most bullish day. Tuesday, I think, being the bearish, most bearish. And so, you know, just be mindful of that. If we start losing this daily 9, it's going to be my indication that we're going to fill my long bid, and this long thesis will play out. But as long as that holds, then you're just better off waiting for a trigger. And that's all I have on Bitcoin. It's pretty on par with foreign. But I just truly believe that we easily could long this if we're patient. We easily can have a stop, and we'll know if we're wrong if we fall through that low. Because in my idea of, okay, well, that's the bottom, we'll be wrong, and then I'll just sit on my hands, because I know that we definitely could test that 88 to 85K. I don't really want to long at 91s if that's going to be the case. So
yeah, makes total sense, and thank you. I think yeah, it's time to celebrate some alt season. And by the way, just getting back to what you were saying, this is my daily chart, and it is getting exactly into that place where, and this literally, this fucking stupid meme line seems to be like the line on the sand, which is crazy.
You know, a fun fact about alt season is that during up markets or trending up markets with alts, more people get liquidated than they do in bear markets with alts.
Well, because volatility,
because they go degenerate leverage.
Wow,
it's insane. Yeah. I believe that 100% because they're so fucky. Like, it is really hard trading alts. With
and then you have retards who are trading with like 30x on some shitcoin.
Yeah. Fucking degens. All righty. Well, thank you, boys. Now, upcoming next is Rivian and XRP.
I'll do Rivian.
Perfect. That was easy.
Yeah.
Thank you, boys. Vale, estamos viendo Bitcoin en la diaria. Ok, lo primero que tenemos que entender es, estamos haciendo un análisis de Bitcoin y queremos saber si el precio va a subir o bajar. Simplemente por esto lo voy a expandir un poco más la explicación, solamente por si hay gente nueva que nos está viendo por primera vez y tal vez no entiende tanto como nosotros o como ustedes, ¿no? Yo qué, más bien como ellos y como ustedes. Aquí que estamos viendo el precio de Bitcoin, queremos saber si va a subir, bajar, ¿no? Básicamente, Bitcoin está cotizando en $96,914. Ahora, hay una paralela muy importante en este momento ocurriendo. Eso es la dominancia de Bitcoin. Para poder entender si Bitcoin va a subir, bajar o si va a haber una mejor oportunidad, tenemos que entender qué es la dominancia de Bitcoin. La dominancia de Bitcoin habla, y este es el gráfico de la dominancia de Bitcoin. Voy a eliminar rápido simplemente los EMAs para que no se me pierdan. La dominancia de Bitcoin nos cuenta nos cuenta una historia bastante sencilla de entender. Cada que sube la dominancia de Bitcoin, el precio de Bitcoin el precio de Bitcoin lo está acompañando a la alza. Eso quiere decir que toda la atención de todo un rally está en Bitcoin. Y esto es literalmente lo que vimos acá. Esto empezó en noviembre del 2022 y justamente acabamos de topar literalmente ahora en noviembre del 2024, 2 años después, que es básicamente, si empieza a pensar un poco en los números, Bitcoin estaba en $14,000 y ahora está en 100,000. Entonces entenderás la relación de la subida. Pero, ¿qué es lo que pasa cuando empieza a caer la dominancia de Bitcoin? Cuando empieza a caer la dominancia de Bitcoin, normalmente no significa que Bitcoin ya no vaya a subir. Lo que quiere decir es que es alt season. Es tiempo de comprar monedas pinches para hacer una fortuna. Ahora, no todas funcionan. Tenemos que entender eso. Obviamente no es tan fácil como simplemente comprar cualquier moneda y hacerte rico. Tienes que saber qué estás viendo y cuáles buscar. Y hay varias que ya han corrido bastante. Pero en este momento, la dominancia de Bitcoin nos empieza a contar una historia que empieza a abrir la oportunidad de básicamente alt season. ¿Por qué lo decimos? Pueden ver cómo hemos estado haciendo mínimos más altos, bastante bien representado por la línea de tendencia que viene acá, y también altos más altos, hasta llegar a este punto. De ahí empezaste a romper mínimos y crear mínimos más bajos que este. Y ahora el siguiente que te vas a intentar llevar está por acá en los 55.94, que es básicamente donde rebotó. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Bueno, vamos a ver a Bitcoin rápidamente. Si volteamos a ver a Bitcoin y vamos a empezar un análisis bien en temporalidades altas. ¿Por qué nos gusta tanto temporalidades muy altas como la de 3 meses? Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Nos encanta porque nos pone una fotografía sin ruido. Simplemente estás viendo qué es lo que está pasando. ¿Esto se ve alcista o bajista? Alcista. No tienes que ser un genio para entenderlo. Tienes mínimos más altos en toda la tabla, ¿no? Perdón, no sé qué carambas estaba haciendo, pero vamos a ponerlo acá. Tienes mínimos más altos en toda la tabla. Esta línea lo representa bastante bien. No la usen para nada, pero solo representa mínimos más altos y altos más altos. Tienes este alto en este momento, el más alto que ha llegado Bitcoin, casi a los $100,000, cotizando acá. Esta es la vela trimestral, me parece, sí, también. La vela trimestral más grande de toda la historia de Bitcoin. Y también va acompañada de la mensual del buen Bitcoin. ¿Y qué es lo que también estamos viendo con volatilidad? Esto es volatilidad. Estás viendo, este es un indicador que se llama BBWP, y nos enseña el movimiento de volatilidad. Viene la tabla de Bitcoin del nivel más bajo en volatilidad que ha tenido y está expandiendo. ¿Y dónde comenzó a expandir? Tienes que pasar. La volatilidad es la línea de colores y el promedio es la blanca. La volatilidad, una vez que sube por encima de la de colores, de la blanca, eso quiere decir que está expandiendo. Entonces vamos a poner acá una línea vertical para ver dónde comenzó a expandir. Empieza a expandir acá y puedes ver que el precio subió. Si el precio subió en lo que está expandiendo, esto nos quiere decir que esto va a continuar de acuerdo a lo que está dándonos la volatilidad. Si vamos rápidamente a la mensual, podemos ver que es un poco diferente. La mensual, la volatilidad no solo se está contrayendo, está creando un nuevo cero para poder dar continuación. Aquí lo que nos tiene es simplemente esperando. Eso quiere decir que en temporalidad mensual no es tan agresivo el movimiento como la trimestral. Que estamos viendo en la mensual también, estamos muy por encima del 9. Cada que estás por encima del 9, el 21 y tienes un cruce plateado que nos dio por aquí atrás, cada que tienes esas cosas, ¿dónde está tu oportunidad? Porque quieres apostar a long, si es alcista, y es cada que tocas el promedio de la 9. Lo puedes ver. Si hubieras acumulado cada que el precio llegó aquí a la 9, solamente acumulado, olvídate de usar apalancamiento, hubieras ganado bastante. Hay bastante movimiento a la alza acá. Estás literalmente el retesteo. El primero fue en 58, el segundo fue en 60 y el último fue en 67,000. Y eso te hubiera dado un casi 40% promedio de lo que le metiste en nada de tiempo. Nos vamos acercando un poco más, vamos a poner rápidamente la de 2 semanas. Recuerda que nosotros consideramos que algo está en modo alcista siempre y cuando esté por arriba del promedio del 9 en la mensual, que sí, claramente estamos. Ahora, en la de 2 semanas tenemos el setup de Hamas. El setup de Hamas es explosivo a la alza. Es volatilidad nula, que es lo que nos dice esto. Niveles de volatilidad de los más bajos que ha visto la tabla, aunque también los vio por acá en el 2023. Y tienes la expansión de volatilidad arriba del 15%. Aquí no solo basta que subamos del promedio, tenemos que saber que abajo del 15% todavía no pega. Entonces, eso quiere decir que la expansión comenzó acá. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Puedes ver y continuación. Esto quiere decir que va muy probablemente a continuar. Es lo que mínimo favorece las posibilidades. Voy a eliminar estas líneas rápido para continuar acercándonos. En la semanal podemos ver lo mismo. Tuviste el setup de volatilidad con la expansión acá y ahora la volatilidad se está yendo de lado. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Que probablemente estemos ante un movimiento correctivo. Estamos viendo que por acá arriba exactamente es un movimiento correctivo, más bien una consolidación. Una consolidación no es una corrección, una consolidación simplemente es el precio ranguea en un lugar por un rato para poder encontrar muchos compradores y vendedores dentro de donde están y de ahí poder dar continuación a la alza o continuación o revertirse a la baja, depende. Normalmente cuando ves este tipo de cosas va a ser continuación a la alza, sobre todo con el setup de volatilidad. Y esto nos dice también que tiene bastante camino para correr a la alza, porque del 81% al 100% todavía le queda casi 20% y se está revirtiendo un poco. Ahora, los voy a llevar rápido a la diaria. En la diaria tenemos la contracción de la volatilidad. Eso quiere decir que se está preparando o podría estar preparándose para tener otro empuje a la alza y nos dé otro movimiento. Este movimiento puede ser a la alza o a la baja, para que lo sepan. Ahora, puesto acá, sencillo, en la diaria, recuerda, esta es una temporalidad diaria, estas líneas memes, estas diagonales que están viendo, esta diagonal parece ser la línea en la arena para Bitcoin. Nunca las uses para hacer trading, pero son una buena referencia para entender bastantes cosas y este parece ser un buen punto de resistencia para el precio de Bitcoin. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Lo que estamos viendo nosotros es una combinación del gráfico de 4 horas y este. Puedes ver que el gráfico de 4 horas tuvo esta caída. El promedio del 9, el 21 lo había perdido, perforó el 55 y continuó hacia abajo, pero encontró lo que parece ser suelo acá y se revirtió a la parte alta de la línea meme. Y aparte encima del promedio de la 9 y el 21, que es exactamente lo que buscábamos. Y además tuviste el cierre aquí arriba justamente en lo que estábamos platicando ahorita. Puedes ver que la nueva vela se está justamente formando acá. Si eres alcista, lo que quieres hacer es que aguante el precio, no rompa estos bajos en 94,700, ningún cierre en esto, básicamente, en la temporada de 4 horas, y quieres retestear los altos de acá, el 98,756. Si logras hacer eso, si logras tener este movimiento donde vimos esta caída y ahora por acá hagas esto y vienes y rompes esto tantito, esto nos da una indicación de que vamos a ir al siguiente objetivo. Nuestro siguiente objetivo en el HPDR, que es la media en la mensual, está en $107,000. $107,000, pero tenemos que romper esta zona de los 98,756. ¿Cómo veríamos si esto es bajista? Empezar a tener cierres debajo de estos promedios en la de 4 horas. Esa sería mi primera indicación que se está cocinando algo feo. Lo que sí creemos nosotros es que estemos tal vez ante una corrección antes del pompazo. Eso es lo que nosotros estamos viendo. Temporalidades altas son muy, muy, muy alcistas. Temporalidad corta no nos sorprendería para nada poder tener una oportunidad de long. Y la oportunidad de long la puedes poner más o menos por acá en el 91,886. Si abres un long por acá y pones tu invalidación simplemente en la parte baja de esta vela en los 90,750, ese sería un movimiento que tiene más probabilidad a la alza que hacer un short en este momento donde estás. Porque nada es claro. Todavía no se ha dado un movimiento, no te está diciendo absolutamente nada y estarías simplemente adivinando qué es lo que va a pasar. Nadie sabe lo que va a pasar mañana más que Bad Bunny, así que atentos con eso. Vamos a la dominancia de Tether. Tether, ¿por qué vemos la dominancia de Tether? Porque Tether es el inverso a Bitcoin. Es como el dólar contra el mercado y la bolsa de valores, aunque en este momento ese ejemplo no funciona para nada, porque normalmente el dólar sube y la bolsa de valores baja, y ahorita la bolsa de valores está subiendo y el dólar está subiendo como enfermo. Pero bueno, cuando volteamos a ver la dominancia de Tether y vemos que hemos creado máximo, un máximo más bajo, máximo más bajo, máximo más bajo, y aparte está rompiendo todos los mínimos y vas a ir a buscar una vez más el retesteo del 3,77%. Esto nos dice que cripto y Bitcoin todavía van a poder continuar esa corrida a la alza. Aquí hubieras podido saber, ves esta diagonal. Por eso me encantan las líneas memes en diagonal. Puedes ver dónde se rompe y dónde empieza a caer el precio. No tiene sentido que lo tenga todavía prendido, ya se cayó. Además de ver esto en la diaria, en la semanal, quiero que vean esto. Voy a prender los indicadores. Pueden ver que estamos muy por debajo de todos, pero más allá de esto, tenemos un setup de volatilidad que está expandiendo en lo que el precio está cayendo. Recuerda que la volatilidad, lo pueden ver de acá, el periodo de volatilidad llegó a 10% y comenzó literalmente a expandir, casi un poco arriba del 15%, del 17%, que fue acá. Ahora, esto nos dice que la volatilidad apoya el movimiento. ¿A dónde va el movimiento? A la baja. Eso quiere decir que todavía, porque todavía no se ha ni siquiera llegado a testear este máximo o este máximo de volatilidad, olvídate del 100%, todavía creemos que tiene Tether camino para ir a la baja. La cosa es, cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, podemos ver que este movimiento se sobreextendió, que es literalmente, vienes de un periodo de cero volatilidad. Vienes de periodos de cero volatilidad, tienes la expansión de la volatilidad, la expansión te da este movimiento a la baja y ahora tienes simplemente una corrección en la volatilidad, un reajuste y probablemente vaya a hacer un reset para otro setup. ¿Va a dar continuación a la baja? No sabemos, pero por ahora lo que estamos viendo, discúlpeme, pero por ahora lo que estamos viendo es simplemente mínimos más bajos, altos más bajos y mínimos más y más bajos, lo que nos dice que probablemente veamos continuación. No nos sorprendería ver un rebote al 4,22%, que es donde está el promedio de la 21, pero lo que nosotros pensamos es que esto tranquilamente va a ir a buscar un nuevo mínimo abajo de esto y esa sería la zona del 3,5, 3,4%, sería el siguiente nivel. La dominancia de Bitcoin cayendo. junto con todos los setups de volatilidad que estamos viendo, me hace pensar y nos hace pensar que esto es alcista, estamos ante una corrección, consolidación, etcétera, y que es tiempo de estar en alts. Eso, digo, nadie lo sabe, nadie lo puede decir que es por seguro, pero nuestro mínimo, mi bias es que estamos en alt season. Vale, pues, alrighty, what are we starting with?
We can do Rivian.
XRPP.
Oh,
VP.
there you go.
Yeah.
This is Rivian, XRPP.
Yes, sir. XRPP.
Alrighty.
I got to pour one out for all my XRPP bros who have held on to their conviction for the longest time, and they're finally being proven right.
I'm honestly shocked. Like, it broke its high even.
It's the future of France.
You've been saying it forever, dude. You've been saying it's the future.
Yeah. And France is a pretty shit country, so their for them to have a future is something.
Yeah, they should all be buying XRP. Sacre bleu.
Holy shit. Last I looked at it, it was at $2. Now it's almost at $3. Holy fucking shit.
What?
I was thinking it was going to hit $3 in a couple of weeks, but it's doing it in days. Holy shit.
It's now the third biggest crypto.
Is it now?
Yeah, past Tether.
Past Solana.
It's going to be the most hilarious thing ever if it once again flips ETH.
What if it does flip ETH? I would be shocked. I mean, that would.
Yeah, that XRP did it, but not Solana. What the? By the way, I understand. I understand that everyone thinks that the rails of the new economy is going to be built on XRP. Is there like NFTs or anything on XRP or not really? Like no one has ever used XRP, right?
I don't think so. I think most people just use it for money transfers.
Solana right now is fucked. Yeah,
it goes really fast.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like XLM and XRP, both people use it to transfer. But this monthly candle is absolutely fucking insane. We blew past the 38.2, the 50%, the 61.8%, closed above the 61.8%, and now we're getting a move above the 78.6. This is literally the definition of up only. Now we're almost tapping our previous all-time highs. And you know what? The first crypto I ever bought back in 2018, I bought the absolute top of XRP at $3. And then I bag held that shit until about like $1, and then I sold it there and bought Solana instead. They ended up working out, but still, it could have been nice. But you also have to remember, we have to remember that if you bought XRP 4 years ago, you'd be up 4x. If you bought Solana 4 years ago, you'd be up 150x. Right now, we have momentum getting into the bullish control, volatility supporting it. Volatility is only 84%, so it's not close to being topped out yet. While we've moved up so much, and volatility is only at 84%, 460% to the upside. And volatility is only at 84%. We're currently getting a close over the 78.6. If we get 3 closes over the 78.6, that gives us the probability of the 161.8. Which right now that's at $6.38. That's basically twice our previous all-time highs. As of this moment right now, because we've closed above this candle's closing high, our target is going to be our previous all-time highs, which are about like $3.29. And if we go there, we're probably going to get multiple more other closes of this 78.6, which is going to bring XRP to $6.38. And it's going to be healthily the second biggest cryptocurrency at that point. It's going to be a couple $2 billion bigger than Ethereum. And in crypto, the most entertaining outcome is the most likely. So imagine the new narrative becomes that XRP is going to flip Bitcoin. That's when you sell all of your XRP pieces.
Get the fuck out of it. That would be incredible. If I hear that, dude, I'm going to actually frame it and send it to you.
Short XRP with the entire net worth.
Yeah.
Because that was the narrative back in the 2017-2018 rally when XRP flipped Ethereum and it was at $3. People were talking about how it's going to flip Bitcoin, and that was the top. This quarterly candle is nuts. This is like remember how before we were talking about XRP saying that it's very likely not going to be like the 2021 cycle. It's probably going to be like the 2017 cycle. I haven't seen candles like this on XRP since 2017. And one of the big reasons why 2021 didn't perform so well is because XRP was getting hit with so many bullshit lawsuits by the government. Now Gensler is gone. There's no more bullshit lawsuits to go through. So everybody who held through the FUD, like, I salute you.
Yeah.
I didn't have the balls to hold through all that shit. Now, this
Can I tell you
Mhm.
something? I'm sorry, just before that.
Yeah, no, you're
Now,
good. You're good.
knowing what I've learned through this whole time, if I could go back and hear that the government what's XRP done and they're going to sue it, I would have invested all my money in it.
Yeah. Getting it around like 12 to 15 cents would have been absolutely insane. You would have been up so much fucking money right now.
I mean, they literally went after crypto, remember, like debanking crypto and all that stuff, right at the bottom of the market, like literally at the bottom of crypto.
2,345%. You would have 23x to your money. That's insane. And then if you were to apply like even a 5x leverage to that, you'd be up 100% or 100x. On a major like XRP, being up 100x is unheard of. This is one of the biggest cryptocurrencies, and usually the bigger ones don't give you 100x's. They don't even give you 10x's. So. Solana is basically the only major crypto that'll give you a 10x, or already has. Now the quarterly is over the 61.8%. While momentum is just breaking into the bullish control, the last time momentum on XRP has broken into the bullish control was back here in 2017. And now volatility is expanding too, from very low levels, from about like 14%. We're only at 68% on volatility. We're up almost 500%, and we're only 68% on volatility. If we get a close over the 61.8% with the momentum pointed up and volatility supporting it, very likely we go towards the 78.6. I'm not going to show you that number now because I'm gonna preface it by saying this number is going to move. It's going to move down, probably going to move down a lot. So I don't want anybody to get way too excited and basically put their entire net worth into this shit. But the 78.6 right now is at $24.24.
Wow.
Probably it ends up working its way down to somewhere around this 161.8, which is around $6.38. But even that is insane. For anybody who knows XRP and you tell them XRP might go to $6, they're going to tell you to stop huffing the galaxy gas. 2-week is now closing over the 88.3%. Well, momentum is in the bullish control. Volatility is supporting it. The Jewel's flipping back around too. Jewel's about to enter the bullish control. Last time Jewel was in bullish control on a 2-week, probably going to be 2017. Yep. DMI is going crazy. It just went straight vertical, showing how much cash is coming into XRP right now. There's an insane amount of buyers. What if we come to find out that BlackRock is about to announce an XRP ETF? Don't fade, Big Fink.
I never do. Never do. Oh man, I saw such an interesting video about him and his relationship with all the government, and I'm totally forgetting right now. God damn, I'm gonna look into it.
On the weekly, we're also in bullish control. We're getting pretty high. The moving average is at 72%. Volatility moving average is at 72%. So we can still go up a little bit more. Very likely that to end up taking us to our previous all-time highs. We probably find some type of selling pressure, because you got to remember there's been a lot of community members on XRP for the longest time. So they're going to probably start selling around previous all-time highs. That's what happens with shitcoins. You don't call them bag holders. No, that's disrespectful. You call them community members.
There you go. Because it's all about community.
Yeah. Maybe the real gains we made the whole time
are
was
the friendships.
the friends we made along the way. It's the same shit if you hop into like the AMC subreddits or the GameStop or any of that shit. It's basically become a cult of bag holders or community members.
Well, those people are especially they hold a special place in mental institutions. The GME people, they do. Like I don't know what the fuck they think is gonna happen, but cheers to them.
They've been lobotomized basically.
Yeah,
it's a shame that we don't perform that procedure anymore. The weekly Jewel is now entering back into the bullish control. And this time it's solidly within there. Every single time before we tapped it and rejected it. The only time we really been in there for like any time at all was in 2021 when we hit $2. And then before that, no, I'm guessing, 2017. Every single signal you look at is telling you that this rally is going to be like the 2017. Right now, we're approaching the 95%. Somewhere around within the 95% is where we probably find our local top because of how high momentum and volatility we're getting, which is right around our previous all-time highs. I think maybe we might sweep the all-time highs a little bit, and then from there we probably get like a decent size rejection. And because this is a shit coin, I wouldn't expect like a 10 or 15% move down. I'd probably expect like a 25 or 30% move down from there.
Oh yeah.
5 days now, just about to close over the 95%. We're getting well within the bullish control. We're at 96% on momentum, 96% on volatility. Moving average is still playing catch up. So that does tell us we can still get another move to the upside before we're topped out. The jewel is now within the bullish control and it's getting close to the critical zone. And if it does enter the critical zone, that's going to be basically confirmation that we're going to hit our previous all-time highs. Even though as of this moment, it's kind of a given. Getting the confirmation is kind of a formality, but you can't say that it's going to happen. There's no certainties. 2 days now, also above the 95%. We're approaching the 97.5%, which is a logical target with how momentum is and volatility is. And that 97.5% is right at our previous all-time highs. Slightly above it. It's like 7 cents above our previous all-time highs, which supports the idea that we probably sweep them a little bit, and then from there we reject. Because of how many people do you think that are the... Because XRP used to be the biggest meme in the crypto world. People used to mock XRP holders. So there's probably a lot of people who are placing their shorts right at the previous all-time highs, and or their stop losses on their shorts. And if you sweep that, you're going to take all of that liquidity, and then you can dump it on the late longs. The daily is getting right at the 97.5%, which is $2.77. I find it extremely unlikely for this thing to go straight up to the 100%. Although I would have said this move right here is extremely unlikely too. But yeah, extremely unlikely they go up to the 100% right away, or even at all. And right now the 100% is at $9.28. I've seen some guys on crypto Twitter who otherwise are not that retarded talk about how XRP is going to go to $8 or $11, and I'm thinking like, probably not going to happen. That would make XRP almost as big as Bitcoin, and maybe even bigger. And I don't think that's going to happen. Although Bitcoin is going to go up too, so its market cap is going to rise. But do you think XRP is going to be trading at like $1 trillion? Probably not.
I wouldn't think so. But then again, weirder things have happened, and there was like quite an active, massive, super long campaign against XRP in public, which that is the most bullish thing on earth.
Oh yeah, this the more people that mock something, the better it's going to perform.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because I was one of the mockers.
Me too. 4 hours now, closing above 97.5, and we're approaching this 100%. This is going to change even if we do hit it. Right now, it's at $5.22. I don't think it's going to go there right away. I feel like very strongly that we're going to get a pullback around our previous all-time highs. Right now, momentum is at very extreme levels on the 4 hour with volatility. They're both at 99%, and the moving averages have caught up too. They're at 98%. So from here, it's very hard to see much more of an extended rally. Maybe a little bit higher towards our previous all-time highs, but it's very, very difficult to see it going any higher than that. Check our momentum. Ding.
Oh wait, it hasn't broken all-time highs. I thought it did.
No, not yet. All-time highs is about $3.29.
Yeah,
I thought it did too.
Oh my god! When you see it zoomed out, it just looks so insane.
Wow.
That's like Luke Skywalker's lightsaber. Sorry, nerd talk.
and if you just put a little meme line that goes from like the level on, I have it on a weekly time frame because it's easier to see. If you have that with where the two first candles converge, where it broke out and went to all-time highs, we're kind of like about to close above that, and that's kind of like validating that the move will continue definitely towards the 3.3 area.
Yeah, this candle is literally bigger than the ones that we've had in the 2017 cycle.
It's nuts.
Wow.
It's fucking nuts. And volatility.
And right now we're getting volatility expansion on the quarterly for the first time ever. XRP has never had volatility expansion on the quarterly. Even when we did this, we didn't have volatility expansion. That was during contracting volatility. So we're expanding on our volatility from about 28-30%. We're only at 66%. Oh, the devil's number 666.
Mm.
We're only at 66%. We've moved up like 500%, maybe more than that on this quarterly. No, just about under 500, 483%. We're only at currently, 66% on our volatility. That's insane. That is a setup that takes you to $6.
This is another Donald Pump setup.
Yep. For getting rid of Gensler.
That's right.
Right now, momentum is rejecting getting into the bearish control. Right around like when it went to the 41 cents. Sheesh, imagine if you would have bought this at 41 cents. You'd be so euphoric right now. And its momentum is flipping back up. Now we're about to break out of the bearish control, and we're going to be flipped up on momentum as long as we're above 77 cents. Wow. That's a long way away. Monthly right now is getting a little high on our momentum. We're at 85%. We can still go decently higher before it's topped out, especially because the moving average is only at basically 37%. We're rejecting the bearish control on our momentum, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $1.17. 2 week is giving us a Hamas setup where we're expanding from multiple periods of 0% volatility, and we're just about to end on. We have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the 2 week too. Interesting. That's basically like the ultimate momentum setup, as you can see, is if you see a high time frame silver cross along with a Hamas setup, that usually gives you insane Donald pumps. Let me switch my watch list. Okay. So right now we're about to enter into the critical zone on our momentum, and we're gonna be flipped up as long as we're above $1.72. Let's see what happened last time we went to the critical zone, if we ever have. Nope, we've never been in the critical zone on our momentum ever on XRP. Not only is this are the signs telling you that this is going to be like 2017, it's telling you it's going to be a lot more aggressive than 2017. And 2017 is what had retards talking about how XRP is going to flip Bitcoin. Weekly is now giving you 2 periods of 100% volatility. The moving average still has not caught up yet. So that's telling you that you shouldn't really be trying to short this right now. You should just be on, we shouldn't even be trying to long this though, because 100% volatility is too much of a risk. What you should be doing is on the lookout for a local top and then a what do you call it? A higher low. Yeah, consolidation and a higher low to get back in. Right now, we're rejecting getting out of bullish control on the weekly, and we're going to enter the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're at over $1.26. Same thing with the 5-day, 3 periods of 100% volatility, but the moving average is now about to catch up. We're at 95%. So it's basically the setup of us going near previous all-time highs and then end up tapping out from there for some consolidation. And we're just now entering the critical zone on the 5-day as well. We're pointed up as long as we're above $1.53. 2-day is at many periods of 100% volatility, and the moving average is now caught up. It's at 99.68%. We're gonna be pointed up within the critical zone as long as we're above $2.63. Here's where it's starting to get a little bit more on the edge, where it's becoming easier for the bears to flip it back down. Oh, now the daily is giving us our as Crown calls it, the double derp on the volatility, the double top or the double extremes, where we hit many periods of 100% volatility. We started contracting a little bit, got another massive pump, another 100% volatility, but that doesn't mean that we're going to go down exactly from here, because as you see right here, we had many periods of 100% volatility. The way to give you an idea that all right, we're probably done is when this volatility drops below the moving average. Almost always after the second extreme is when you actually get your consolidation and pullback. So I'm guessing this is probably based on the HPDR as well. It's probably going to go near its previous all-time highs, and then from there is where we probably get our volatility expansion. And then another point in that favor is that we're still pointed up on our momentum within the critical zone as long as we're above $2.52. 4 hours giving us our first extreme, where we had an extreme back here, but then we got consolidation, and then it's too far apart to really consider it a double extreme. So from here, I would be looking for one more extreme to continue before we consolidate, and that would go along with us hitting our previous all-time highs. And we're going to be this is where we get really close to the edge. We're going to be pointed up on our momentum as long as we're above $2.80 within the critical zone. So if we were to go down 6 cents, then that's where we probably get our consolidation phase. Check the RSI. So beautiful, brings a tear to my eye. Nothing here.
Oh,
I guess
XRP,
technically, I'm sorry.
XRP is up only 24.59% today.
Oh, only? Wow,
That's
what
fucking
a
disgusting.
what a piece of shit. I guess I should just go buy some government bonds instead.
Holy crap! Yeah. Damn.
Technically, between these 2 points from over here, the only reason it doesn't really populate it as much is because we don't have that much data. But this low is a lower low than this low. This is a higher low, but the RSI went significantly lower. That's giving you hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. Sheesh.
What?
And now we're about to tap the critical zone. The number to hit the critical zone is at $3.64, right next to our previous all-time highs. Monthly has some hidden bullish divergence right here because RSI went lower, but we made a higher low. It's already playing out. We've already hit the critical zone though. 2 week has 3 drives of bullish divergence in play. We've already hit the critical zone, so it's going to be kind of hard to get another target from there. We've got that Hamas setup still firing off. Weekly, nothing. Do we get a lower low? What low is this? 50.529. 525. Nah, no divergence. 2-day has bullish divergence, but we've already hit the critical zone, so it's going to be pretty hard to get another target from there. Daily as well, multiple drives of bullish divergence, but we've already hit the targets. Eight-hour has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. 4-hour just put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this low right here when we bounced off the 9 EMA. There's divergences on every single time frame on this shit. On the really, really high time frames, like all the way up to the quarterly, you're getting a massive, massive pump, like biggest candle you've ever seen in XRP history. Volatility is nowhere near topped out. It's only at 66%, which is telling you can easily go significantly more from here. If we went up almost 500% by moving up on our volatility to 66%, how much can we move up before we get to the high 90s? Like easily, we can probably do another 2 or 3x from here before volatility is topped out. And the fib target I have is at $6.30, which is very not unreasonable at all to hit based off our momentum and volatility. If you go down like a little bit lower on time frames, you're getting to a little bit of an extremes on our volatility and momentum, which gives you an idea that you can probably move towards our previous all-time highs before it's topped out. And then if you go extremely low time frames like the 4-hour, you're getting to very, very extreme areas. You're almost about to get your double extreme on the volatility, and from there you probably enter into maybe a consolidation phase and pullback. And then I would expect volatility and momentum to reset, and then you can make another attempt for those previous for that $6 target. Because even if we do get a pullback and consolidation, we're still very likely to get 3 closes over that 78.6 level, that $1.90, and that gives you a target of hitting that $6.30 number. So it seems so crazy to say when you think about where XRP was just 1 or 2 months ago and how it stayed there for years, and now it's probably one of the best performing coins in the market. It's just wild to me.
Unbelievable. You never know where it's going to come from, as much as you know and you've been around, because technology is not what it is. That's not it. I don't like on companies, on car companies, all that stuff. It's easy, dude, because you understand. You look at a product, you touch it, and you're like, all right, this is really good. This is way better than anything else. This shit is ridiculous, but it's amazing.
You're thinking about shorting Ferrari? Didn't you hear that they're implementing DEI?
Oh, I bagged them on Twitter for it. Yes, and so I'm like, and by the way, Lamborghini's collaborating with Balenciaga.
Yeah, pedos.
What are they?
Plus, Balenciaga just makes dog shit clothes. I don't know why people like it.
My
my cousin is really into Balenciaga. He's gone through like 4 pairs of those sock shoes.
Oh, yeah,
because
they break.
the writing peels off.
Yeah. They have many problems. All righty. I got Link for you. What's Link?
Chainlink.
Stinky
Chainlink.
Linky.
Stinky Linky. All right. Wait, no, I need to do this, and then we'll jump into Rivian. Perfecto. Thank you, boys. Thank you, sir. Estamos viendo XRP, la moneda del mundo, la que va a cambiar el mundo. Tantas veces yo mandando a todos al culo, güey, ¿esto qué tiene que ver con el gobierno? Nada, no tiene nada que ver, pero Farhan ha estado acá, desde esta zona, básicamente, por acá, diciendo, güey, esto se ve muy alcista, y bolas que si no se ve muy alcista. Vamos a empezar a analizar a XRP en temporalidad alta, pero lo primero que quiero que vean es esto. En temporalidad semanal, tranquilos. Hemos visto desde el 2017 que hemos estado haciendo bajos más altos. No estábamos siendo altos más altos, pero los bajos más altos sí. Esta fue una consolidación gigantesca de precio y en este momento estás teniendo el breakout del mismo. Es la consolidación de precio más ridícula que he visto en mi vida. O sea, literalmente viene desde el 2017 hasta el 2024. Se aventó casi 8 años consolidando el precio de XRP. Ahora, si crees que eso es impresionante, prepárate. Porque aquí tenemos la trimestral. Pueden ver esta vela trimestral desde abajo hasta arriba. Es una vela de 482%. 482%. Va para arriba. Aquí tengo una línea meme, la pueden ver por acá. En los 2.7434. Y vamos a voltear a ver nuestra volatilidad y nuestros promedios. Obviamente nuestro 9 y 21 estamos muy por encima. Aquí es donde está lo brutal. En la volatilidad viene del punto más bajo que ha estado en XRP a este movimiento literalmente vertical, pasando por encima del promedio y expandiendo al alza. Apenas está en 66.67%. Lo puedes ver aquí a la derecha. Apenas. Eso quiere decir que le queda, porque a XRP en la trimestral le gusta estar sobrecalentado con volatilidad al 100%. Todavía le queda casi un 34-35% a esto para continuar expandiendo. Una vez más, a esto. Así que atentos, porque esto se ve caliente. Ahora, voy a eliminar esta línea y lo que tengo acá para todos ustedes es, tenemos un alto histórico en 3.3. Tenemos esto acá, esta línea meme que nace de ver la tabla semanal, y en la semanal puedes ver que acá en el 2017, 18, es este punto justo, donde el precio cerró acá. Este fue el cierre más alto que había tenido XRP en ese entonces, 2.7, y después de ahí fue el rechazo que nos llevó hasta abajo. Por lo que, si nos acercamos ahora, podemos ver que esa es una zona crítica para el precio. En mi opinión, si vas a consolidar, esta va a ser una zona importante para ello. Solamente quiero que lo noten, 2.755. ¿Ok? Estamos en 2.79 en este momento. No habíamos visto la mensual. La mensual también es una absoluta locura. Pueden verlo por acá. Buen cierre acá también en la mensual que da confluencia justamente al intercambio de manos por acá, junto con este pico. Esta es una zona muy importante para el precio en el 1.951 y ahora estamos por encima en este momento acá. Recuerden que cuando estás buscando altos históricos, o sea, básicamente nuevos altos, es imposible saber dónde se va a frenar, pero de acuerdo a todos los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad de Farhan, estamos hablando de por ahí de los... Son números ridículos, ¿ok? Ridículos, pero hay cosas más ridículas pasando. Estamos hablando de entre $4 y $6 por XRP, pero no inmediatamente. Bueno, quién sabe honestamente, pero lo tenemos por acá. Ahora, siguiente objetivo, 3.3, que es básicamente el alto histórico. Lo que nosotros estamos pensando es, en temporalidad, puedes ver que en la mensual también hay expansión de volatilidad del nivel más bajo en la que ha estado y todavía está en 80% y le falta bastante para llegar al 100%. Lo que nos dice que esto todavía tiene movimiento hacia la alza, pero recuerda, es mensual. Ahora vamos rápido a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas vienes de periodos de nula volatilidad. El periodo, el setup de jamás más grande de toda la historia. Duró un año, básicamente, el principio de este año hasta el final. Y una vez que hubo la expansión, pudiste ver esto. Un setup de jamás, para los que no sepan, es volatilidad nula por un periodo y luego tener expansión de volatilidad arriba del 15% y el 15% está acá. Voy a poner una línea horizontal para que lo puedan ver. Una vez que rompió acá, eso nos confirmó que iba a haber, a donde se está moviendo el precio, iba a continuar con fuerza y lo están viendo. En la semanal estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo. Vean ahí, buen punto en el precio. En la semanal estamos ya viendo que estamos cansados, que la volatilidad está llegando al 100% y está en extremos. Ahora, eso no quiere decir que se acabó ya el movimiento ahorita tal cual, porque en la semanal ya estás ahí, pero atención a eso. Vale la pena poner bastante atención acá. De acá vamos a cerrar para acercarnos más. Puedes ver que en la diaria tienes volatilidad en extremos, un periodo de nada, volatilidad en extremos otra vez después de esta contracción de volatilidad, lo que nos dice que muy probablemente vayamos a ver consolidación, que es un poco lo que creo que estamos viendo en este momento y puede que este sea el punto interesante para XRP, para que consolide, pueda dejar a toda la gente en este momento que se está trepando, darles un golpe a la baja fuerte hasta más o menos esta zona de los 2.2, 2.3 y de ahí dar continuación al movimiento para arriba. Estoy seguro que el promedio de la 9 se moverá para arriba en ese entonces. Si nos acercamos aún más, podemos ver que en periodos también de 8 horas tenemos volatilidad en extremos y en la de 8 horas estamos pintando una vela de tope. Ahora, esta puede ser una vela de tope local. Todavía faltan 7 horas y 22 minutos para que cierre, así que sin preocuparnos. En la de 4 horas estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo después de volatilidad en extremos. Todavía faltan 3 horas y 22 minutos para cerrar. Y en la de 2 horas, para todos mis amigos enfermos y degenerados, estamos viendo lo mismo ya con la contracción de la volatilidad en este punto, junto con una vela así. Así que XRP se ve muy alcista. Mi vista favorita es el gráfico de 2 semanas. Pueden ver cómo justamente el precio está peleando con esta línea. No nos sorprendería para nada ver un poco de consolidación, tal vez un movimiento así extremo para poder asustar a todo el mundo, que no rompa un máximo, tal vez otro por acá que no rompa el mínimo para poder causar la mayor cantidad de confusión y después continuar ese movimiento completamente, absolutamente loco a la alza. XRP se ve muy, muy alcista, damas y caballeros, y ahora vamos a pasar al análisis de Rivian con el buen Alex. All righty, sir, we're ready for some Rivian.
Nice. So let's take it on the daily.
It's interesting, no? Like,
Yeah.
such a fucker.
You know, even better, let's do it on the 2-day because it is a fucker and it really is annoying, but I still have hopium on the short. And why I'm saying that is because Rivian still consistently is unable to close back above that $12.30.
Mm-hmm.
A pretty massive level aside from this yellow meme line here. If I delete that, you can just see here we're just in a bigger range, and that $12.30 has been very strong resistance. Anytime we SFP that, it's led to a big move down. Anytime we rally up and reject it, it's led to a big move down. And even here on this most current range, big move up, still closed under $12.30. And then we just bigly came down. This was about a 16.3% candle. And so now what we have is bulls are still unable to do that. We're now finding that rejection right at that $12.30. And it's going to be really key for bears here to essentially get a full rejection. And that'll be done, in my opinion, on the daily. If we can start SFPing this EMA 100, then it really will open the chance of us at least going to that daily 9. And then losing that would just be a really big sign of caution. Because then at that point, we're at the last stand testing that 21 and the 34. But if we've already SFP'd the EMA 100 and the SMA 200, maybe we'll get a bounce at that point. But then you'd have to look at this giving us like a bearish retest. So maybe, you know, the daily does lose it and we SFP and then we come all the way down. Then we get a bigger bounce. And then ideally what you'd want is a rejection of this EMA 100 corresponding with that SMA 200 on the daily. If we get that, then that'll probably give us a bigger move. And I'm still in the camp that any actual move down to this $10 zone probably is going to break us down. We won't know until this actually happens. But what's really guiding my bias on that it's just how many times we've tested this $10 zone. When we did break down in September, I talked about the scenario of us ranging here. And ranging is good for bulls. This can give us another volatility setup. This can move the major moving averages more down, so price can have a chance to reclaim. But you really want to see the move happen, a quick higher low, and then we get the breakout. Generally with very strong markets. What happens with this range is if you get these pumps, but then you come all the way back down, it runs the risk of us breaking down because you have all this liquidity of late longs trapped when all you really had was just a range. And so in this range, you can see it did slightly break down. Quick reclaim, we held it, and then we rejected, came back down, tested the $10, and launched up. And this one, we are attempting to break out. It's just a concern if we are unable to actually break through and, most importantly, close back above $12.30. And on the daily, you can see the wick high rejections. Bulls have tried, but they failed. And even on this massive pump from that support line to where we are, I always find it interesting when we get a mega move like a 21.7% move. And it doesn't mean this won't happen, but just them being unable to close back above a crucial level and just simply where the rally stops, and then we just see the wicks represented here, tells me this is an important zone, and it's at least something I'm mentally noting from my short, that's some weakness there, because bears are kind of taking somewhat control in this zone where bulls really need to break through this. And that's why for the short, it's been, annoying holding it. We've been consolidating, and it's slightly cautious when you're reclaiming this EMA 100 and the SMA 200. And that's why, my stop was, I gave to the Academy right around that wick high, because we end up breaking this wick high that was formed on November 13th. Great chance we're probably going to squeeze back up to that $13.70. Reclaiming that will be my like bull mode criteria. Dailies hopefully will lead into weeklies, which then hopefully will lead into monthlies. But reclaiming this on a daily would negate this whole breakdown. Reclaiming that and holding it then would give me the next target around that $15 zone, which, something I've talked about with the long for, if you're like dealing with FOMO, is when you get these triggers, it's still a nice 11% move. Definitely an easy trade with just high conviction, just simply through waiting. And so we really want to see how today's going to close. The daily has been very choppy. We did hold that SMA 200 after reclaiming. We didn't get a breakout from there. So if you're bullish, you just want these two moving averages to hold. If we start reclaiming that, popping back below them, that's really going to be a big sign of caution for me. And especially when you have that EMA 100 so close to the SMA 200, right here is pretty far away. So when price lost it found support of that EMA 100. Because it was slightly far in regards to this one, where this is just a few cents. This was almost all whole dollar away. But then it wasn't until we actually got back under that SMA 200, that EMA 100 on the daily, where it started to give us more of like a short setup that kind of guided our bias to this breakdown. And so we just want to be really cautious of that on the daily. I will say though, let's check the 2-day, because it was giving us a volatility setup. That was, something I did mention on why I'm slightly cautious holding this short, but nevertheless still going to stick to the plan. And it was just because of this volatility setup. 5 days, I believe. Let's just count 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 days of zero volatility on the 2-day, expanding back above 15%, while also holding back above the moving average is kind of guiding bull's bias for this move. But I would have closed if we started close 2 days under back above that $12.30. And we just didn't. And so now what you'd want is us to find some rejection here. It keeps it the overall downtrend. And then once we break down, meaning a 2-day back under $11, and this is still expanding, this will just flip this volatility setup bearish, essentially. And that's why having the criteria when you're trading, especially very volatile stocks or crypto, just having a really strict criteria on when to close and not just base it on price action. And so we're at a very important spot because, if bears do end up taking control here with this 2-day, this could actually guide our way down to that $8 level. And that $8 level is pretty, important because that's the last level or last line in the sand before Rivian makes, a new macro low. we're getting a quarterly close too. Let me delete this here. We're getting a quarterly close in 29 days. And so it's going to be really important for bears to actually get continuation down. And why I said is because of this massive shooting star we had. And, with shooting stars, you'd want continuation on the next candle. Now, it being a 3-month, you don't have a lot of time in between that. And so this could actually solidify that by closing red, would just be another tick for bulls. My apologies, bears, and definitely would be a tick for bulls. And you can just see visually too. This $9, 10, call it 9 high, like 990s, $10 flat. It's pretty important for the quarterly. Closing back below that, assuming this monthly does turn bad, would be a really big sign that, yeah, we're probably going to end up breaking that $8 and actually going lower. And then if we throw the HPDR on and see, well, okay, but like where is everything? What are the levels? Well, then this starts becoming more of a concern because we're rejecting that monthly 9. So we are, in my book, in a bear market on Rivian, while also just clinging onto that 50%. We know, though, that the median is right here. So if we even come all the way down, we'd find some kind of bounce around that 780 to maybe, my meme line at $8.20. But then that's kind of where bulls really need to hold that, because if we lose this monthly median, it's going to be a big drop to that $5 level. And these actually did. This was around $6, so it's actually moved more down. Actually, last time I looked at Rivian, I'm seeing that, which that's a pretty massive drop. I mean, from where we're at now, it's just like over half a haircut there, 50%, 54% actually. So that's why it's really important, in my opinion, to not front run longs. There's no point to try to be a hero trying to catch something, because we'll know if there's a big shift happening. Which will just simply be if Rivian can hold this monthly 9, which it always fails to do each and every time. And so that'll just be your metric, 2-3 monthly closures back above the 9 with expansion would give us that next target right around $18. But until then, you really have to be cautious at rejections at this 9. That's just simply what's been happening since we lost it after it was reclaimed in July 1st, beginning of July. And we have solid resistance at $12.70. So that tells me that even if Rivian does end up trying to test this wick high that was formed in November, it's still going to get caught by first the monthly 9. And then we go to the weekly here. We're already getting caught by that weekly EMA 34. We'll go to a higher time frame, like a 2-week. We see that the 2-week EMA 21, which was the last major rejection point for Rivian here, and then the last major one after that was right here, which is right at that 2-week EMA 21, is right at $12.82. And that's why my stop at this high is logical, because we have enough points to know where I'm wrong. We just want this to start breaking down, though, and we don't want this to start reclaiming, especially that $12.30, just because of all the points I've mentioned. And so that can be your indicator if we start closing, especially a 2-day back above $12.30, to close the short early. But as long as, we're still rejecting that, we're now going back under the 50%. We see here the 2-day median is right at $10.60, which then would put us back under that 2-day 9. But then also that would mean that the daily here has full on deviated that SMA 200, major point for Rivian, and also that EMA 100, the last major rejection point before we had a big breakdown. And so then you really would have to just be hoping that, the daily 9, that'd be your next area, holds. And if not, then the last stand, which is that EMA 34 and that 21, right at almost $11. That 1096 to 1094. And so Rivian's at a really big spot today. I'm still on the camp that we're going to see a breakdown over time. I do think next year, at least in the beginning, won't be favorable to Rivian, but I do believe that once we do start approaching, if we go back to the monthly here, if we end up, my scenario or what I think will happen does play out, we get a bigger breakdown. I do believe that around this zone, $5 to maybe $6 could be an opportunity, assuming we lose that monthly median. I personally, might be watching for at least a bigger bounce there if you're trading this. Investing wise, though, I mean, it's just harder to say that. The data is lacking here. B, it's just been in a steady downtrend since the genesis of Rivian. Not saying it can't have any major mean reversion bounces. We know it can, but it's hard to start dollar cost averaging even here or even back at 8 because you're just not dealing with anything other than hopium. And for me, I don't like dealing. I'm not a hopium dealer, and I don't like taking that shit. You get hooked on hopium, and then you get wrecked, and you're withdrawing, and
Don't
yeah.
talk shit about Farhan like that.
Hey, fuck you, buddy. Frig off, Mr. Leahy.
The itch, and it's worked for him, but it doesn't work that good for many. And so that's why as traders, we just want to watch. I will say we are still above that monthly median though. So like we wanted to kind of see, does $8 first will be a big spot. We've only really flirted with that one other time, and that did lead from that point to a 125% bounce. And so yes, it very well could happen as going to $5, but we just need to at least mentally know, well, the median is pressing up and it's meeting price right around that low. Maybe we do end up taking this low, but we get a bigger bounce at that monthly median because we, haven't really touched it in a while. You can see here, reclaimed it, back tested it here, got a nice bounce. Actually, that's kind of what sparked it. Was the retest after it got reclaimed. And we can see here, even this rejection on closed below, came down, rallied up, rejected it. From that rejection, let's see how big of a point that was. 37%. And so this tells me at least, okay, well, there should be some reaction around this monthly median. Losing that, then, yeah, this will really, because at least you can say, well, I can at least scale into maybe some investments because we're above the median on the monthly, we should get some bounce there. If you had the HBDR, you would at least be able to see that. If you don't, then yeah, you're just dealing with this wick low here, essentially, maybe an SFP. Mm-hmm. So then that could kind of bide the investment bias, but then yeah, we start losing that, you have nothing. Unless you just start going more into a higher time frame like the 2-month. Then the 2-month here, we can see, losing that takes us right down to that 752. I guess that could be confluence of maybe getting a bounce near that median, right at 750, 762. Okay, so that's something to note. But then the 3-month, the quarterly, not really getting much, especially with a chart with this not much of data compared to, something even like I even think like Tesla's been around longer. Yeah, it definitely has. So yeah, it seems like for me and looking at Rivian, I'm more in the camp we're going to go down. That's why I'm still holding the short, and I still have it for the Academy. I've just been updating on our Discord. I do think if this weekly 9 gets lost, it'll just be your sign that, we're definitely probably going to break down. But you would have already known that, just because remember that $11 is pretty important. Losing that means we've just lost all the major moving averages, and it looks like price wants to test the median. And that's right around $9.08, right around the bottom of our channel here. If I take the rainbow chart off so we can see it better, you can see we'd then be testing right around the bottom of that channel, right at $9.80. Visually, you could see if we ended up coming all the way down here, testing this, bulls are really hoping that this doesn't break, because if it does, then we're probably going to get a bigger move down. This is kind of what I'm still on the camp. I do think Rivian will dump. You just now are watching today because you really want this to start SFPing here, meaning just deviating the moving averages while rejecting the $12.30, kind of baiting bulls each time we try to break out in quotation marks. So yeah, that's all I really have with Rivian. Overall macro trend is still down, so short is logical up here. You're now at the spot where bulls better step in, and if you are long and trading this up, then yeah, you really need to see a bounce at this spot, because if we lose this, it's just gonna be like any other time we've deviated it. It's just led to big moves down, and that's just simply it. Even if we see here, losing the EMA 100 took us to the SMA 200. Last line in the sand here. Once we lost that, yeah, we just dumped ever since, and never a good sign. Even here, once we lost it, it just led to a dump. And so this is going to be my first major tick. If we start deviating this on the daily, then yeah, I'm feeling pretty good that I'm short right around this area here. And so just take that into an account, be aware of that, and watch very closely, because overall the macro trend is still very much down, and this still looks like a lower high. And so in that theory, you just wouldn't want this high, or this, you can even come up even higher as long as we just don't break this last lower high. So that's why the stop, is easy. And if you're short and you're trying to stick to the trend, which yes, it's aggressive here, could easily do it, but that's the dirty part of Rivian. This was also aggressive and dirty, but it didn't break this high and then it rolled over. At least you know where you're wrong. Had you shorted this with that same logic, would have gotten, close, but didn't do anything, never broke the high of March. And then that actually led us down to new lows from that point, giving us that nice 38% move. So watch very closely. That's what I have on Rivian. It's going to really be dependent on the daily. And then, the daily starts holding and we start getting the 2-day close back above 1230. I'll probably cut this. Yes, we're under that 2-day EMA 100, which could reject. But I mean, with everything I just saw with that $12.30, that can at least just be my sign to, okay, well, I'll just sit on my hands then and wait. We, reject and then deviate this 1230 again. I can just take these exact same short with the same thesis. And yeah, that's it. Just be patient, wait. Because I know many are short on this right now with me. And that's why I'm just giving all the kind of my own logic with Rivian. It still looks bearish and it is rejecting where we want it to now. We just want that daily closure to really start losing those two moving averages, which is the EMA 100 and the SMA 200. In doing that, then it'll at least give bears more momentum to take us down, at least back to the 9. And then, they better hold that.
Yeah, I think it's just inviting people that invested at the bottom, saying like, "Oh, look, you bought some Rivian right here. Good for you, buddy. Look at where we are. So buy some more here because we're about to fucking go." And then
mortgage the house right there.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then people see how this turns into a negative number, and everyone panics, and then you have the final stage of this. But by the way, I'm expecting whatever the low is, if we find a new low, to be it. There shouldn't be any, it would be impossible for the value of the company to be as low as it would require to be for this to go down more. Unless that in December they announce that they're going to do another stock. They're going to release more stock. And if they do, I think people are going to be really mad. That could also take us there, and that'll be the final one because they also got $6.6 billion from Biden. So,
you think Elon is actually going to, because there's rumors he's going to scrutinize that loan?
But then he would have to do it because they only announced Rivian, but they also gave money to GM and every other car maker. By the way, they did. So
they give money to Stellantis too, right?
Yeah. No one is and no one really is like following it. The news are not very straightforward. So what it really is all car makers in the United States are being subsidized, like in China, with for electric vehicles. So my thinking is what they're going to do is they're going to create new companies for the electric ones, and they're going to sell those or pretend to sell those. And those companies will be the actual company, and they're going to let the ICE engine one die. And it's not for anything other than that's what they're getting money from the government. That's what they're pushing so they can make more money. And they're giving each one of these companies $6 billion. That should tell you, that's part of the agenda, dude. Like, we continue to tell everyone we need to go full electric. We can continue to go give you more money. So do you want billions or not? Because how would you justify subsidizing Ford without EV vehicles?
Mm-hmm.
You can't.
Yeah.
So therefore, they're stealing our money, right? Through inflation, doing shit like this. So that's why.
I believe the Nissan CEO said recently that they have like months of cash left before they die.
Yeah, they're fucked. Yeah, they're fucked. And the Chinese cars are too cheap, and also Teslas. Like, whether people like it or not, dude, you can buy a fucking Plaid for $55,000, a used one. Yeah, that's insane.
You can get a used Model 3 for like, I believe, 20 or 25K or something.
20, like yeah, $20,000. Yes.
So why would you buy a Nissan for the same price?
Yeah, makes no sense. That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. Coinbase for you, Alex, right after. Cool. All righty. Vale, estamos viendo Rivian. Saben que es una de mis empresas favoritas, de mis marcas favoritas, pero tenemos que ser realistas con lo que estamos viendo en el análisis técnico. Rivian, para todos los que no sepan, y solamente lo quiero poner enfrente de todos ustedes, tenemos un short abierto en la academia, para todos los miembros de la academia, obviamente, de Elite Trading Academy. Tenemos un short abierto y ahorita les voy a platicar exactamente dónde lo empezamos, dónde está nuestra invalidación, etcétera. Eso no quiere decir que a largo plazo no creamos que a Rivian le va a ir bien. Yo personalmente voy a hacer una de las apuestas más grandes de mi vida cuando me sienta cómodo en esta acción. Y la razón por qué es porque vale demasiado su marca, en mi opinión. Tienen muy buen producto, tienen muy buenos armadores, tienen conocimiento en todo lo que a la gente le falta en la industria. Y es algo que yo entiendo a profundidad. No estoy siendo mejor que ustedes, tal vez ustedes lo entiendan mejor, pero soy parte de la idiota industria de los coches. Yo fui el que también le dijo a mi cuate que invirtiera en Rimac, cuando Rimac literalmente solamente tenía su carrito ese y su empresa de partes de coches. Solamente por ver la oportunidad y por el gran producto. Y aquí es básicamente lo mismo. Así que con eso dicho y hecho, vamos al análisis de Rivian rápidamente, nos vamos a acercar. Déjenme elimino esto. Perdón. Ok. Aquí estamos. Bueno, podemos ver que en la trimestral estamos muy por debajo del promedio de la 9, lo que personalmente me pone en la idea de que estamos viendo un mercado bajista para Rivian. El precio todavía no cambia esa tendencia a muy largo plazo, es lo que estás viendo ahorita todavía, y el promedio de la 9 está en los 21.13, $21.13. Hemos estado haciendo mínimos más bajos, altos más bajos, todo el camino hasta acá. Es lo que están viendo. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses, ¿ok? Rivian está cotizando en 11.73, $11.73 en este momento. Y si volteamos, es justamente lo que quiero ver, si la volatilidad tiene algo, pero no hay nada en esta tabla de volatilidad trimestral. Vamos rápido a la mensual para poder continuar con esto. Y en la mensual vemos que venimos del periodo con menos volatilidad de Rivian, pero ¿qué les hemos dicho? No hemos tenido una expansión. La expansión va a empezar una vez que la línea verde, que es la volatilidad, pueda treparse por encima del promedio. Vamos a ver qué fue lo que pasó la última vez que tuvimos algo así pasar en Rivian. Vamos a poner esta línea vertical acá. Y básicamente esto, la expansión de esta volatilidad nos llevó, este fue el pico acá. O sea, fue de $11 al pico acá a $19. Nada mal, pero tampoco nada que escribirle a Santa Claus, ¿no? No está tan potente. Otra cosa es, en la mensual, si estamos por debajo del promedio de la 9, para nosotros eso es que también estás viendo a algo que es bajista. Y puedes ver que hemos estado por debajo de la 9. Lo único es, hemos creado estas desviaciones, estos SFPs. Para la gente que no sepa qué es un SFP, son desviaciones y lo explicamos en el curso. Bastante sencillo de entender. Y es la única vez que pudimos estar por encima, fue en 1, 2, 3 velas mensuales, pero inmediatamente a las siguientes caímos. Después de ahí también pudimos lograrlo con esta vela que estás viendo acá. También tuvo ese cierre, pero instantáneamente lo perdió en la siguiente. Así que Rivian no es algo que te puedas fiar instantáneamente con un cierre y decir, ya con eso chingamos. El promedio de la 9 está en este momento en los 12.70 y el del 21 está en los 18.37. Habíamos visto la volatilidad, no tenemos ningún setup y el último que nos dio no fue importante ni interesante. ¿Ok? Vamos a la de 2 semanas. En el gráfico de 2 semanas podemos ver que nuestro promedio del 55 viene por acá arriba en los 20.69. Bien. El promedio de la 9 nunca ha estado por encima del promedio del 21, si no estoy equivocado. Correcto. Y eso nos indica debilidad de precio. Pero en la tabla de 2 semanas podemos ver que Rivian está apoyándose justamente en el promedio de la 9, que está en 11.63 y está por encima de en 11.72. ¿Quieres empezar a poner esto en tu cabeza? Esta va a ser tu línea en la arena. Esta, donde está el 11.63 y ahorita vas a ver por qué. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más. Nada más antes déjame ver la volatilidad. Volatilidad todavía no me dice absolutamente nada. Vamos a ver la semanal. En la semanal pueden ver un poco de confluencia por acá. El promedio de la 9 está en los 11.18, pero nuestro promedio del 21 está en los 11.73, que es justamente, estamos debajo de, estamos en 11.71. Esta zona para Rivian va a ser crítica, porque si llega a perder esta zona Rivian en cualquier cierre, eso me daría bastante idea de que las posibilidades para ir más abajo se abren. Abriría la puerta. Ahora, quiero fijarme rápidamente si hay algo en el setup de volatilidad semanal. podemos ver que no tenemos nada. La volatilidad está una vez más reseteando para dar el siguiente movimiento, por lo que por ahora estamos probablemente en una consolidación. Podría ser alcista o bajista, definitivamente. Vamos acercándonos un poco más. Antes de la diaria, la de 2 días es la que usa Alex para su análisis. A mí también me gusta la de 2 días en Rivian. Pueden ver que nuestro promedio del 9 y el 21 justamente están en 11.14 y 11.13. Eso también nos da relación con nuestra tabla semanal de 2 semanas, con el promedio de la 9 y el 21, donde si perdemos esta zona de los 11.14, 11.13, esto se va a ver demasiado negativo para Rivian. Estamos viendo que el 55 nos rechazó acá en la primera, ahora el 55 está acá, también rechazándonos en la segunda. Y puedes ver que estamos bastante por debajo del promedio de la 100, que está en los 12.97. Esta es la de 2 días. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que nosotros tenemos en la academia? Para todos los que no sepan todavía, tenemos nosotros un short que abrimos acá con esta vela. Nuestra, acá. Con esta vela. Nuestra invalidación para este short está aquí arriba, en los 13.10. Tenemos más idea de que esto va a continuar bajando que subiendo, y nuestra invalidación del mismo es el wick del alto de esta vela en los 13.09. Si llega a subir por ahí, pues vale, tienes muy mínima pérdida, te sales para que no te lleve entre las patas. Porque si esto llega a subir en este momento, en lo que estamos viendo esto, y el movimiento es apoyado por volatilidad, nos vamos hasta casi los 20. Pero por ahora venimos de periodos de nula volatilidad, con la volatilidad expandiendo arriba del 15%, donde acá, podríamos decirlo, no, en realidad, acá, que es básicamente esto y se está yendo de lado. Este es el único setup de volatilidad que nos tiene un poco con los ojos en la tabla. Y es porque una vez que expandió la volatilidad acá, me pongo esto, pueden ver que lo siguiente fue un movimiento alcista, pero ahí se detuvo. Y lo que puede estar haciendo es simplemente volteándose a regresar para abajo. En la diaria estás viendo que la volatilidad está ya en extremos y tal vez y empieza a irse del lado también. Entonces, puede que esto se esté acabando el movimiento y vamos a ver para dónde se da. Por ahora nosotros tenemos más idea de que Rivian muy probablemente vaya a ser algo así y para abajo que algo así y para arriba. Esas son las dos posibilidades, pero tenemos una fácil invalidación justamente en los 13.9 centavos, ¿no? Acá. Así que alcista en Rivian, si continúa cerrando por acá, pero sobre todo en la diaria importante, estás haciendo un SFP del SMI de los 200. Y voy a quitar todas mis líneas menos esa para que lo puedan ver qué es lo que pasa cada que tenemos ese tipo de movimientos. Pueden ver acá, esto es un SFP del 200 completo, ¿no? El 200 va por acá, acá también. ¿Y qué es lo que pasó? ¡Pum! Caidón, caidón. Acá también, rechazo, caidón. Y ahorita justamente estamos ¿dónde? Lo pueden ver acá. Siendo rechazados, lo que originalmente nos gustaría ver si somos alcistas es poder aguantar los 11.91 y si no, pues probablemente vayamos a visitar nuevos mínimos, mis estimados. Así que ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver, porque en el HPDR y todos estos niveles que nos da es por ahí de entre bajos 7, medio 6 y altos 5. Así que hay bastante camino todavía para abajo si es que se llega a dar. Y yo creo que atención acá, a ver esto, si te llevas este mínimo de acá en los 11.61, tu siguiente área a ver son los 11.22. Y si llegas a perder eso, muy probablemente este movimiento no vaya a ser alcista y sí sea bajista efectivamente. Pero el ver esto me dice que aquí es muy probablemente una desviación a la baja. Así que atentos. Atentos, atentos. All righty. Which one's the next one? Linky in the stinky.
Linky. I am updating our chat because my Bitcoin short triggered, the one that I gave out a couple days back.
Nice. Very, very nice.
You know, it'd be clean. That short triggering, the TP1 hits, and then our long triggers for the academy. I love when that happens.
That'd be ideal.
Yeah.
Fucking making money up and down, baby.
Utopian trading.
Let's go.
Okay. We're gonna start with the monthly because I don't think there's enough data for there's not really much data. But the quarterly is giving us something. It's not too much, but we're approaching this 38.2%, which as of right now, as long as we're above the median, is going to be a magnet for price action. We're significantly above the median. We're like 50% above it because it's at $15. That 38.2% is currently at $28.12. While our momentum is freshly shifting back up into the positive territory, it first rejected going negative, and now it's solidly up. Volatility is expanding as well from literally 0% on the quarterly. That gives us probabilities of going probably higher than that towards the 61.8%, which I used to joke about Chainlink being basically a stable coin because it just went sideways. But a number like this, if it with how our momentum and volatility is looking, is giving me the 61.8%, which is or the 50%, which is right now over $60. So it's like $64, $65. Pretty insane. That's basically where our previous all-time highs were. We're at about it's even higher because we were in the 50s in the previous all-time highs. The monthly is approaching the median right now, and our momentum is like literally at a reset. It's at 0%, while volatility is also at 0%, and the jewel is starting to flip back around and reject going into bearish control. It's basing right off this pink fast-moving average. We don't have that much data, so there's not much of the pink, but as much as we do have, it is holding as support. And from there, the median is at about $24.19. If we get any type of close over this median, that takes us towards somewhere around the 61.8% because we're coming from such low levels on our volatility, literally 0%. And that would be about like $50-ish, which is a tap of our previous all-time highs. If we get a close over these previous all-time highs, let's see, we'd have to get 3 closes for this to be playable. Come on. There we go. 3 closes over not even the previous all-time highs. Like $32.44 would be good enough. That's 78.6, and that would take us towards good lord. I'm not even comfortable saying this number. It probably moves down a little bit. Right now, this number is at $218.76. If Chainlink is moving up that much, like the entire crypto market is probably just going into the banana zone. 2 week is now solidly over the 61.8%, and our momentum is breaking into bullish control. Volatility is shifted up. It's at 70%, so we can easily go significantly more before it tops out. And the jewel is also flipping out of bearish control. It's gotten above the yellow and the pink now. In maybe 1 or 2 more opens, it'll shift back into the bullish control. That gives you probability of going towards at least the 88.3%, which right now is at about $27. And if we're able to push past there, which is pretty like not extremely likely, but not unlikely because volatility is only at 71%, and the moving average is at 49%. So that does make it possible that we could go up to the 95%. Right now, the 95% is significantly higher than the 88.3. It sits at just about $45. Weekly is now giving you one of the most picture-perfect silver crosses you'll ever see, where the 9, the 21, and the 55 are right next to each other when the 21 crosses up to 55. And as of the silver cross, we've moved up like 60%. Pretty nice, pretty decent. And our momentum is within the bullish control. Volatility is shifted up. It's at 80%. Moving average is 57%, so we can still keep going higher from there. And very easily, we can go up to the 95%, maybe even the 97.5%. Which that would take you somewhere between $32 and $40. Very similar to that 40-ish number we just saw before. 5D as well, fresh silver cross. Not as nice as the weekly silver cross because the 9 was a little bit further away, but still a very powerful silver cross. And the momentum is in the bullish control. Volatility is pointed up. We're at 89% on volatility. Moving average is 68%, so we can still keep going up a little bit more. Probably towards, I don't want to say the 100%, but since we're only at 68% on volatility, we could maybe hit somewhere around the 100%, maybe not exactly to it, but that would put you somewhere in the mid 30s to high 30s. 2 days flipping back up on momentum, and volatility is shifted up to 91% on volatility, 79% moving average. That gives you a very likely probability of going towards the 97.5%, somewhere around like $27, maybe in towards $30 because of this, the round psychological number of 30. Daily has just been steadily holding this 9 EMA. This would have been such an easy thing to play. Just constantly bid the 9 EMA and it just goes up from there. Momentum is shifted back, rejecting getting out of bullish control, and volatility is flipped up too. Volatility is at 88%, moving average 60%. So still gives you probabilities of continuing upwards towards somewhere around the mid to high 20s, possibly 30. 4 hours getting to very extreme levels though. 4 hours over the 97.5%, while momentum is pretty close to being topped out. It's at 97%. Volatility is at 97%. The moving average, however, is at 70%. So this can still continue slightly higher before it's topped out, which gives more confluence in terms of the ideas of like mid to high 20s, maybe $30. Oh my God, this dude is going face first in his bag of dry food. He acts like we don't feed him or something.
All animals act like that.
The quarterly is now still contracting on volatility while we're getting out of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $8.49, which we are significantly above right now. We're almost 3 times above that. And if we do continue this up, I'd look to see for basically a confirmation of volatility expansion, a close over this candle's wick high, which is about $22.87, which on our previous setups, we have a target towards somewhere around the mid-20s. So that would take us over this. If we get any type of close over this, we're most likely going back to our previous all-time highs and probably higher. Monthly is finally starting to expand on our volatility. The last time monthly volatility started expanding was back in July of 2023, when we went from about like $6 to $22.87, multiple X's up. And we're projecting getting into the bearish control, and we're going to be flipped up on our momentum as long as we're above $15.06. The last time Chainlink flipped up on monthly momentum was back in, say, May, July of 2023. 2 weeks, and also if you guys remember, Chainlink was the first thing to start moving in May and July of 2023, right before Bitcoin started moving around like July, August. 2 week is now also expanding on volatility. We're at 49%, rejecting the bearish critical zone, and we're going to be flipped up as long as we're above $11.51. Now we're entering into the bullish control. Last time we entered into bullish control, same area in of 2023. Weekly is expanding from very, very low levels on volatility, somewhere around 2%. We're sitting at like 76%, so still not anywhere near being topped out yet, especially since the moving average is 46% below 50. And we're entering into the critical zone. We're going to be pointed up on momentum as long as we're above $15.55. 5 day is expanding from very low levels on volatility, somewhere around like 5 to 6%. We're at 92%, so we are getting a little bit high. The moving average is at 65%, so that still is enough to get us towards the mid to high 20s, like pretty easily. But very likely we don't see an extension beyond there because of how high our volatility is getting. The momentum is entering into the critical zone, and it's pointed up as long as we're over $19.26. So now's the area where we're starting to get on the edge, where the momentum pivots are closer to where price action is at. 2 days at very high levels on volatility. It's at 95%, and the moving average is caught up too. It's at 94%. So somewhere around here is around that mid 20s is where this is probably going to tap out, and we're probably going to get the consolidation. And momentum is still going to be, this is much closer to price. Momentum is going to be pointed up in the critical zone as long as we're above $21.07. Now is the area where it's going to get much harder for bulls to keep momentum up. The daily started contracting on volatility, and now it's about to give us our double extreme, And from there, we very likely get our consolidation phase. Like crypto likes to follow the double extremes on volatility, where it gives you one volatility extreme, then it pulls back a little bit. People think they caught the top. Then it gives you the second volatility expansion to the extremes, take out everybody's short stops, and then from there they like to dump it, or give you not the Nagasaki setup, because that's what you would get in a bear market, but maybe the Ukraine setup.
There you go. Just a small loss.
Yeah, just a little peppering of carpet bombs here and there. The momentum on the daily is still flipped up within the critical zone as long as we're above $21.42. Now we're getting extremely close. Chainlink could just sneeze and it would flip down on momentum. 4 hours got into very extreme levels. It's at 94% on our volatility. But however, the moving average is only at 51%. So we can still continue from here, which is my bias. I think we're going to go to somewhere around mid-20s before everything tops out, and then we do a consolidation phase. And what also goes along with that is that momentum is now flipping back up, and it's rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and it's about to enter the critical zone. And it's going to be up as long as we're above $21.05. 2 hours giving us multiple periods, 2 periods of 100% volatility, while the moving average is caught up. And we're going to flip down if we're below $21.97. So right now on the, if you go all the way up to like the monthly and the quarterly, it's looking quite bullish. We're finally getting volatility expansion for the first time since last year, whenever we went from $6 to $22. And we're rejecting major areas on momentum. We're rejecting the bearish control. It's looking like we're very likely going to head up to our previous all-time highs, maybe higher. But if you get down to the lower time frames, we're getting to very extreme levels on our volatility. And it's looking like our local top is going to be somewhere close to here, maybe a little bit higher. And then from there, we'd probably consolidate for a little bit while Bitcoin does its thing and moves, because this thing usually likes to move before Bitcoin. And then from there, I would expect this to revisit its previous all-time highs.
Nice. Thank you so much, sir.
By the way, this shit is amazing.
You love fucking something. Peñafiel has always been around since I was a fucking kid. They used to have an apple soda. That was my shit, dude. My shit. If they still have it, try it.
I haven't tried that one. But my favorite apple soda is Manzanita. So
I think I know what that is.
This is better.
Really?
I think so. Give it. I mean, I haven't tried it in like 30 years, so I don't know, but I thought it was. So let's see.
That reminds me, Buddy is turning 40 this Saturday.
No one needs to know this, okay? No one needs to know this. You know what? You get natural gas for being a dick. No.
What's the ticker?
Nat gas.
Yeah, NATGAS.
Thank you, sir. Ok, estamos viendo Stinky Linky in the Stinky, y esta criptomoneda vamos a analizarla rápidamente. Estamos en la tabla de 2 semanas para que tengamos esto puesto. Alto histórico 52.94. No tengo mi línea meme en el alto histórico, la tengo abajo, que es donde normalmente encuentro más confluencia cuando pongo este tipo de escenarios enfrente de mí. Dicho eso, Linky o Chainlink está tradeando en 21.83 en este momento. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos notando instantáneamente para toda la gente que acaba de llegar por primera vez? Normalmente, cuando ves esto es una tabla bajista. Lo único es que ahora hay un cambio de tendencia. Parece que Linky Stinky está creando mínimos más altos. Tienes estos mínimos, mínimos más altos. Y ahora lo que estás buscando es romper este alto. Y justamente acá es donde se empieza a poner interesante la situación, porque todavía no lo has hecho. Esta es una gran trampa para mucha gente ahorita que está diciendo, güey, voy a entrar en corto en 22.40 y voy a poner mi invalidación acá. ¿Por qué? Porque en diferentes temporalidades Stinky Linky nos dice que va a ir a buscar el mínimo va a ir a buscar a cierto punto el alto histórico que creó en los 52. Está en 21. Ese es un movimiento de literalmente casi 100%, o sea, el doble de lo que vale. Vamos a poner nuestros promedios para que lo podamos ver, tener acción en esto. Y acá podemos ver la volatilidad está expandiendo, apoyando el movimiento a la alza. Esto es algo, espérense, absolutamente fallé. No entiendo qué pasó, pero un segundo. Podemos ver, volatilidad viene de acá, está bajo el promedio y por fin da la expansión oficial justamente acá. ¿Qué pasó cuando dio esa expansión? Estás viendo que el movimiento va a la alza. La volatilidad está en 49% y todavía puede llegar a extremos, si no a extremos a Linky Dinky, porque no le gusta ir a extremos. Mínimo te puedes dar una vuelta. Primer objetivo a la zona del 70%, segundo sería 80% y el tercero sería 95%. Entonces tiene bastante camino para todavía expandir la volatilidad. Eso quiere decir que este movimiento va a ser apoyado, pero recuerda, es un gráfico de 2 semanas. Para no hacerles el cuento tan largo, les voy a poner la semanal, que básicamente está siguiendo lo mismo. Lo que me gusta de la semanal, perdón, 55, 34, 9, 21, 100. Lo que me gusta de la semanal es justamente esto. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza, un Silver Cross. ¿Qué es un Silver Cross? Estos son nuestros promedios. Recuerda, el promedio del 9, el 21 es el amarillo, el 34 es el blanco, el 55 es el naranja y el rojo es el 100. Este es un SMI 200, los demás son EMAs. Tenemos un cruce plateado justamente que ocurrió aquí, donde ves esta primera vela y ahora da continuación el movimiento. Esto se ve fuerte, porque tuviste este SFP y ahora parece que lo estás tomando y probablemente esto te lleve a la alza con estos mínimos más altos. Tu confirmación va a ser simplemente romper la zona de los 22.88, donde tienes este alto. Una vez que puedes romper este alto, oficialmente has creado un nuevo alto, un alto más alto, junto con bajos más altos, y eso nos da todavía más preferencia alcista, viendo Chainlink en este momento. El problema es que cuando nos acercamos más y estás en la diaria, puedes ver que la volatilidad está en extremos. Y cuando la volatilidad llega en extremos, aquí una sencilla explicación, llegas a un lado y luego una vez más, ¿qué es lo que la gente piensa? En esta primera, lo que la gente cree con esta expansión de volatilidad tan al techo, la gente dice, ok, ya agarré el techo, ya agarré el pico, voy a hacerle un corto. La volatilidad regresa para abajo, vuelve a subir para eliminar a toda la gente que está entrando en cortos, hace un nuevo alto y de ahí se puede dar la vuelta para abajo. Es más o menos lo que estamos esperando por acá. Creemos que Chainlink definitivamente puede ser y es alcista en altas temporalidades, pero en cortas temporalidades estamos viendo que está ya cansándose el movimiento. Sobre todo, mientras más te acercas, más puedes ver cómo la volatilidad continúa llegando a estos extremos. Tienes este extremo, estos extremos, estos extremos. Es una tabla de 8 horas, por eso puedo contar tanto para atrás. Pero parece que estamos una vez más a punto de llegar a extremos por acá. Así que yo creo que la tabla de Chainlink es más sencilla de lo que cualquiera lo haría querer entender. Y es simplemente esto, poner una línea meme por acá y lo que vas a hacer es buscar romper eso. Si logras romper esto a la alza y esto se encuentra en los 22.88, por más que vayas a tener consolidación, porque si lo ves en la semanal es la que lo pinta o la de 2 semanas. No, la semanal lo hace muy bien. También en la semanal tienes tu cruce plateado, etcétera, vas a la alza. Lo que te da una muy buena idea de esto son niveles. Puedes ver acá los niveles importantes. Por ejemplo, aquí este nivel que continúa no es un nivel donde al precio le gusta estar. Es como un nivel pasajero, si lo quieres ver así. Lo puedes ver acá, de este lado. Aquí fue un poco de lo mismo. También puedes ver que este fue un nivel pasajero. Acá fue literalmente para venir a tomar liquidez, Y este es un nivel pasajero. Este es un nivel donde consolida. Lo puedes ver acá y también el de abajo. Entonces, estás consolidando en los niveles. Justamente va a ser un nivel pasajero, lo que tranquilamente te va a poner por esta zona de los $25 con Chainlink. Acá, lo que vas a buscar es que el precio consolide, tenga esa consolidación. Tal vez veas algo así, pero muy probablemente por acá. Y de acá ya podrías ir y dar continuación a la alza. Es lo que estamos viendo con Chainlink, básicamente. En estos momentos se ve bien, nada mal. Vamos a darle para adelante con Coinbase, que es la siguiente cosa que nos pidieron nuestros hermanos en ETA. Damas y caballeros, bring it, sir.
Nice. So here we have Coinbase is very volatile. I mean, very in nature with Coinbase. From the wick high to the wick low, I mean, 20%, and then it just popped right back into this range. It's interesting to see though. The daily opened up above 300. So now we want to see if, or no, the 3 day, sorry, opened back up above 300. And so this is going to be an important zone because as long as bulls hold that $300 zone, for me, it seems more likely to go back up and test these highs. When you dump and you leave these wicks, this is telling me that bulls are stepping in and this is getting bought up. Considering, I was expecting a little, at least a bigger move on Bitcoin going up. But it is welcoming at least to see if we go to the daily. We still are green on the day considering Bitcoin is going down. And so what we have here is the daily 9 is getting reclaimed. And if we close above that, essentially, we know simply this whole bull market, Coinbase likes to stay above that and even bounce from it. And so that's why for me, I'm still in the camp that we easily can at least go and test the daily median right at 319 to 320, if not all the way back up to these wick highs. If we go and draw this, don't know why, it always sometimes shifts. From that November 11th high, we can see Coinbase has been steadily getting rejection around there. And so for me as a trader, it seems easier, especially if I gauge this on a higher time frame, like a 2-day or even like a 3-day. Even higher, we can see, okay, yeah, Coinbase definitely could pump here. See the 3-day 90% holding as support. And so that 95% is currently at $337.57. Testing, right close to that wick high rejection. And so for me, it'd make a lot of sense to take this liquidity, aggressive shorts. I've been stacking here based on this fake out. When, you often see a stock or a crypto close below a major area. For this case, it was this range of that 300 and just a psychological number, and even had an ugly wick. You'll often get shorts starting to scale in that are too early because we know you'll get a bearish retest, so the next candle should reject. And I don't like I guess longing just new candles or shorting it even. And we can see that this kind of did act as a trap, and now there's a lot of longs here or shorts trapped here. And so now it's interesting to see if we'll finally get that push up on Coinbase. I'm still going to be on the bias, though, just because of where we are on the macro, that we could see a pullback. But nevertheless, I mean, from where this is bouncing currently, the 90% and going back up to 95 is still a 12% move. So nevertheless, it is still a big move in regards to stocks. But like the ranges here, I don't think like we're necessarily bearish on Coinbase. And I just think we should be viewing the weekly 9 as our gauge, especially since we just busted on through it. We've been holding above, but even on this weekly, you can just see the rejections here. Make a lot of sense to take some of this liquidity, get it, trap it. It could even mean the weekly might even close nice. But as long as we're under that $335, $334, it's still resistance to me. And I would want to see this weekly 9 at least get tested since reclaiming. It makes sense. Boomers like at least going to the book. And a lot of these things, even if it's like something as volatile as Coinbase. And currently what you'd want is, okay, we reclaim this, we busted on through, we just basically held the 9 after it was reclaimed the 9 after this harsh rejection and losing it. And so generally you'd want to just view this EMA 9 on the weekly as an opportunity. But then you also see, okay, well, this is lining up with my 265. Coinbase has been rejecting this area. So we'd also want that to just flip. So logically that makes sense because it's been a long time since we've had weekly closures back above that 265 number. And then just lucky for us, that's corresponding nicely with that weekly 9. So that tells me, this is still a big drop from current price action. Coinbase comes back down, drops 11 to 13%. I'll just be viewing that as an opportunity until we lose that weekly EMA 9. And it's very simple. And I'm just taking it from, what happened during that Hamas setup in October, where once we reclaimed that 9, we just held above it. And yes, we lose it, test support, but quickly it would get bought up. And then, it'd front run it, and then we just spring from there again. And so just through and through, just playing this 9 as your metric of either it reclaims it, so you long, or you short when it gets lost, has just kind of worked out for Coinbase. And so I like to just simplify it essentially. So that's kind of what I'm gauging on Coinbase. I do think this could set up for an easy trade opportunity, especially when you start gauging it on like the 2-week here. We are like in the extreme zones. The one component here for bulls is volatility is, still looking pretty good, and it's not overheated, and we're only at 64%. And so this could theoretically go up to that $360 level, taking out all the short stops here. But until then, I'm just going to run on the camp that $334 level will reject until it either gets reclaimed, either on a daily. If we start getting daily closures above, then yeah, it'll really start looking like we're going to break back out and test upwards from that, 350 to maybe even all the way to 380. And then at that point, you are testing, I believe, the all-time highs essentially, right around that zones, which will be pretty important. So regardless if you're bull or bear, you would want that weekly 9 to get tested, which would mean that Coinbase would have still a 10% drop. But on the upside, this is welcoming. This reclaim, the weekly opening back above that 300, you just would want this to hold. If we start losing that, it'll really open, at least in my book, the probabilities of us testing this 50%, this weekly 9, and also this 265 level. As long as we just keep rejecting this dotted line at $334. But it's just something to be mindful of. We could wick easily above this high that is currently made, and test the 80%, which is at $352. And that's why for me, we do have an Academy short just pending. I'm waiting to short Coinbase actually. I do think it could tie into just my Bitcoin thesis as a whole, where either Bitcoin gets one more push up, or it kind of just gets a pullback in the immediate term and we go back down to the low 90s. Regardless, I do think this could set up for a nice trade, as long as we get the trigger. And so the trigger for me will just be a rejection around that $334 zone, because then that puts my at least risk here. If I'm wrong, I'm losing like a 2%, maybe a little less than that, on this trade, and I'm okay taking that. Whereas if I'm right, and the short works out, this could pay me almost 21%, 20.8%. Good risk to reward here. And it's just simple trades like this, because if I know where I'm wrong, if we either break this wick, or if we start just simply holding my entry point, especially with what we know on the weekly here, then it'll probably look like we're going to go up to that 352, and then I'll just sit and wait and watch. But until then, I'm on the camp that Coinbase could get some pullback. One thing to note here is you're kind of putting in like a weekly bull flag. So you'd want essentially to see some expansion on this bull flag. You're not taking on the wicks, you're kind of taking on the closings. But when you're getting the flag pull, and this could then just be the flag, you would then just want a move here soon. And it would put a higher chance, if this is true, of going up and then testing right around this zone here, 330 to maybe even all the way up to 350. Regardless, I still kind of want to short this, so I'm hoping it pumps, at least fills my short zone, and it's not very clean. This is very choppy. We're dumping here, we're pumping there, dumping, wicking, and so it's not out of Coinbase's nature to kind of be a little fucky like this. So the monthly close. And so the monthly here too is nice, because what we have here is we were under that monthly median for 2 months, and then on the third month we busted on through it, putting in a really nice monthly candle, almost hitting the 50%, but not quite there. And so again, it just ties into kind of what I see on the weekly too. Make a lot of sense to even just test that monthly median on a worst case scenario. It's kind of like what I said with Bitcoin. Even if we get a bigger pullback, it doesn't mean we're topped and bull market is over. No, actually, I'd be looking at that as like a major opportunity. And if we go here, we can see, let's just see, Coinbase likes to be above the monthly median. We can see, it was rejecting it in the bear market, rejecting, got above. And then here's kind of once it got above, when the fund started. So it moved up with price. We then closed back under it. Didn't fully reject it, and then we busted on through it again. So now we are above it. And so again, if we do end up getting a deeper size pullback, then you would already, without the HPDR, because people often say, well, I don't have the HPDR, so I can't trade like you. Well, no, you would just be gauging simply the monthly 9 then as like a major opportunity if we get a deeper pullback.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. On my Andrew Tate arc, well then buy it, brokey.
Great.
Yeah, what he said essentially.
What color is your HPDR?
That's funny. That's a good one, actually. Exactly though. So like you could buy it, but like if you're saving and you don't have the money, we'll just gauge the monthly 9. That's just a simple, easy moving average. I know Farin likes the 5, which nothing's wrong with that. You can then just understand, okay, well, if we lose the 5, opens the probabilities of us going to the 9. You can just gauge it like that if you use both of them. I like the 9 though. And the 9's currently right around that $226. Big drop though from that 260s. And so you just want to be aware of that. And we would gauge first the weekly. And that's why it's important if it wants to load to, not get overly bearish on these things, but having a pullback of 10 to 13% would flush out a lot of boomers. And all that would do is, if it holds, would just put in a nice higher low on the weekly, give us the fuel to actually trek up and then test that 380, if not higher. Let's check real fast HPDR on the quarterly, because we are getting a quarterly in 29 days. So that's going to be quite interesting. Not a lot of data to work with. I should have assumed that, but it is interesting to see, that the top of this here is right at that 380 as well, which makes sense. I mean, that is kind of where it opened up on a dump, and then we've just fallen below. So it's really big, actually, for Coinbase, the kind of level it's at. Taking the rainbow chart off, though, just visually, reclaiming that $300 level is pretty important for bulls. We've actually never done that. And so it's going to be important for that to get reclaimed and then also hold, because in doing that, it'll really be a big shift. And that could be the next major move, kind of like what we saw on Bitcoin when, if we go back here, when we go to the 2-month, it was interesting to see the 2-month for the first time ever reclaiming that 2021 market cycle high. And then here we have our biggest monthly candle, our 2-month candle now ever. And so in doing that, we really want to watch for Coinbase to potentially be doing maybe the same thing, viewing it on the 2-month here. You can see, that this high is important. We reclaimed it once on the 2-month now, and then full on deviated it, leading to a bear market. Reclaiming on the 2-month, but then also the 3-month. And then I do believe the 6-month as well is closing. Yeah, that'll be pretty strong. So that's kind of interesting to me to see that. And it's going to be an important month for crypto and at least Coinbase. That's kind of what that tells me. And I also definitely want to look for opportunities. And so in doing so, I'm gauging always higher time frames, and we just work with what we know. And Coinbase does like to get these pumps, come back to the 9. In this scenario, it got lost. But then once it reclaimed it from losing, that was kind of bull mode. So for me, gauge that 9 on Coinbase and watch for this a possible scenario where we actually do end up taking the liquidity up here and actually hitting this $330 level again. Let me see how the 4-hour looks. So yeah, we can see that was a pretty nasty 4 hours. So bulls are trying to defend. It'll be nice to actually see if they can reclaim the 9. Because then we could see that 4 hours starting to move up. And you can just see when you aggressively move down, people just start getting a free ride on shorts. And then that just leaves the liquidity up here where, even on these wick highs, you're not really testing them. That's why for me, I would watch for something like this. I wouldn't be shorting it here. I'd only really short this if the daily starts losing that 9 again. So maybe this turns into a bad wick. We close below it. Then on the next closure, I'd look for the retest. Just be aware, though, this does like to move up and down before the closing day, essentially. But for me, it'd be obvious, if the 4 hour reclaims the 9, maybe it goes down, tests the 21, holds it, comes up, maybe hits that. And as long as we just don't break this wick high, this is the easy short and just gives you a logical setup that at least can make sense, because that we're at least going to the 3-day 95% zone at that point on the HPDR. A little higher, but still, your wick, your stop, still wouldn't get stopped if we ended up projecting there. That would make a lot more sense than shorting down here. So for that's all I see on Coinbase. Overall, looks good. Just want to wait for a bigger opportunity, which could be brewing in at least the coming weeks. And if we end up actually going back down, watch that weekly 9, because I do think that could be the The first major point, if not then, at least going to that monthly 9, which is right around where that EMA 34 is, and that EMA 21 on the weekly. So that's kind of nice. So that's all I have on Coinbase. Looking good though, and just patiently waiting to short it.
Awesome. I mean,
Have we mentioned Brian is bald?
Oh, and he is bald. Yeah, very.
And a white man, a bold white man.
Sheesh. He's got it all going for him.
What else do you want? Jesus, he must be a film producer in Hollywood. Lucid for you, sir.
Nice.
Thank you. All righty. Estamos viendo Coinbase, el exchange favoritos de todos. Y el dueño del exchange, que quede muy claro, es completamente caucásico y además pelón. Eso sabes que tiene puntos alcistas. Bueno, ya sí. Sin palo, esto es lo que estamos viendo en Coinbase. Resumidamente, y van a ver por qué, creemos que Coinbase se ve muy bien en temporalidad como la trimestral, mensual, 2 semanas, etcétera, pero creemos que por ahora puede tener un retroceso antes de dar continuación y nos gustaría jugar ese retroceso. Eso es tal cual lo que hemos dicho y no estoy seguro si... is your short already, I'm sorry, Alex, is your short already on like your short idea, it's already on the alerts, on the signals or not?
Oh, yeah. That got posted a few days ago. So
yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that I wasn't just talking out of my ass. Thank you. Gotta triple confirm these things, sir, because I always talk out of my ass. Sí, tenemos un short que está puesto en Elite Trading Academy para todos ustedes, para los que tienen las señales. Y la razón por qué es porque creemos que puede tener ese retroceso. Vemos si normalmente, y qué es lo primero que les decimos cuando estamos viendo esto, queremos, cuando estamos viendo temporalidades tan altas, queremos estar por encima del promedio de la 9. Y pueden ver acá el promedio de la 9, bastante por encima. Siempre recuerden, lo pueden ver aquí a la derecha, donde está, es este número en azul, es el 199.65 en mi pantalla. En diferentes pantallas son diferentes números. Esto quiere decir que estamos en modo alcista y pueden ver acá que una vez que rompimos, trepamos hasta acá, venimos a retestear, subimos, venimos a retestear una vez más, gran oportunidad y estás dando la expansión. Coinbase ha llegado localmente a los 341 y de ahí está cotizando en 306 ahorita. El máximo histórico de Coinbase está en $430 y nunca hemos tenido un cierre trimestral encima de esta línea meme en los $300. Por lo que cerrar justamente por encima de esta línea meme, y es más, ni siquiera hemos tenido un cierre arriba de los 267 en el trimestral, por lo que un cierre arriba de los 300 nos dice que muy probablemente nos va a llevar a buscar estos nuevos, los viejos máximos en 428. Vamos a ver qué nos dice la volatilidad rápidamente en Coinbase. Doble clic acá y podemos ver que estamos en extremos, así que no nos dice absolutamente nada. Vamos rápidamente a la mensual. En la mensual estamos viendo que la volatilidad en realidad está contrayéndose y está en el nivel más bajo de volatilidad, lo que está preparando un setup a la alza. Denme un segundo. Por lo que estamos preparando un setup por acá que se puede dar. Así que atentos acá y esta es la tabla mensual. Pero de nuevo, me gusta, todavía nada confirmado, que esté yéndose a la parte más baja que ha estado en toda la historia en la mensual. Y también pueden ver que estamos encima del 9 y el 21, y no nada más eso, pero el 9 cruzó por encima del 21 en la mensual, lo que nos dice que lleva bastante fuerza este movimiento que estamos viviendo en este momento. La mensual va a cerrar en 29 días, 4 horas. Tenemos este cierre. No es el cierre más alto que hemos tenido en la mensual. El cierre más alto en la mensual ha sido en 318. Así que esta vela más o menos nos va a tener que ayudar para poder lograr eso. Vamos rápido a la semanal y pueden ver que en la semanal estamos completamente exhaustos en volatilidad y estamos corrigiendo. En lo que estamos corrigiendo, estamos consolidando el precio. Lo podemos ver en la parte de arriba. Perdón, estoy acariciando a Vinny de Pitbull. No. Qué bonito está el cabrón. Estamos consolidando en lo que estamos yendo de lado, lo pueden ver acá claramente, muy por encima de nuestros promedios, saludablemente. Tenemos todavía el cruce plateado acá, todo está bien, pero estamos nosotros pensando que aquí es donde está el trade. Aquí es donde se encuentra la receta secreta de todo. Querríamos y esperaríamos poder tener una entrada por esta zona y tu invalidación ser el 340. El 340, que es justamente este máximo, también coincide en el HPDR con no me acuerdo si es el 38.5% arriba o el 50%. Pero esto coincidiendo en el HPDR también nos dice que una vez que retome este nivel va a reventar a la alza. Pero por ahora estamos acá. Lo que nosotros estamos esperando que Coinbase haga, porque ha estado absorbiendo toda la liquidez y pueden ver que acá hay bastante en esta zona, lo que nosotros esperamos que Coinbase haga es que haga y todo el mundo crea que va a ir al cielo, de ahí rechace, venga a esta zona, que es donde está el promedio de la 9 también en estos momentos, en los 263, probablemente un poco arriba, aquí hay un poco de un gap, y de aquí, de esta continuación a la alza. Es lo que nosotros estamos ahora sí que apostando en, esta es nuestra jugada, es lo que estamos viendo nosotros en este momento con Coinbase. Si nos acercamos más a la diaria, puedes ver acá perfectamente eso. Estarías buscando tu zona de entrada más o menos por este nivel, por acá. Y si te sale movimiento con un stop loss por acá, chido. La invalidación está acá, claramente bastante sencilla de entender. Y no importa cómo lo veas, Coinbase literalmente también está reseteando por lo que la volatilidad, por lo que hay un movimiento potente que se aproxima en Coinbase. ¿Cuándo se va a dar? Todavía no lo tenemos enfrente de nosotros, no está todavía aquí, pero estamos relativamente muy cerca de él. Vamos a ver si va a ser a la alza o a la baja. Simplemente en las temporalidades altas nos está diciendo que muy probablemente vaya a ser a la alza, pero cualquier cosa puede pasar, damas y caballeros. Así que pongamos atención, bastante fácil esto. Tu invalidación de ser ahora sí que localmente bajista en Coinbase está en los 341.92. Cualquier cosa por encima de eso habrá continuación, porque estamos creando mínimos más altos, altos más altos. Así que atentos a esto. Esto es solamente una fase de consolidación, pero que pueda haber una oportunidad, no rompa estructura y pueda continuar siendo alcista. All righty, sir. We're going to go with natural gas. Nat gas. Nat gas is what comes out of my ass. Nat gas out of my ass.
It rhymes.
It rhymes. It's pretty good. Thank you. Thank you.
You got
Nat gas.
Got Shakespeare over here.
Hey, look at this guy. Watch out for Shakespeare over here.
A fake Italian Shakespeare.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Shakespeare is not Italian. What a fucking dick.
I can already see Bullen rolling her eyes whenever you put on that Italian accent.
Oh, dude, she absolutely hates it. I was doing it yesterday all day. I can't remember why, but I was.
Do we have enough data for the quarterly? Not sort of, but not really. So on the quarterly, we're still rejecting this 21 EMA. We don't have a 55 because we don't have enough data, so we can't see if there's a silver cross or not. Momentum is breaking back into bullish control. Last time it ever broke into bullish control was back in January of 2021. We were at like $2.42, and then we went from there to like $10, almost a 5x. We're getting the same level of momentum, but the only difference is though that at that point volatility was lower than it is now. So we shouldn't see as aggressive of a move as we did that time, but we should still see a pretty decent sized move to the upside. Volatility is now flipping up to support this momentum shift up into the bullish control. We would want to see a close over this 21 EMA, which lines up exactly with the 61.8% on the HPDR. And then from there, we very likely see a move somewhere around like the 95, 97.5%, which takes us basically to this top right here. That'd be like somewhere between $5.50 all the way up to like $6.50. Monthly right now is getting shifting down on momentum, but we are still within bullish control. See this? No, there's no divergence there. Volatility is shifting down as well. That's telling you that if we do get a move to the downside, it's going to be a corrective move. We have closed over the 38.2% and we've closed over the 50%. So if we get a move right now, what bulls should be on the lookout for is somewhere between this 100 EMA and this 38.2% to hold as support and spring us up. As of right now, we are still we are holding the 100 EMA and bouncing off of it, but not much of a bounce yet. We want to see this area act as a spring and take us above this 55 EMA. If we get a close over the 55, that once again gives us targets somewhere up here around like $5.50 to $6.50. But also, I wouldn't look for it to happen too soon, because that would take us well over the 100% on the HPDR, which is very unlikely to happen. 2 week is already closed over the 100 EMA. It's still holding this 200 as resistance, while momentum is starting to shift down a little bit, and volatility is also shifting down. So whatever rejection and move down we get here will very likely be a corrective move. What I would look for is somewhere between this 55 and this 5 EMA to hold as support, which is right next to the same area as our right here, our 38.2%. So that makes a lot more confluence that we could go down towards the 38.2% on the monthly. And then this should theoretically give us our next spring up to get us to close over the monthly, was it 55? Yeah, the monthly 55, and take us towards $5.50. Weekly has put in a bit of a top candle, which so we should see a move down from here, which coincides with the monthly coming back to retest the top 38.2, and we're getting a fresh silver cross to the upside on the weekly. 21 has just crossed over the 55, so we should look for a retest of this 55 EMA. I mean 9 EMA, which lines right up with the 100 after closing it over it, and this is the same number as our top 38.2%. So it'd be a perfect retest of our silver cross. And then we can use that silver cross to spring up towards the upside on and close over the monthly 55. 5 days also putting in a top candle, so we should see a move to the downside somewhere around the 78.6, and it also has a silver cross to the upside as well. That would bring us to right around the same number as that monthly top 38.2. 2 days shifting down on momentum after hitting extreme levels at 100%. Same thing with volatility. And we put in a top candle right here. So we should look for somewhere around this 38.2% to get hit, which is just above our monthly 38.2%. So we're getting this $2.80 to $2.85 target show up on many different time frames, on many different indicators as well, on the HPDR and our moving averages. Daily has now lost 38.2%. And if we close like this, very likely we're going to come back down towards the 55 EMA and the 21 EMA. Maybe we go a little bit lower because our volatility is starting to expand from lower than 50%. So maybe we come somewhere around like this 95% to 88.3, which is right around that same 38.2 on the monthly. 4 hour. 4 hour had this little gap right here. Filled some of it. I guess you can consider this a gap fill, and we're rejecting the top 38.2%, which gives us probabilities of coming down towards this 97.5%, because we're coming from not too low levels on volatility, but just above 50%, while momentum is rejecting getting out of bearish control. So probably somewhere around this 97.5%, maybe a little bit lower. This is about like $2.90, maybe a little bit lower to like 280, 285, which lines up with that monthly 38.2. Let's check divergences first. If you take a look inside of, by the way, XRP subreddit, people there are so fucking euphoric. People are buying cars, paying for weddings, doing all types of shit. I feel very good for these people.
Good for them. They waited forever.
Yeah, they've been shit on by the whole community for years.
Yep, absolutely.
Quarterly is about to put in a drive of regular bullish divergence off of this low over here and this low over here, because we made a slightly lower low, but the RSI made a significantly higher low. And that would take us very likely. So we're working with pretty high levels of volatility, so I wouldn't exactly target the critical zone, but it's possible. It's not impossible. But our first target would be the bullish control zone. And that level would be, $8.79.
I actually really believe that. I think energy, and I've been saying this for a while, is going to fucking go up like crazy.
Very interesting to see quarterly bullish divergence.
Yeah.
Monthly had hidden bearish divergence, but now it's been invalidated after putting in a local bottom. So from here, we should theoretically target the bullish control zone, which that number is at $4.92. And we're coming from pretty low levels on our volatility. So if we do manage to put in some bullish divergence from here, we could possibly go into the critical zone, which is at about $11. Number is going to go down though, so maybe it lines somewhere up with our quarterly bullish divergence target around 8. 2 week has just put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence right below the bullish control zone, and volatility is now expanding from like 40%. That would give us a target of like the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $6.56, and we have somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders on the RSI, an inverted herp and derp. Right now, the weekly has 3 drives of confirmed hidden bullish divergence in play. We're coming from pretty low levels on our volatility, around like 30% to 30 to high 20s. That should easily take us towards the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $4.50. And because we're coming from pretty low levels on our volatility with multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, we probably go a little bit higher. Probably somewhere around like this breakdown zone on $5, right next to our $5.55 target on the HPDR.
Mm-hmm.
5 days also getting that fresh silver cross with the bullish divergence. Two-day just confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. We're coming from like 40% on our volatility. Should give us a target of the critical zone, which is at about $4. And damn, if it was only 1 cent lower, $4.21.
Damn it.
Nothing on that one. Come on. Now 4 hour has just put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence off of this close that we got at 11 a.m. my time, which is about like 2 hours ago. That would give us a target because if we're coming from pretty low levels on our volatility in the 20s of the critical zone. Oh, stop calling me. The critical zone right now sits at $3.71. Quarterly momentum is going to flip up, and we're going to get out of the bearish critical zone, and volatility is starting to is expanding as well, and we're going to be flipped up as long as we're above $2.75. The last time quarterly momentum flipped up on natural gas was back in October of 2020 or July of 2020, before we went from $1.63 towards $10.
Mm-hmm.
What was the reason that we had this spike in 2020?
On gas? What do you mean?
Yeah, that was
right
right after the like.
I was during the pandemic. Yeah. During and after, because after remember oil went negative.
Yeah.
And then you had like the war with Putin. So probably 2022 was the peak, which was when we were selling to Europe, and Europe had to buy everything. All of our nat gas at the highest price possible, because Europe said that they didn't want the cheap one from Putin because he's a terrorist. So they are.
The funny thing is that they were still buying it. They were just buying it through India.
I know, and making it more expensive for people. This is why it's absurd that
Fucking
anyone believes
retards.
anything these fucking people say. Exactly.
Fucking retards. When they were warned about buying that Russian gas, and then they just left.
Yep.
The monthly is now getting out of the critical zone, and it's about to break into the bullish control. And we're going to be flipped up as long as we're over $2.17. And then the one after that is probably going to take us into the critical zone. The only time we've ever even tapped the critical zone was in the move up during the Russia war with Ukraine. 2 week now is expanding volatility from like 40%. We're into the bullish control. We're about to break into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $2.92. Weekly is also expanding volatility, and we're rejecting getting out of the bullish control, and we're going to break into the critical zone in this next open as long as we're over $2.59,
which we are.
Same thing with the 5-day expanding volatility, about to break into the critical zone, rejecting exiting the bullish control, and same pivot $2.59. 2-day is kind of it's still expanding on our volatility because we're still above the moving average, but it looks like it might start contracting soon because volatility oscillator is starting to drop. But there's no confirmation of contraction until it's dropped below the moving average. And now momentum is starting to flip down in breaking out of the critical zone as long as prices are below $3.20, which is probably why we're starting to see volatility contraction, because this thing is still kind of bullish on the higher time frames, but with momentum flipping down on the lower ones, volatility starts to contract with it, giving us a consolidation and pullback for a higher low before we can continue. Daily is already contracting on our volatility. We hit very extreme levels, high into the high 90s, and now we've dropped below the moving average, and we're at 82% on volatility. While momentum is getting kicked out of the bullish critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $3.24. 4 hours starting to expand on volatility again after contracting on this phase right here, and we're going to be rejecting the bullish control, and we're going to be pointed down and enter the bearish critical zone as long as we're below $3.22. So the higher time frames, it still looks like it's going to continue higher, but our volatility indicators are getting a little tapped out, while on the lower time frames, our momentum is shifting down, and while with volatility support telling us that we probably do get a nice move to the downside in the short term, make a higher low on the higher time frames, and then from there, I think we would continue upwards towards our quarterly bullish divergence target of somewhere around $8.
Can I disappoint you with some real world-class analysis right here?
Sure.
Let me do it for you. Hey kid, let me do it for you. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Okay. Done.
What number is that?
Hang on, actually, I went way below, but I think the retest right here, it's 260 to 260.
It's very similar to the number I have. Very similar, around 280. Very similar.
I have
and this who needs an HPDR, right?
That's it. When you have these little triangles, you're done. You don't need to do any of those things. We got SMCI for you.
If it sounds stupid, but it works, is it really stupid?
No, exactly not. I listen. There's some really stupid things that work. I still use them.
Hey, the moon phases work. That sounds retarded.
Yeah,
exactly. SMCI, sir, for you, and then we'll get into Lucid right now. Ok, estamos haciendo la broma de que básicamente todo el análisis de Farhan básicamente cierra en esto. El precio del gas natural está en $3.1 y lo que decimos es que va a venir justamente acá, que normalmente que rompes una resistencia interesante, vienes a retestearla para después seguir para arriba. Eso es básicamente lo que estamos viendo nosotros. Ahora, altas temporalidades, sobre todo viendo la trimestral, podemos notar que hay divergencia alcista en esto, y eso nunca lo había tenido el gas natural en toda su historia, así que importante para nosotros poder tener eso. El gas natural logró, el gas natural llegó a los $10 y lo logró cuando Putin básicamente invadió Ucrania, y la razón por qué fue sencilla. A todo el mundo en Europa los engañaron diciéndoles que pues, no querían comprar gas de un terrorista, pero la solución que viene de Estados Unidos era simplemente comprar nuestro gas, que era mucho más caro, a $10 en vez del barato que venía por la tubería. Y después también dijimos y le echamos la culpa a Putin por explotar su propia tubería. Así que ese maldito terrorista pendejo, qué mal hace las cosas. Desde entonces hemos tenido una caída brutal y hemos logrado llegar a mínimos que pudimos comprar y pudimos sacarle una lana en el 1.5, $1.05. Ahorita gas natural está cotizando en $3.10 básicamente, y está por encima del promedio en la trimestral del 9, y ahorita va a ir a buscar poder conquistar el promedio del 21. Normalmente cuando esto pasa en el gas natural tenemos este tipo de movimientos. Esta fue la última vez que pasó. Desde el wick de abajo hasta el punto de arriba estás hablando de un 307%. Eso es la única vez que hemos tenido ese tipo de movimiento en el gas natural en esta tabla. Pueden ver que no hay tantos datos tampoco. Así que en temporalidades altas como esta se ve bastante alcista. Venimos de extremos, pero al mismo tiempo estamos venimos de extremos en volatilidad, que fue toda esta caída, volvió a retomar para arriba y ahora está corrigiendo el lado, lo que nos dice que muy probablemente esto es una consolidación de precio desde este punto exactamente. Y vamos a ver cómo se da si expande. En la mensual estamos viendo ahora sí que la volatilidad expandir y la está expandiendo desde acá. Así que es justamente lo que están viendo y es la vela de ahora. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto? Que va a tomar bastante tiempo, pero el movimiento va a tener continuación en la mensual. Ahora, en la mensual estás justamente retomando el 9, el 21, el 34 y ahorita estás también sobre el 100. El promedio del 100 está justamente en los $3. Y ahorita estamos encontrándonos con el 55 por acá, que tuvo un cruce plateado a la baja en la mensual antes, y esto podría cambiar. Eso nos llevó de $3 a 1.50, un recorte de 50% en el precio, para que lo tengan presente. Pero estamos cambiando tendencia, lo podemos ver acá en la mensual. Vamos rápido a la semanal, a la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas tenemos acá ya algo importante, el promedio de las 200 que ha funcionado básicamente como una resistencia y lo hemos visto y acá está justamente el precio peleándose con él. Bueno, esta vela no lo pudo sobrepasar y ahora estamos peleando con el promedio de los 100 que está en los 3.9. Y al mismo tiempo tienes el 9 subiendo el 21. Esto nos dice que hay fuerza, ahora trepa el 34. Esto quiere decir que este movimiento tiene fuerza y lo que probablemente estamos viendo con esta vela roja sea una corrección. Esta vela no es una vela topera, es una vela de indecisión. Y tienes expansión de volatilidad justamente donde ves la vela verde y al mismo tiempo solamente está en 69%. Nice. Lo que nos dice que todavía puede llegar a extremos. Al gas natural le gusta llegar a extremos, así que todavía tiene camino para correr en la de 2 semanas. En la semanal podemos ver un poco de lo mismo con la volatilidad expandiendo a partir del 42% para acá y ahora se está yendo de lado, lo que nos dice que probablemente estemos viendo este movimiento algo exhausto. Para no hacerles el cuento más largo, que es lo que ya les habíamos contado, justamente ahorita estamos encima del promedio del 9, pero muy probablemente vayamos a retestear más o menos esta zona. Lo que nosotros creemos es que en temporalidad corta esto podría ser esto y después irse para arriba o poder llegar a retestear esta zona, que es el promedio del 55 a la baja en la diaria, e irse para arriba. El gas natural se ve bastante alcista y nuestro siguiente objetivo es, después de romper los 3.4, va a ser los 3.7 y de ahí tenemos objetivo en el 4.5, 5.5 hasta el 6.5. Así que atentos, gas natural se ve bastante bien, sobre todo cuando simplemente nos vamos a básicos, ¿no? Y ponemos esto tal cual, este triángulo que empezó en enero del 2024, donde hemos estado consolidando dentro de, tienes esto a la alza, esta explosión a la alza y la ruptura de la resistencia. Creemos que va a haber continuación, simplemente creemos que puede corregir antes de dar esa continuación. All righty, sir, we're ready for some Lucid.
All right, cool. Well, Lucid at one point was at $64. And all, jokes aside, it does look like a piece of shit stock. And I wouldn't be surprised if it did get delisted. But regardless, let's see what's good with it. So remember, we have a quarterly in 29 days. When I'm looking at all the higher time frames, I keep seeing 150 to 180 pop up. Here we have that 50% at 150. And we are now losing that quarterly median, but 29 days. So let's start going now to like a weekly here. The weekly is interesting because we can see we are trying to hold the 50%, which is good. But, that tells me if we get a bounce from here, I'm watching for that 240 to 244 to reject. I say that because of just where that weekly median has come all the way down, matching where that weekly 9 is. And we know from that last big rejection, that weekly 9 was kind of the cause of it. And then from then, we've had multiple weeks under that, and we haven't really tested it. And so just like on the flip side, where these coming down can be bullish, just because it can give bulls at least a greater chance of reclaiming them, it can also mean that rallies are kind of short-lived here too. From where we're at, that'd be a 14% move. I'd be looking at that to keep coming down and ideally match right around my 230 meme line. Make a lot of sense. It lined up right around that April 22nd bottom. But then also you can just see simply from that breakdown in October, we've just steadily been under it for over a month now, month and a week. And also to note, we lose this 50%. That 80% is currently at 177. To that 90 also is 160. So we see that zone on the weekly. We go to the 2-week here. You can see it's a pretty big drop once we lose, like close below the 80% reject. We're getting a range here, but it's again at 170 to like 162. Number has come up now 3 times, and then viewing the monthly here, it's not really the best looking chart, but with the monthly, you can see where we're now rejecting that 230. That's just been a zone that we've been talking about on Rivian that needs to kind of be reclaimed for any kind of bounce bigger than anything than just rather than a bearish retest to actually play out, maybe giving bulls the chance to squeeze up to 3 or 294 in this case, which just would be simply the 9. But something we've been saying is if we ended up getting, let's say, a 40% move, which definitely would get people horny about Lucid, you'd but the bottom's in, yada yada yada. It just simply would be just another retest of that monthly 9 while also hitting that 50%. But one thing to note here is this monthly really isn't opening good. We can already see we're already down 3%, front running that 230 retest. Rejected it in November as well. We see that median is currently at 184. And so that it's an interesting point because it just corresponds again with what we're seeing across the board, where 170 should be at least some kind of reaction zone, which corresponds nicely with that monthly median, which just like what I was saying, I do believe on Bitcoin, there's not many times in like charts where they do test that monthly median. And especially in Lucid's, case, you can just see with backtracking this, we've just been under it like pretty heavily. We now start zooming in here. It was just like treading along the median here and rejecting. And so it getting back above is good. We just want that to hold now. And that just ties into essentially the daily analysis, which is, you really want, very basically put, you just want that 180 to 173.4 to hold. But remember, even it just going to that 184 has now put it in a new macro low, while volatility here is giving us a setup. So assuming we do maybe get that move back down to like 180, we break the low here, come all the way down. Ideally, you'd want to see a bounce without volatility expanding. So we start expanding while the daily breaks down. It's just going to guide our bias that this is probably going to go a lot lower. And then we'd really get our bias that it's going to break down lower if the monthly median gets lost, because then we're dealing with like $1.40 to maybe even all the way back down to $1.20, which would be pretty detrimental to this, even where it's currently at, putting that at a 29 to 38% move. And remember, this was like a over $60 stock at one point. And that's why Lucid isn't looking good, in my opinion. And there's really no reason to force it. It's like what we keep saying, where it definitely can keep getting lower and lower and lower. And it's just more like cuts by 1,000. It's like bleeding out by 1,000 cuts, essentially. Each time you dollar cost average this, it just keeps making a new macro low and a new macro low. And you're really getting no kind of logical bid, especially as long as that monthly is just very, very, very like easily rejecting that 9. It's kind of just been giving shorts an easy push, which makes me believe, if that 170 to 180 doesn't hold, then this could very well turn into a penny stock into next year, which then I do believe that would be on delisting territory, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see here. The 6-month kind of just ties it all together in a nice bearish bow. It's really hard to be bullish on a chart when you have a steady, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 6-month candles just solidly red. Where the next one here, just massive rejection. I mean, this is from 6 months, now 5, but 40% wick down, massive candle body. Just visually, like I say with these candles, this looks heavy. And so what you'd want, the 6 month on a very, very macro time frame, this to just turn into a trap, where then the next 6 month opens up fully just like engulfing this candle. Very, very, very unlikely at where we stand though. Yeah, and that's kind of it. There's really not much else to point out. You're just gonna watch for potentially a new macro low. You just want that 180 to 170 to hold, just because of all the time frames I mentioned on the HBDR. Because with my system here, I really have no setup. Like, this is where the HBDR is gold, because you have the delta historical ranges for this chart. You know, and where even the moving averages aren't really telling us much, we can at least see, okay, well, you know, we easily could come down, and then yeah, that median on the daily is right at $2. You know, you just start piecing it together with HBDR. So that's kind of it. It'll be interesting to see where this volatility actually, when it starts to expand. We can see the last setup here was actually to the downside, and this was, I'll just mark it with the vertical right here. So got above 15, and then that actually was what moved us down pretty harshly. You know, at least taking it from like here, which was like a 20% move, if not to the wick low, which kind of was where we're at. It starts resetting with this consolidation and up, and then now we're getting a volatility setup. But now, even with the daily giving us a nasty rejection off the 21, losing the daily 9, this could just give another short trigger. Will I short this here? No, definitely not. But I definitely won't be longing this. And this just, again, ties into why I say, you know, the whole like buy something because it's down is just illogical. You want to buy that's strong. You don't want to waste your money. And even like basing it on candlestick theory here, you're not really getting anything other than just like a nice green candle potentially could turn into a higher low on an overall very, very, very strong downtrend. Just seems like
It's a bear flag.
grabbing at air, and it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it very well could be. You know, these channels, especially when you start seeing them go like here, end up more than not breaking down, especially when the trend is down and it is giving that bear flag. So good eye too. That's on the 2-week, and you know that potentially could mean that, yeah, when this starts breaking down, this could mean that volatility on the daily starts firing off, and such is something to note. Breaking back up right here is nice because it lines up nicely with our area. So you kind of know if like Lucid, let's just say, starts reclaiming first that daily 21, that could lead into us at least popping back around that 230 to 240 zone. For me, if we can get daily closures back up like 255 and hold, then I do think we can get a bigger move either to that 280, if not filling this gap up more and going to that actually like 296 to $3 level. But until then, this has a lot more of a chance of breaking down. I just be aware of that.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. It looks fucking terrible. I think the daily just paints such a good picture. It looks horrendous on it.
Yeah, maybe somebody will come and buy them out soon.
But this is, to me, my problem with Lucid is that everyone just talks about how great the technology is, the greatest technology we've ever seen. They have the best technology, and they just can't make fucking cars. Like they've made like 9,000 cars.
Yeah. What absolute autistic retard is gonna spend $250,000 on that shit?
There's a few, dude, where I live, because I showed Belen Lucids and I told her they look like sandwiches, like car. I don't know why they remind me of a sandwich, a gas station sandwich that's inside of the plastic. That's what they kind of look like.
A computer mouse. It looks like a computer mouse.
Yes. So Belen, now whenever we're walking around, she's like, "Is that a sandwich car?" I'm like, "Yep."
And I'm pretty sure the only reason that the retards that buy them is because Elon Nazi.
It could be. Also, they do sell. They have people like. By the way, it's really. I just really have noticed this year how simple it is to trick people into believing something, right? Like, I mean, we've been seeing it for years, but it's insane. So all they do is come out and say, we're doing all this technology development and our cars are technologically masterful and the interiors are great. But if you talk to someone that has one, the car's falling apart. They has nowhere to service it. And again, they've only made like 9,000 cars. Like, what do you think is going to happen?
Yeah. It makes sense to have shit quality though, because they don't really have many resources.
Well, they say that the quality on the car, when you look at it, is nice, but the actual structure, it's kind of like a Range Rover, a Land Rover. Land Rovers, look great, feel great, but they're shit.
Yeah,
Like
shit
that,
cars.
they got to be at the shop like all the time.
Everything breaks on a Range Rover.
Exactly.
But it's like the old saying: it's easier to fool somebody than to convince them they've been fooled.
100%. Oh, dude, and it's really hard for those people to admit that they were fooled. That is that's actually one of the biggest
Because it hurts the
truths.
ego to
Yeah,
convince
dude.
somebody they've been fooled.
Yeah, and a dumb person, the ego is number one.
Mhm.
So, all righty, let's fucking do this. You got SMCI, and then we're out of here. Thank you, sir.
Nice.
Great.
Ok, estamos viendo Lucid. Quiero que vean algo que habíamos platicado nosotros. Estamos en una tabla diaria. Ahorita me voy a echar para atrás para que lo puedan ver todo. Lucid está cotizando en $2.12. Nosotros tuvimos una jugada de Lucid. Compramos esta zona básicamente, y justamente acá yo acabé mi trade, ¿no? Y no es que sea un genio y no es que le haya nada, simplemente tenía sentido, tenía bastante sentido. Y aparte, a mí me gusta llevarme el dinero a la bolsa. No estoy comprando Lucid porque creo en ellos a largo plazo, siempre se los dije. Es simplemente porque tenía que rebotar junto con todo lo demás y lo hizo. Ahora, desde que ha estado cayendo, estoy personalmente fuera de esto y todavía no quiero meterme. Les voy a enseñar rápido un gráfico de 6 meses, o sea, velas de 6 meses, para que vean la tremenda caída de Lucid. Literalmente llegó a un pico en 64.81 y desde entonces tuvo 2 velas verdes y de ahí todas las demás han sido rojas. La primera con la que salió fue roja, luego también esta y esta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 velas de 6 meses cada una, bajistas, negativas, rojas. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Que Lucid está en la mierda. No tenemos que ser un genio para entender eso. Lucid está en la mierda. El promedio del 9 apenas está populando en este gráfico y está en los 12.83. Tenemos que ignorarlo por completo. Vamos a ver un gráfico trimestral de Lucid. Podemos ver el promedio de las 9 está acá. Siempre decimos, en el gráfico trimestral, si estás por debajo del promedio de la 9, estás en un territorio bajista. Continuamos y está bastante lejos de poder llegar. Disculpen que les vaya a dar un aneurismo con los colorcillos que traigo acá. Entonces no se ve bien y aparte está en extremos, también está en extremos porque simplemente ha estado baje. No hay de otra. En la mensual tenemos esto. En la mensual podemos ver que también hicimos un SFP. Cada que estás por debajo del 9 y después el 9 cruza por debajo del 21, cada que el precio toca la 9 es una oportunidad para hacerle un short y aquí se te pudo haber salido de control, pero el 21 estuvo para protegerte. Acá lo puedes ver y probar una vez más. Estas son velas mensuales. Básicamente, esta oportunidad de la 9, pudiste hacer todo ese dinero. Esta oportunidad de la 9, pudiste hacer todo este dinero. Y ahora la 9 está en los 2.95. Pero nosotros estamos en los 2.12 a punto de buscar un nuevo mínimo. ¿Qué nos dice la volatilidad? Absolutamente nada, aunque está comenzando a expandir. Y atención acá, porque está comenzando a expandir por encima del promedio. Lo pueden ver, la volatilidad es lo azul. El promedio es el blanco y estamos por encima de él. También lo pueden ver acá a la derecha. El azul es el 27%, el blanco es el 26%. Volatilidad expandiendo en lo que el movimiento está para abajo podría ser muy negativo para el precio del Lucid, pero todavía no tenemos fotografía clara por la que no podemos cantar victoria o derrota, depende de qué lado estés en este trade. Ahora, tenemos expansión de volatilidad acá. Interesante. ¿Desde dónde? Hemos visto esto, pero en realidad cuenta desde acá. ¿Qué tenemos desde ahí para poder darnos una... ¡Uy! Bajista. Y continúa expandiendo y está en 74%. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que queremos ver? Si la volatilidad está más alta. Sí, completamente. Hasta acá. Este podría ser un tope de volatilidad igual y esto nos dice que es fondo o podría continuar hasta el 80% y eso nos llevaría a un nuevo fondo, que es lo que personalmente creo tiene más probabilidades. Podemos ver que la volatilidad expandió con esta bajada y ahora se está yendo de lado, lo que nos dice consolidación. La consolidación es justamente lo que estamos viendo acá en la semanal. Puedes ver que tu promedio del 9 está todavía en los 2.40, así que todavía le falta bastante. El precio todavía puede dar pompazos para arriba y o sea, estamos en ¿qué? En 2.11. A 2.40 estás hablando de un 15% solamente para ir a retestear el promedio de la 9. Pero en la diaria se ve clarito en la diaria. Pueden ver perfectamente la expansión de volatilidad, cómo nos llevó para abajo y continuó expandiendo esa volatilidad. Cómo veníamos de estar en todos estos promedios. Este fue el breakout que lo llevó al nepe todo. Una vez que venimos acá y que intentamos regresar, siempre les digo que el precio normalmente intenta regresar de donde hizo un breakout o un breakdown, y eso nos llevó para acá y luego para acá y luego para acá. Seguimos cayendo. El mínimo más bajo de Lucid está en los 1.93. Estamos cotizando en 2.11. Nuestros promedios del 9 está justamente en el 2.14 y el 21 está en el 2.23. Y lo que parece, si nos acercamos, es que fue retesteo, rechazo y ahora buscar un nuevo mínimo para poder seguir consolidando esto. Lucid no pinta bien. No hay un long acá para nada, absolutamente ningún setup que te lo esté diciendo en ninguna temporalidad. Lo que hay es más posibilidad de hacer corto cada que vengas a tus promedios extremos. Probablemente porque estás coqueteando tanto con el 21 por acá. Vayamos a buscar el 2.39, que de nuevo también coincide con la otra temporalidad que más o menos nos daba casi un 12%. Sí, un 13%. Acá, lo que no descartaría. Yo me metería probablemente a hacer un corto antes que un long y lo haría en el 2.39 o donde está el promedio del 34 y mi invalidación sería sencilla. Sería este máximo. Porque si rompes este máximo para arriba, vas a poder tal vez irte a buscar la zona de los 2.64. A menos de que empiece a tener cierres por encima del 2.20. Después del 2.40, esto no pinta bien para Lucid y probablemente tenga continuación a la baja. Y es lo que seguimos viendo por acá. Así que atención con Lucid. Vale la pena siempre tener algo en mente. Por más que nos gusten ciertos precios y que hayamos hecho mucho dinero con ciertas empresas, hay veces que la situación es perfecta para eso y hay veces que la situación simplemente no se da. Entonces, no quiero, porque veo que hay muchas cosas repetidas en las que seguimos. Una vez que nos salimos, nos salimos. No tengamos ese romanticismo con cosas que compramos porque simplemente nos nublan nuestra visión. Así que importante mantener eso en mente. All righty, sir. Let's close this shit up with SMCI.
Okay. All right, so we're going to look at the quarterly first. If you guys remember, last time we looked at SMCI, was mentioning that since we closed below this 88.3% and volatile momentum was at very extreme levels, we're very likely to come back down and test the 38.2, which is exactly where the bottom of this wick currently is. Now that we've tested the 38.2, we're using it as a massive spring, and all of this shit got bought back up. What I'm looking for is to see if it closes this quarterly over this 9 EMA. If it does, for me, that's good enough to say this bottom is probably in, and we're very likely going to continue onwards to the upside, and we're probably going to break these previous highs. What I'm looking for as well on this next quarterly open is to see these HPDR ranges step up. So previously we hit the 100% on the HPDR, didn't close above it, ended up. This is the Nagasaki setup. Who are we lying to? This is a Nagasaki setup. This is 80,
Absolutely.
almost 86% to the downside.
Absolutely.
Bitcoin didn't even drop that much from the last bull market to the bear market bottom. But I'm looking for this to rise. This ranges to rise up. Let's see what I could get.
This shit's up 29% today.
Yep, even more than XRP.
Holy! I mean, it's what we talked about, right? That we were because I have it on my chart that this was probably in an area where it was going to bounce and look for the 100 on the daily, and it is.
And if we can get 3 closes over $80.64, it increases the probabilities of us going to an absolutely retarded number here, $414.
10x.
I guess so. Shit. Fuck again. Right now, our momentum is starting to flip back up. The volatility is a little sideways, but if we close over the 9 EMA, the volatility is going to start picking up too. And then from there, we should see a very nice move to the upside. Yeah, this thing moves like a crypto. The monthly is now reclaimed the 55 EMA or bounce on it after coming all the way down towards the 100, getting a very nice reaction from there. We got buying pressure of 127% in one single monthly candle. And right now, momentum is flipping back up from very, very extreme levels. It went down to the bearish critical zone and it hit 100% on our negative 100%, and our volatility hit 100%. Now volatility is contracting while momentum is picking up, which gives you a statistical target of hitting the median. Right now, the median sits all the way up here at these previous high, around these previous
Get
highs
out
at
of here.
$87. Pretty crazy how violently this thing moves. Because with this setup with upward momentum, especially from such low levels, it makes it much harder for the bears to keep momentum down. And then when you have a volatility pointed down, it gives you the very high probabilities. I believe around 61.8% chance of going up to hit this median. 2 week is now flipped up very sharply on momentum, while volatility is going down. Volatility is about a fully reset. It's at 5.7% now. And the jewel is flipping back up within the bearish control. Last time this has happened was way back here, and it was not even that low into the bearish control, because right now we're very close to the critical zone. So let's mark it with a vertical line. That should be enough.
So it's getting out of the bearish critical zone?
Yeah, it's flipping out from the bearish control on the jewel.
Got it.
We moved up, what is that? 49% then. Oops. On this one, not that much of 17%.
Fucking disgusting.
All right, only 17%. Dog shit. 331%.
Holy ballsack.
Very similar move that we are currently looking at right now. And now we've reclaimed this blue 38.2%. We're above the median. So if we close over the median, it increases probability, since we're at such extreme low levels on our volatility, of coming back up and testing. I don't even want to say it, but every single time we've tapped the 100%. And 100% right now sits well into the 160s. It's about $163. That's a 4x from here.
Oh my god.
Why are we wasting our time with shitcoins?
I don't understand.
4 hour, weekly momentum is starting to flip back up. Volatility is flipped down. The jewel is flipping around within the bearish control zone. That gives you a probability of coming up to test the median, which right now is at $44.22. If you can close over the median, since at that point volatility will have basically fully reset, and that will give us once again target of that 100%, which is right now at about $140. 5 days, same thing, same setup as the weekly. Upwards momentum, downwards volatility, jewel flipping around. As of this moment, we do have a silver cross to the downside. To invalidate it, it's the 55 EMA lines right up with that median, which if we close above, it takes us towards 100%. 2 days getting to very extreme levels. We are basing off of the 97.5% and using that as a spring to move upwards. Right now, probably we don't go that much higher because our momentum is at 99.82%, while volatility is at 99.82%. Maybe we can go up towards this 9 EMA or this 200, right around like $48 to $49. Possibly it's 50 for the round psychological number, but almost certainly we're going to see a rejection there and some consolidation and a pullback before this continues higher.
Yes.
Same thing with the daily, where the daily is well over the 97.5%, and we're over the 55 EMA, approaching the 100, while we're getting the double extreme on our momentum and volatility, where we started to contract. Now we're hitting 99.86% again on both of them. So maybe we can move up towards $50, but both of them will have hit their double extremes, and then from there I would expect at least some type of pullback or consolidation while the HPDR ranges step up and these oscillators can reset. Same thing on the 4 hour, where we got a first extreme, then we got to move down out of the bullish control into the negative area. Now we're about to get our second extreme. Right now it's at 86%. Same thing with the volatility, and the jewel starting to flip around too, supporting the double extreme idea. Now the 4 hour has freshly silver crossed. We're basing off of the 9 EMA right here, and we're getting a spring from it. I could see move up towards this based off that silver cross and the double extreme somewhere around the 200 SMA. and maybe a little bit higher, which is just at that $48 to $50 area. And then from there, I'd expect that consolidation, maybe base off of this 200 and this 97.5. While these ranges step up, then we probably continue onwards to that previous target of $140.
God damn.
Pretty crazy.
God damn.
Just low. Yep, I believe that's lower low. Let's zoom in. Oh fuck. Yep, slightly lower low. Very interesting. Slightly lower low on the RSI, but significantly higher low on price action, giving us potential three quarterly hidden bullish divergence between these points and this point here. That would be confirmed if it's going to take a lot to confirm this, though. To make a local top or local bottom, we have to close over this candle's open, which is at $83.14. But that would give us a target of the critical zone, which right now that is at $183. Probably, yeah. No,
So
no,
basically you get
no,
in
no.
at 80,
Actually,
you
my
make.
bad. My bad. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The target is actually 236.
So there you go. You get in at $80, and then you just make 3 times your money with less risk.
You don't really need to be the hero trying to catch the bottom. You can just wait until it's confirmed and ride the beat of the move. Monthly is already putting in its another potential drive of hidden bullish divergence off of many drives of hidden bullish divergence. To confirm it, we'd have to close over $39.23. That would give us a target of the critical zone, which right now a critical zone sits at $250.
My God.
Weekly has already confirmed a drive of regular bullish divergence, and now we're approaching the bullish control zone, but probably we end up going towards the critical zone. Right now, that number sits at $161.85, which is 160 was one of our previous HPTR targets. 3-day has already confirmed the drive of bullish divergence. Number would be about $149.45. And daily is about to confirm a fresh drive of bullish divergence. We'll confirm it as long as we're closing above this number here, $37.14. That would very likely take us to the critical zone. Right now, that target is at $65.52. Let's check the momentum chart. And by the way, that's why you got to be able to identify divergences yourself, because that caretaker's RSI wouldn't have shown you that quarterly
the divergence. Mm-hmm.
Right now, quarterly volatility is contracting right now off of many periods of 100%, but we have yet to hit our double extreme like we did right here. So what's probably going to happen is we're going to end up after we reclaim this area, 9 EMA, consolidate for a little bit while volatility drops. This momentum pivot is going to drop significantly, and then from there, momentum can flip back up, likely still maintaining the bullish control back into the critical zone, and then we'd have volatility supporting that move to the upside, which is we're definitely going to need if we're going to go from the 40s to $250. But as of right now, we're going to be pointed down on our momentum as long as we're below $100. Monthly already got it. Basically, it already got its double extreme because it started contracting and then it hit 100% again. Now we're at like 91% on our volatility, and we're about to enter the bearish critical zone. We're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $73.54. Once it enters, this pivot is very likely to drop, because at that point, it's going to be much more difficult for the bears to keep momentum down. 2 week is getting many periods of extreme volatility, and it's expanding again while off of this move to the upside, while momentum is getting rejecting the critical zone, bearish critical zone. It's about to break back into the bearish control zone, and we're going to be pointed up on our momentum as long as we're above $22.77. Weekly as well is starting to expand after contracting, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be flipped up as long as we're above basically $20. Same thing with the 5-day, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $19.60.
They were safe.
Yeah, pretty good. But this thing does like to dump 86%, so who knows?
It's true.
The 2-day is contracting on volatility after 3 periods of 100%. And we're rejecting the critical zone and going to be pointed up as long as we're above $18.20. Same thing with the daily, but daily's about to get a double extreme, where we hit one extreme on this move to the downside, and now on the move up, we're about to hit our second extreme, and we're within the critical zone on the momentum, and we're going to flip down if we close below $42.33. We got bulls got 2 hours to save this shit. 4 hours hit an extreme. Now it's starting to contract on volatility, and we're within the critical zone. No, but we've broken out of the critical zone, but we're still within the bullish control, and we're starting to flip up, maintaining bullish control, and we're going to flip up as long as we're over $40, which is going to close as well in 2 hours. 2 hours currently also expanding on volatility. Momentum is rejecting getting into the bearish control. And we're going to be pointed to the upside, and we're going to re-enter the bullish control as long as we're over $36.48. So on the very, very high time frames, like the quarterly, I'm seeing possible over very strong bounce from the 38.2% on the HPDR, and then a very possible drive of hidden bullish divergence on the RSI, which would be confirmed above, I believe, $84.14. If that does confirm, it's going to take probably a good amount of time to play out because it's a quarterly, but then again, this thing likes to move fast, so who knows? But the target off of that would be about $250. And then if we go to the lower time frames, we're getting very extreme levels on our volatility, and it's looking like we're probably going to continue towards the upside, towards around the $60 area. But probably we have some consolidation at that point. And then on the very, very, very low time frames, it's looking like volatility is starting to expand while momentum is flipping back up, which will bleed into the daily and flip the daily back up. And then that'll take us towards our HPDR median at the $60 range. Maybe some consolidation there, and then upwards and onwards until, I guess, $250.
Holy ballsack. Good for SMCI and anyone that's holding that shit. All right, that bought from the bottom, not holding from the top. Not a holding from the top. That's basically it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to write down all of the tickers that we didn't get to from people in the chat. And we can just look for setups so that we can send us trade alerts.
Sounds good.
Because there's, right? Because I feel bad for these people, but also we only have 4 hours. So there's for example,
I could post them on Discord.
Yeah, we're looking for NVIDIA. We're looking for SO, Southern GM, Southern Company. What else? I'll send them to you guys. It's like 5 or 6 names that might be just worth looking, see if we have a setup, and send it to everybody that's on the trading alerts too, so that they're not missing out on this. Because I mean, Brian is the first one to get here, and every single time he wants Bitcoin. So
a man of culture.
It's a man of culture. All righty. Well, perfect. Thank you so much, guys. You go and enjoy Mexico, Farin. You go and enjoy Mexico, Alex.
Yeah, I miss it.
Hey, I'm gonna be back in oil and gas town, Houston, on Friday. So
very nice, very, very nice. I'll see you here. I can feel you guys when you're in the United States. So
there you go.
You'll be here. All right.
There's a connection.
Exactly.
Right. Have a good day.
I'll see you guys soon. Thank you. Vale, y para rápidamente le estaba diciendo ahorita, tenemos en el chat de los miembros de Elite Trading Academy, de los en vivos, que por cierto, les vamos a mandar ahorita mismo las 2 clases a todos, también los que se firmaron en el fin de semana y el día de hoy, para que tengan las 2 clases que hicimos, y esta semana vamos a reagrupar el cursillo para tenerlo en forma tope, y estamos creando la librería. Antes de que todo eso pase, les quiero decir que a la gente que está en el chat de los en vivos, vamos a buscar todas las cosas que nos comentaron que no llegamos a dar precio de, porque los análisis son bastante profundos. Y lo que vamos a hacer es buscar si hay un setup para corto o largo en lo que nos mandaron. Entonces tengo, ¿quién lo había puesto por acá? Perdón, solamente para rápido. Edgar está pidiendo Southern Company. Veamos. Luigi preguntando de esto. Voy a contestar rápidamente estas cosas. Ok. Dice Rafa, buen día, el curso es rico en información, gracias. A huevo, Rafa, qué bueno que te gustó. Pero de toda la conspiración automotriz, ¿cómo podemos beneficiarnos nosotros a largo plazo? Apostando en empresas que valgan muy, muy poco, como Tesla o como Rivian. Yo sé que Tesla se le hace caro a la gente ya, pero no lo está. O Rivian, empresas eléctricas. Y saber que las empresas normales les puede ser corto, porque van a salir del negocio. Luigi pidió SMCI. Carlos XRP, ya lo vimos. Nvidia para Julio Castillo. ¿Quién más? Edgar pidió el Southern Company. Is like Fisker coming back to steal more money. Fisker va a regresar, por supuesto, a robarse más dinero, pero tiene que crear un nuevo coche tonto que la gente quiera comprar. O sea, lo puedes mostrar Bitget o Bluffing cómo se hace long apalancado de las acciones normales como en Tesla y así. No hay acciones Tesla, Tere, en ninguno de esos. Es correcto, nadie puede tradear esto. When can I see your portfolios? Eso es otra cosa. Tío, podemos ver Disney, ¿ok? Es otra cosa que podemos también nosotros llevar, etcétera. Voy a poner todo esto y lo vamos a mandar en las señales para que lo tengan. Y básicamente ya. Güey, Paco Navarro, que llegaste, ya hicimos el análisis de XRP, entonces date una vuelta de vuelta al en vivo y lo podrás ver. Ok, sin más ni más, vamos a cerrar esto con... ¡No! Aquí está. Con SMCI. ¡Uf! ¡Qué tremenda acción SMCI! Vean esto, voy a quitar rápido los promedios. Hace una vuelta absolutamente loca en nada de tiempo. Estamos hablando desde mayo del 2023 hasta... No me deja ver, un segundo. Mayo del 2023 hasta marzo del 2024, básicamente un año, hizo un 1000% para arriba. 1000% para arriba. Y de ahí, ¿en cuánto tiempo hizo menos 85% desde marzo a noviembre del 2024? En literalmente 6 meses se llevó la tostada al precio de esto, de SMCI. Pero ahora, buenas noticias, parece que SMCI va a continuar con su absoluta locura de movimiento. Y para no hacerles tanto el cuento largo, básicamente esto es lo que estamos esperando que vaya a pasar. Que vaya a venir, ¿no? SMCI por acá, y ahorita lo van a ver en diferentes temporalidades, continúa haciendo esto y de ahí nos vayamos a buscar esos deliciosos objetivos que tenemos, que son muy, 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 muy altos. El precio en este momento está cotizando en 41.58, está arriba 27% el día de hoy, ya ha estado en 122. Y ahorita con los números que estamos viendo es literalmente la posibilidad de hacer un 10X en esto, si es que se da todos los movimientos que estamos esperando. Empecemos entonces en la trimestral. Vamos a empezar con la de 6 meses. Me gustaría ver ese gráfico, a ver cómo se ve en esto. Interesante. Simplemente por chismoso ver este cierre acá en los 83, bastante importante. Y aquí abajo 27 a 25. 25, me gusta más el nivel del 25. Ok, tomado como nota mental nada más. Y quiero ponerlo acá. Estamos en extremos, obviamente. A SMCI le gusta estar en extremos. Bueno, esos son 6 meses. Nadie ve este tipo de gráficos. Ok. Podemos ver que SMCI está por debajo del promedio de la 9, pero puede estar dándonos un SFP y jugar bastante sucio. Porque cuando ven este trimestre y ven que literalmente el cuerpo de la vela está aquí arriba, esto podría cerrar más acá y crear un hammerhead gigantesco. Esa es una vela muy alcista. ¿Qué es un hammerhead? Es lo contrario a una vela de tope. Esta es una vela de tope. Un hammerhead sería esto. Entonces, si esta vela se vuelve verde, y si empieza a volver verde lo que estamos platicando acá. ¡Qué locura! El promedio de la 9 a tomar, muy importante en la trimestral, es 42.53. Empezar a ver cierres arriba de eso en la diaria nos va a dar mucha ilusión de que esto va a continuar para arriba, volatilidad en extremos. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Estamos viendo cómo SMCI vino literalmente al promedio del 55 después de haber caído. Se aguantó perfectamente, hizo un jugarrete a la baja acá que llevó a absorber liquidez hasta del promedio del 100 y se revirtió a la alza. Y ahorita está topando justamente con el promedio del 21. Si vemos en la mensual también, volatilidad está Un segundo. La volatilidad está contrayendo después de periodos en máximos, lo que nos dice que probablemente va a venir un cero potente pronto otra vez a jugar por acá. Pero por ahora SMCI está jugando en este nivel. Yo creo que lo que mejor lo enseña es entre la semanal, exactamente, y la mensual, digo, y la diaria. La semanal puedes ver que estás por encima del 9, lo acabas de retomar. Esto puede ser un SFP, o no, en realidad, porque vienes desde acá abajo hasta acá abajo. Esto podría ser un SFP a la baja, o sea, tranquilos, pero tienes también un cruce plateado que se dio con todo este movimiento para acá y ahora estás retesteando el promedio de la 100, que fue lo que te rechazó. Pero en la diaria, que es el front run de esto, es como ver el futuro de esta tabla, puedes ver que estamos encima del 9, el 9 está encima del 21, estamos encima del 34, encima del 55 y ahora vamos a ir a buscar el promedio de la 100. ¿Qué es lo que sigue? Básicamente el siguiente objetivo está justamente por acá donde tienes el promedio de las 200 en los $68. Lo que nosotros pensamos que podríamos ver es que este movimiento que se está dando se acelere, tal vez llegue de putazo por acá, tenga un rechazo, regrese acá y dé continuación alcista. Lo que nosotros esperamos es ver algo de consolidación antes de dar el movimiento hasta arriba. Un cierre arriba de los $80 básicamente te dice que tu siguiente el objetivo más fácil de llegar serían 240, que es casi un 3X desde ese punto. Así que hay mucho que confirmar por acá. Pero por ahora tenemos que asegurarnos que podamos confirmar esto. Simplemente tenemos que, de estos promedios que habíamos caído, que flipeamos y hemos estado abajo de, ahora queremos estar del otro lado. Y para estar del otro lado, queremos cerrar arriba el 46.18. Una vez que hagamos eso, podemos ponernos nuestro siguiente objetivo en casi los 70 y de ahí a buscar máximos históricos. Es lo que pinta en esto. Hay divergencias alcistas escondidas, lo que nos dice que hay continuación y básicamente en temporalidades altas, lo que nos da una bastante buena idea de que esto va a continuar y va a ser una fiesta. Muy interesante, sobre todo son chipsets. Esto pudo haber sido simplemente un SFP en este lugar y ahora nos vamos a la alza una vez más. Y de nuevo, esto le tomó menos de un año de nada hacer un 1000% y le tomó 6 meses en caer 85%. Simplemente pongan atención con eso. Cualquier cosa, aquí estamos. Ya saben, estamos todo el día en Elite Trading Academy, dándole con absolutamente todo para todos los que quieran entrarle, pero no tienen lana para esto. Pueden de todas maneras beneficiarse de estar en nuestro Discord, que es absolutamente gratis. También mandamos señales, etcétera. Y con eso probablemente puedan darse algo para poder aprender más, el paquete, etcétera. Si no les interesa tampoco, no les quiero vender nada, brother. Solamente nos interesa que aprendan mucho y nos da mucho gusto ver el resultado que está dando el curso de Cero a Trader, porque han subido nuestros sign-ups de traders más de 20% en menos de un mes. Entonces, eso entendemos que hay mucha gente que no entendía absolutamente nada, que está ahora siendo parte de nuestra comunidad. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho, nos vemos pronto y gracias por estar con nosotros en el Casino del Tío Saro. Los veo el miércoles. Esta semana no hay clase, la semana que sigue, el próximo jueves, tenemos una clase para todos los que están suscritos con el Elite Package o el de los en vivos, y también les vamos a mandar ahorita el correo. Les mando un abrazote, pórtense bien. Gracias por todo, como siempre.